In the current era, there are so many futuristic robots and advanced computer programs that it's easy to forget that Yu-Gi-Oh's roots are in ancient Egyptian mythology. But these monsters bring us a blast from the past in a big way. So here's how the Horus engine works. With Imsety and a card to discard, you can use its effect to send itself in one card from your hand to the graveyard so that you can search for King Sarcophagus and draw a free card. After that, you can activate King Sarcophagus and use its on-field effect to pitch a card from your hand to send another Horus monster from your deck to your grave. Then it's just a simple matter of using the summoning effect of your Horus in the graveyard to special summon themselves out to the field, which will give you 2 materials worth of fodder for any kind of extra deck play that you could want. Or you could instead keep your Horus monsters on field because of how difficult they are for your opponent to interact with them, especially when paired with King Sarcophagus's protection. But you don't have to stop there, as if you're playing a bigger Horus package and you have the discards to spare, you can use King Sark a second, third, and even fourth time to put every Horus name in the graveyard. Currently, because there are 4 Horus names that summon themselves, this will net you a staggering 4 bodies worth of material every single turn. But before we try to decipher what their hieroglyphics could mean, let's put them on the scale of Ma'at and see how worthy they are of being in our deck list by checking out their ratios. Now, there are 2 main ways of playing with the Horus monsters. You can either go all in on them to try to get the most out of King Sarcophagus, or you can just play a smaller package to minimize the number of dead draws. But no matter what, in every deck running a Horus package, playing 3 Imsety is non-negotiable, as it's the best starter in the strategy that grabs you your most important card, while putting itself in the grave as a free body you can recur later. But in a smaller Horus package, the only other monster you consider running is Happy, at just a single copy. Because while it's just as much of a brick as any other Horus monster, if you want access to rank 8s, you're going to need a second body, and Happy's on-field effect happens to be one of the best of the bunch. Likewise, you might only see 1 or 2 copies of King Sarcophagus being played in smaller Horus engines, because while it's the heart of the deck, it's a lot more preferable to start out with an Imsety since it's overall better for net card advantage. But if you're playing a big Horus package, you can easily play 3 copies of King Sarcophagus, especially if you're playing it in a deck that loves to send cards to the graveyard, as then starting out with King Sarcophagus is a free outlet to use your best graveyard effects while flooding the field with bodies. However, even if you're all in on Horus, you still don't really max out on every name, since you'd much rather they be in deck for you to send than in your hand. Like the small package, you'd play 1 copy of Happy, but you can supplement them further with a copy of Qebehsenuef and a copy of Duamutef. Now you could just stop here and play them as your big Horus package. But if you want more ways to see Imsety, you can play 3 copies of Wall of the Imperial Tombs, which not only acts as an extra 3 ways to get the deck's strongest card, but it even treats itself as King Sarcophagus while it's on the field. You can also play a copy of Knappe Protector if you're playing the deck pure, but it's not that great of a trap card, so it's usually not played even the most dedicated of decks. And last but not least, there's the main boss monster of the archetype, Horus the Black Flame Deity. But you only ever play this monster at a single copy, and only in more Horus-focused strategies. Because while all of its effects are solid, you only want to have it after you've already managed to set up your field. Now let's dig a little deeper so we can unravel the mysteries of these mummified monsters. One of the most important factors shared by the Horus monsters is their reliance on King Sarcophagus. Imsety, Happy, Duamutef, and Qebehsenuef each have an effect to bring themselves out of the graveyard once per turn, so long as you control a King Sarcophagus. And while Horus doesn't have this specific effect, it's still helpful to get King Sarcophagus established so you can use its in-hand removal. However, it's rare that you'll see Horus itself actually in deck lists, as it doesn't summon itself from the graveyard like the others. And the main reason people use the Horus engine is because of how effortlessly you can swarm the field with level 8 monsters. And these monsters have no restrictions on what you can do with them, allowing you to use them as free fodder for any kind of extra deck play. But for the most part, when a deck is playing the Horus package, they're using them either for easy link plays, or so they can access one of the best XC's pools in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Rank 8s. Even if you just play the bare minimum engine requirements, Horus on its own can be a monster negate in Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord, a spell negate in Hope Harbinger, or even a way to access your deck's other engine via the Zombie Vampire, all without using a normal summon, which makes the Horus cards a great way to start out a turn, especially to beat or extend through common hand traps and interaction. That's not to say that the actual effects of the Horus monsters are bad, or that they're just vanillas. In fact, leaving a Horus monster on field and resolving its effects can be game-winning. But in order to activate each of these busted effects, another card you control needs to leave the field by an opponent's card effect while you control them. And while removal is a pretty common feature of the current format, if your opponent's aware of what could happen, they're going to play a lot more carefully to avoid triggering them, and you usually value the extra deck monster's effects more than the potential chance of activating a Horus. For example, Imsety's on-field effect is quite nice, because if another card leaves the field due to an opponent's card effect other than during the damage step, you get the chance to send any card in the field to the graveyard, dodging both targeting and destruction protections to get rid of one of your opponent's most important cards, which in theory can be a devastating piece of interaction too, exponentially so if you back up your Imsety with a card your opponent needs to deal with in some way. But without a doubt, the best part of Imsety isn't their on-field effect, it's what it does in hand. Because if you can discard itself another card so that you can add King Sarcophagus from your deck to your hand, which is definitely a big investment of resources, but after you add King Sark, you can get a chance to draw a card for free, which will usually result in having the same number of cards in hand as you started off with, despite having to discard 2 to use its effect. If King Sarcophagus is the heart of the deck, Imsety is the liver, as this effect is one of the most crucial pieces for allowing Horus to be as strong and as splashable as it is. It being an extra way of getting to King Sarcophagus is of course what makes it so powerful, as it guarantees your Horus engine. But there's so many little factors to this one effect that really drive it over the edge. For starters, it's a way of putting Imsety from your hand to the grave so that you can summon it later, which is something no other Horus does. So after you resolve an Imsety, you're not starting solely with net neutral card advantage. You also have a body in the grave ready to summon immediately that costs you virtually nothing to bring out to the field. Likewise, having to discard a second card for cost might seem like a cost, but in actuality it's more of a benefit than anything, because while you open yourself up to potentially a catastrophic Ash Blossom, the strategies that are best suited for taking advantage of Horus are usually decks with cards that actually need to be in the grave. So if there's an Aturia Sacred Tree, a Lightsworn Dragonling, or even another Horus name in hand, its cost is going to end up helping more than hurting. And it doesn't even stop there, because while Imsety is the best consistency tool for Horus decks, it's also consistency for your main engine too, because of its free draw, which means that even in the worst of hands, so long as you have Imsety, you have an extra shot of drawing into a good starter, or even a piece of interaction. When each of these 4 moving parts of Imsety's effect work in tandem, you get to see just why Horus has become one of the best splashable engines in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a consistency tool for both Horus and the rest of the deck, gets itself to the graveyard, and is a way of getting your best graveyard resources to where they need to go. However, if you draw into another one of the Horus monsters without a King Sark, Imsety, or Walls, you might be tempted to call it one of the worst engines instead, as none of the other Horus cards represent a way to get your deck online. And sometimes, the Horus engine is deemed to be so bricky that they'll only play one other Horus monster, and that will usually be Hoppy, Guidance of Horus. Hoppy can summon itself from the graveyard once per turn like any other Horus, but unlike Imsety, it doesn't have any kind of in-hand effect. However, its on-field effect stands leagues above other Horus cards, as if a card leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, you get to target 2 cards that are in either player's graveyard or banishment to shuffle them into the deck, or more commonly, add them to your hand. If you want Horus to open up rank 8 options, you usually need to be playing at least one other Horus monster. And this effect makes Hoppy the one that's usually played, since if your opponent makes the mistake of letting you trigger it, then it can be devastating for them to see you add back spent hand traps, engine pieces, or even the cards that they've just outed, so that they have to deal with it again on another turn. You don't even have to add the card from your banishment or graveyard either, so if your opponent has a particularly powerful graveyard resource that you're worried about, you can use Hoppy's effect to shuffle it back into the deck to make it a non-issue. This means that while it's on the field, dealing with Hoppy before anything else appears almost mandatory, because while your opponent might feel pretty good about clearing away your field, it'll feel a lot worse when you have a dealer's choice of cards to add back. And the same is true of Duamutef, Blessing of Horus, which, like the others, can special summon itself out of the graveyard once per turn if you have a King Sarcophagus, and even has a bonus effect that allows it to gain 1200 attack for every Horus monster you control, which, with Metaphys Horus being an extra deck monster, gives Duamutef a maximum attack of 7200 with all 6 zones field. But you'll generally see them around 4800, 1200 for each of the Horus monsters that bring themselves out of the graveyard, including itself. But no matter what, if you control Duamutef, you'll want to fill up your zones as quickly as possible, as its unique effect that triggers when a card you control leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect allows you to draw cards equal to the number of monsters with different names in your main monster zones. This effect has the potential to be absurd, and if Hoppy didn't exist, Duamutef would likely be the second Horus you play alongside Imsety, because like with Hoppy, if your opponent accidentally triggers it, the potential advantage you could get from drawing even just a couple of cards is absurd, and has the chance to get you to some strong follow-up options or hand traps. On their own, the effects of Imsety, Hoppy, and Duamutef are all individually great, but they feel downright ban-worthy if you get a chance to trigger them all at once to drown in a crazy amount of advantage while dealing with your opponent's cards. And the same is technically true of Qebehsenuef, but it's definitely a lot weaker than the rest. It still sees play after all. Like the others, it's a great way to spam material on the board, and in a bigger package allows for King Sarcophagus to get you access to 2 rank 8s worth of materials rather than just 1. But its unique effect is pretty mediocre, as all it does is make it so that if your opponent outs one of your cards by a card effect, they can't target Horus monsters for attacks or card effects. This effect isn't bad, on the contrary. This kind of protection can actually be pretty crazy, as it can do a lot to ensure your Horus monsters are going to remain on board for your next turn, especially in combination with King Sarcophagus' protection from non-targeting destruction effects. But everything that Qebehsenuef does is pretty redundant. The main benefit of the Horus monsters is their ability to come back every single turn, so it's not really a huge deal if your opponent outs them, since you can just bring them back later. And King Sarcophagus already has a way to protect your monsters from cards with higher attack with its damage type effect. Now, if Qebehsenuef's protection applied permanently, there's an argument that it'd actually be solid, because when combined with King Sarcophagus, it'd make all of your Horus monsters really hard to deal with. But out of all the Horus monsters, its activation condition limits it the most. While they all have this same requirement, if your opponent has an effect that targets your Horus monster that they really need to use for one reason or another, they just use it before you get a chance to use this effect. So Qebehsenuef isn't really as game-altering as the others. But that's exactly why some pilots, for a while, preferred it to Hoppy even in smaller packages. You see, when Rescue Ace was a popular strategy, if they were up against a deck using the Horus engine, then it was pretty common play to steal your opponent's Hoppy from the graveyard before they got a chance to summon it with the effect of Rescue, which cut you off from bringing out a rank 8 and gave your opponent the chance to use Hoppy's busted effect. So to counter this, instead of playing Hoppy, some strategies elected to play Qebehsenuef instead. Specifically because it has the worst effect of the Horus monsters. So after you summon an Imsety, if your opponent is waiting for the opportunity to summon Hoppy from the grave, they'll only be disappointed when you end up sending Qebehsenuef, which is going to be a lot less valuable of a steal. Still, no matter what, Qebehsenuef is a solid enough card to still see play in a larger Horus package that's being splashed into other decks. But the same can't be said for Horus the Black Flame Deity, who's actually quite a bit different from most of the Horus monsters, because it can't summon itself from the graveyard like the others, which makes it a lot less useful if you're planning on using the engine for extra deck plays. Instead, both of Black Flame Deity's effects require that it's in your hand, with its first effect allowing you to reveal it and send a card from your field to the grave to send any card on field to the graveyard, but you must control a Horus monster and King Sarcophagus to activate this effect. While its second effect triggers whenever a Horus monster or King Sarcophagus leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, and lets you special summon it from your hand while sending all monsters other than itself from the field to the graveyard. Both of these effects are actually pretty good removal options, if you get the chance to use them, but neither do anything to facilitate any kind of extension, which is why most decks are using the Horus cards in the first place. And because it's essentially just as much of a brick as the other Horus monsters, since it needs access to King Sarcophagus to be useful, most decks playing Horus as an extra engine will rarely, if ever, consider Black Flame Deity. However, for pure and stun-based strategies intending on having the Horus monsters on field, a Black Flame Deity is a great addition to gradually whittling away an opponent's resources, or wipe away their entire field in one go if they play a bit too recklessly. And it is especially effective when paired with Walls of the Imperial Tomb, as every time you activate the effect of Black Flame Deity, you get to draw a card for free. That's not all it does either. While you control it, Walls treats itself as King Sark, which is a great supplement to the deck that gives you an alternative way of bringing your monsters out of the graveyard without having to control your main spell. Most importantly though, you can use Walls to add any Horus monster from deck to your hand, so long as you're willing to put a card from your hand to the bottom of your deck. If you're playing Walls, then it's generally going to make using cards like Black Flame Deity a lot easier, since you don't need to force 3 copies of it into your deck while hoping you have to set up for it. As instead, you can just play 1 copy and 3 Walls to grab it whenever you need. But more than anything, Walls is an incredible consistency tool that represents 3 more ways to get to Imsety. Now, needing to put a card from your hand to the deck is a big downside and hurts card advantage a lot, especially in a strategy that needs a discard to facilitate its main monsters. So you'll rarely see Walls when Horus is being used as a side engine. But if you're playing a pure variant, then having more ways to get your play started is more than worth it. But no matter what version of Horus you're playing, whether it's pure or as a side engine, you need to be playing King Sarcophagus. King Sark has 2 interesting bonus effects that you need to be aware of, as it protects your Horus monsters from being destroyed by any card effect that doesn't target them. And if your opponent makes the mistake of attacking one of them while you have King Sark up, or you just need to clear away a big beater, Then, on a soft once per turn, you can send the monster your Horus is battling to the graveyard at the start of the damage step, before either player takes any damage or before any monsters are destroyed. These two effects are really nice for increasing the constitution of your monsters. Having King Sark protection is a great help dodge common board breakers, and makes them more annoying to deal with. And it makes every battle with a Horus much more of a threat when they know that they can just send their best beater to the graveyard with a piece of non-targeting, non-destruction removal that can beat almost anything except towers like protection. However, the main part of King Sarcophagus, and why it's so valuable, is its Foolish effect, which requires you to send a card from your hand to the graveyard for cost so that you can send a Horus monster from your deck to the graveyard. The effect is an easy way of putting a Horus monster in grave, and while needing to discard a card can be rough, you're not really losing too much, because the card you discard is getting replaced by a body, and like with Imsety, discarding something other than a Horus or something with a strong graveyard effect turns this cost into something that makes the card even more powerful when played in the right strategy. And notably, this effect doesn't have a hard once per turn, or a hard twice per turn. It doesn't even have the rare hard thrice per turn. In fact, it's currently the only card in the game that has a hard 4 times per turn, allowing you to use this effect to send every Horus with a graveyard revival effect from your deck to the graveyard. So even though you always want to open with Imsety, starting off with King Sarcophagus in hand isn't the worst thing in the world, as it still guarantees you access to each of your engine parts, and in a hand full of good graveyard effects, it can sometimes be the key to unlocking your whole strategy. That just about covers the main Horus cards that see any kind of play, but the deck also has a continuous trap card and Canopic Protector, which will actually set itself if it's sent from the field or hand to the graveyard, synergizing with both Imsety and King Sark, but when it leaves the field again, it'll end up being banished. Still, its effect is interesting, as once per chain, when your opponent activates something, you get to bring out a Horus from either your hand or graveyard, with the only restriction being that you can't use Canopic Protector to summon the same monster twice. This effect has some theoretical applications. It enables you to use your Horus bodies for extract plays in a more pure variant during your first turn, since you can summon them out during your opponent's turn with Canopic Protector to take advantage of their on-field effects, rather than keeping the bodies on field. You can even use it in response to an opponent's removal effect to basically force them to accidentally trigger your Horus monster of choice, so long as you have access to it. And while these are decent advantages, Canopic Protector is another part of the Horus engine that, in order to be used effectively, needs everything else to already be set up to be effective in any capacity, which is pretty unfortunate in an already bricky engine, especially given that it's a wholly unsearchable card. You'd honestly much rather draw into any kind of stun tool or interaction instead. Now, we could end the video here and it would be a solid overview of the modern Horus cards that are seen play, but technically speaking, we've missed a few cards that these cards technically support. Horus's Servant, Horus the Black Flame Dragon level 4, level 6, level 8, and even Dark Horus, which can all take advantage of wall searching them, Canopic Protector summoning them, and even King Sark's effects. Although for the most part, the modern Horus engine isn't really designed to make these older cards more playable. You can definitely use them alongside the modern cards, but it's not going to be that much easier to turbo into Black Flame Dragon level 8, given how slow the level mechanic usually is, and you're likely better off served by any other engine. But at least it's an option that's open for a strategy, and cute that these new sons of Horus can still work with their old man. In every expensive format, it's always a good idea to have a meta-viable budget deck waiting in the wings, and Floowandereeze has proven itself to be as reliable as it is cheap. So here's how the deck works. Floowandereeze is based on the journey of the Arctic terns that are migrating all the way from the North Pole to the Antarctic. But unlike in real life, the journey of these birds usually starts in the UK with the normal summon of Robina. With Robina, you can then travel to either Australia, South America, or the USA. But if you grab Eaglin, you can then resolve Robina and normal summon Eaglin to let you search for M-Pen. Then you can resolve Eaglin and tribute summon M-Pen to the field by banishing both of your birds. From here, you can use M-Pen's effect to search for Dreaming Town, but you'll also want to use Robina's effect of banishment to add itself back to your hand. This gives you M-Pen on the field, which prevents the activation of the effects of all special summoned attack position monsters, a banished Eaglin that can be added to hand later, and a set Dreaming Town with Robina in hand. This seems pretty innocuous at first, but this setup is deceptively strong, because one of the core components of Floowandereeze's playstyle is that it plays on both players' turns. So during your opponent's turn, you activate Dreaming Town, during your main phase normal summon Robina, and uses effect as Chainlink 1 on your banished Eaglin as Chainlink 2 to add itself back to hand. With Robina's effect, you can add just about anything you'd like, but when it resolves, you have the opportunity to normal summon Eaglin again and search for another tribute summon. You could search for M-Pen like before for some extra follow-up, but you can also grab negation, removal, or a way to set your opponent's field. This is some amazing interaction, but the reason why Floowandereeze can apply so much pressure is that due to how recursive its engine is, so long as you succeed in comboing off in turn 1, you get to perform this combo every single turn and drown in card advantage. But let's take a look under the hood to see what makes this deck so recursive. There are 3 main features of the Floowandereeze engine: the little birds, big birds, and back row. With the little birds, you're always playing 3 copies of Robina and 3 copies of Eaglin, since they're your best starters. However, most Floo decks usually only play 1 to 2 copies at most of Toucan and Stree, because while they have pretty great effects and are solid extenders, they can't really combo off on their own and are extremely searchable, so you can just grab them if you need them. Meanwhile, the big birds are the deck's main payoffs that you want to search with Eaglin. You don't want to play too many tribute summons because they're somewhat bricky, but you want to play enough for them to have a wide coverage of interaction. As a result, you'll usually see at least 2 copies of M-Pen because it's a great extender, searcher, and floodgate on your end board. But provided you already have access to it, the deck has a suite of interesting tribute summons. But most commonly, you'll see Apex Avian paired with Ryza the Mega Monarch. You can even play a Snull if you want, but usually it only shows up in very specific formats where Book of Moon-like effects are doing well. However, no matter what, getting to M-Pen is the deck's #1 priority, as its back row search is what enables you to play in your opponent's turn. And you do this by searching Dreaming Town, which you usually only play a single copy since you only want to grab it when you're already playing, and it's pretty easy to recur from the graveyard and banish pile if you need it again. You can also play in your opponent's turn with Magnificent Map, which you have to play at as many copies as the ban list will allow alongside Advent of Adventure, which can search for any other Floowandereeze monster. These are some of your best consistency options that also help you play through hand traps. Alongside this, you'll also play a copy of Unexplored Winds because it's a solid removal of any card your opponent has across the course of your regular combo. So it's a great search if you already have everything else. In fact, most of Floowandereeze's back row is pretty great. The only one that doesn't see as much play is Scary Sea, which you can run in the side deck in certain formats where it could be devastating, but it's not really worth it in the main deck. These 3 different gears of the deck interact with each other in an incredibly profitable way. The back row helps the little birds get to the big birds, and the big birds get to the back row, which you can use to help the little birds and the cycle continue. But let's dig into why these 3 elements manage to interact so well. Every one of the level 1 Floowandereeze monsters have virtually the same effects. A continuous effect that forces them to banish whenever they leave the field via any means, an effect that lets you add them back from banishment to hand whenever you summon a winged beast, and last but not least, an effect that triggers when they're normal summoned to do something unique, and then lets you normal summon a winged beast after. These effects come with one of the harshest restrictions a deck can have, and lock you out of special summons for the entire turn if you use them, which forces Floowandereeze to be almost entirely reliant on its own engine to actually win games. However, despite how oppressive this lock is, Floowandereeze is more than capable of winning through its own merit due to how strong these effects are in tandem, as well as the great payoffs they provide. The banishment effect of these birds, as well as how this interacts with their first effect, is what makes them so recursive, as it means if they leave the field by any means, whether it's your opponent's removal or by tributing them off, they get banished, which gives you an opportunity to add them to hand for later use, ensuring that you always have access to them. But this is helpful for more than just follow-up, because if you banish these birds from the deck via Magnificent Map or Gold Sarcophagus and normal summon any bird, you can use this banishment effect as a way to easily get access to your best starters without needing to open them. That's not even where its utility ends, because as well as getting your combo in, it can even protect itself by giving you the chance to chain block the effects of your normal summon birds, preventing them from being hit with an Ash Blossom. This effect basically makes every one of the small Floo monsters a strong part of the deck, but it's their on-summon effects that make them unique. Robina's effect, for example, lets you add any level 4 or lower winged beast monster from your deck to hand, and then you can normal summon a winged beast. This can get you to a lot of different things. Back when Barrier Statue was legal, you'd see Floo pilots use Robina to search it from the deck and normal summon to floodgate an opponent out of the game. But with Statue gone, the number of generic choices of Robina now boils down to Simorgh Bird of Perfection for extension, and DD Crow for interaction. But that's honestly fine because Robina is usually searching for another one of your Floowandereeze monsters anyways to give access to whatever you need at any given time and continue your chain of normal summons. Searching for Stree, for example, is a great choice if there's a card in either graveyard that you really need banished for one reason or another, because its unique second effect simply lets you target a card in the graveyard and banish it, and then you can normal summon a winged beast monster from your hand. This is some amazing utility to deprive your opponent of their graveyard resources, and can even be used as an interruption with the right timing during your opponent's turn. But you can also use this effect to benefit you, either by clearing your own graveyard so you can activate Dimension Shifter, or by using String in combination with Toucan. Because Toucan's unique effect of Normal Summon lets you target a banished Floowandereeze card, add it to your hand, and then you can Normal Summon a Winged Beast. This effect is pretty solid on its own, since it lets you add back any of your banished resources, and is especially effective on cards that can't recur themselves like Dreaming Town or Impen, which you can use Street to banish and to later add back with Toucan, which is pretty crazy in grinder games. Toucan also pairs excellently with Magnificent Map. As with the Toucan in hand, you can use Map to banish any Floo card from your deck and use Toucan to retrieve it, which can make the card somewhat of a pseudo-searcher for whatever you need. But generally speaking, one of your most valuable searches with Robina will be grabbing Eaglin, because Eaglin's unique effect lets you add any level 7 or higher Winged Beast monster from your deck to hand, and then you can normal summon a Winged Beast monster. This is one of the deck's most important effects, so much so that it's usually the target of hand traps interaction, because if they can negate your Eaglin, then they're stopping you from getting Impen, which stops you from searching Dreaming Town, which cuts off both your ability to interact with your opponent and your follow-up. But if Eaglin does resolve, you have access to a bunch of potent tribute summons to suit every potential situation. More than anything else, you'll be using Eaglin to search for Impen, the end of Floo's migration that gives them a pretty substantial reward for their long journey. While the tribute summon Impen is in the monster zone, your opponent is locked out of using effects of any special summon monsters in attack position. But that's not all. Because once during every battle, if Impen is battling, you can banish a card from your hand to have the attack of the monster it's battling. These effects alone make Impen a bomb of a boss monster, and one that's astonishingly difficult for an opponent to remove from the field. Anything they special summon in attack position is essentially a vanilla monster since they can't use their effects. This can be incredibly oppressive because in the modern era, Link monsters are one of the most easily accessible and versatile extra deck types in the game, and are used for just about everything from board building to board breaking, and they can only ever be summoned in attack mode, which means that Impen alone has the capability to virtually shut down Link-based strategies of removal by itself. And it's not like you can just beat over it either because of its battle trick, which essentially forces your opponent into making a monster with 5400 attack just to crash with an Impen, which by itself is a crazy investment of resources, but is even harder because of Impen's Floodgate. Banishing a card from hand isn't even a big deal either, as Floowandereeze is more than capable of making up that advantage, especially if you banish your little birds, which can just be added back to hand later. So the only real way to deal with an opponent's Impen is with a generic board breaker, or by summoning everything in defense mode to get to your removal effects, which, while very possible, almost guarantees the Floowandereeze pilot is going to survive the turn, which gives them an extra chance at using their follow-up to completely out-advantage and outgun an opponent. And that's all just from Impen existing on the field, because like the smaller birds, Impen has an effect when a tribute summon to let you search for any Floowandereeze back row and then normal summon a monster. But in the case of Impen, you normal summon any monster and not just Winged Beasts. This part of Impen's effect on top of a Floodgate gives it an absurd amount of utility. The fact that this lets you normal summon an extra time is great for extension, because if you have access to a decent chunk of your Floo engine, you can just use this to add yet another tribute summon to your end board, potentially even a second Impen to use the effect a second time, because it has no hard once per turn. Some Floowandereeze strategies even take advantage of the fact that it lets you normal summon anything and incorporate a small Dogmatica package to use Impen to normal summon Ecclesia and search for Dogmatica punishment, although this currently isn't too popular since it isn't that reliable. But of course, the craziest part of this already crazy card is that you get to search out for any one of your amazingly strong back row cards. The card you'll usually grab is Floowandereeze in the Dreaming Town, because it's the main card that lets you play during your opponent's turn, as its on-field effect allows you to, in the main phase, normal summon a level 4 or lower Winged Beast monster. This effect is simple because that's all it needs to be. By the time you search it off of an Impen, you've already guaranteed that you have the setup to properly take advantage of Dreaming Town and go through the entire Floo line to get to one of your tribute summons during your opponent's turn. And because it can be activated at any point during the main phase, you have the choice of when to actually start the combo, allowing you to wait until the most opportune moment for your negate or removal to hit the field. But this effect does more than just provide interaction, even though that part is pretty important. It ensures an absurd amount of follow-up, because you get to search with Robina again and add back banished cards back to your hand for the next turn. This is what's so terrifying about Floowandereeze. Their advantage scales every single turn. If they can combo off on their first turn, they are guaranteed to be able to on your opponent's turn and if they can combo off in your opponent's turn, they're going to be able to do an absurd amount on their turn 3, likely leading them to being able to OTK or set up for yet another turn to allow them to combo off yet again during their opponent's turn by adding back Dreaming Town with Toucan to do it all over again. That's not even where Dreaming Town's utility ends though, as it's pretty unique amongst Floowandereeze cards, because it's the only card in the archetype to have a graveyard effect that lets you banish it when you tribute summon a level 7 or higher monster to set every monster your opponent controls, but this effect is a hard once per turn. This means that so long as Dreaming Town hits the graveyard, even if you go through the Floo combo lines and summon a Wing Beast tribute summon that doesn't have any kind of useful effect, you still have an amazing interaction, because by flipping all of your opponent's cards face down at the right time, you prevent your opponent from being able to use those monsters, either for extra deck plays or for their on-field effects, making it a really crazy piece of bonus interaction. However, if you already have access to Dreaming Town, an alternative search target is Magnificent Map, as it gives you an alternative way of playing on your opponent's turn, since it lets you normal summon a Floowandereeze monster from your hand whenever your opponent normal summons a monster. And this is a pretty great way to get your combo flowing during their turn if your opponent hits a Dreaming Town with a Cosmic Cyclone before the main phase, or if they hand trap your birds on your first attempt to combo. But instead of searching for a map, you'd honestly rather have it in your opening hand, because its first effect is one of Floo's best consistency options, as it allows you to reveal a level 1 Floowandereeze monster in your hand, banish a Floo card with a different name from your deck, and then normal summon the monster you revealed. The reason why this is so crazy is because of the banishment effect of your little birds, which you'll likely trigger after you normal summon with Map, letting you add them back to your hand. This essentially means that Map and any little bird in hand gets you into your main combo, as you can use it to banish Robina or Eaglin, summon the bird you revealed and trigger its effect on Chainlink 1, while adding back your banished bird as Chainlink 2, which will give you the opportunity to normal summon it on a new chain. But even if you have access to Robina already, Map is a great way to start the turn anyways. You don't give up your regular normal summon to use it, so you can save your regular normal for if you get hand trapped as a way to extend. But your opponent might not even have the opportunity to hand trap you, because by using Map, you protect your little birds from being directly responded to, since you can activate your banished birds as Chainlink 2, preventing the likes of an Ash Blossom. Meanwhile, if you want to play around at Infinite Impermanence, Map gives you the same opportunity to beat it, because even if something like an Eaglin is negated, you can use Map in combination with Toucan to banish M-Pen and add it to your hand through Toucan's on summon effect, essentially making it so your opponent's hand traps didn't really do anything to stop you. But another way of beating a card like Imperm is through Floowandereeze and the advent of Adventure, a quick play spell that banishes a Winged Beast from your hand or field for cost so that you can add any Floowandereeze monster or field spell from your deck to your hand, and even gives you a free 500 life because of the lunch that's null packed for you. This is generally an amazing searcher that gets you whatever combo piece you want, including Map with a cost that's really easy to fulfill and works with even your non-Floowandereeze Wing Beasts. But this cost is actually used as a benefit. Having a Floowandereeze monster banished is generally solid for chain blocking, but you can advent in response to Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler to remove the targeted bird from the field before the negation has a chance to apply, letting you get their effects off and continue your chain of normal summons. But again, Advent is a card that you'd rather have in your hand rather than something you'd actively going to search for, but it is at least a good option to have available. Floowandereeze in the Unexplored Winds, however, is a great alternative search for M-Pen if you have everything else set up. Its second effect lets you reveal up to 2 Winged Beasts in your hand, put them at the bottom of your deck, and then draw the same number of cards. This can be somewhat useful for helping you unbrick a bad hand full of tribute summons. But where this effect really shines is in how much it helps your grind game, as not only can you put back some of your duplicate birds you already have access to for some better draws, you can put back your tribute summon so that Eaglin has targets to search and can use its effect. But the best part about Unexplored Winds is its continuous effect, which lets you tribute summon a monster that requires 2 tributes by sending one monster you control and any card your opponent controls to the graveyard, which effectively makes it removable for just about anything, including your opponent's back row, giving the deck an easy way of dealing with floodgates, boss monsters, and even towers-like monsters, so as long as they're not entirely unaffected and only unaffected by activated effects. That just about does it for the back row that you'd usually play and that can be searched with M-Pen. But there is one more Floowandereeze trap card that's rarely ever played and usually only sided, Floowandereeze and the Scary Sea. Its effect isn't terrible. You can only activate it if you control a face-up tribute summon monster and no special summon monsters, and it lets you negate a summon of opponent's monsters like Solemn Judgment would, then you return that monster to the hand, then your opponent is locked out of special summoning for the rest of the turn, but they get a chance to do 3 normal summons this turn rather than 1. This card can basically turn skip against a ton of different strategies, but the reason why it's not really played outside of specific formats is because it's not really something you want to search with M-Pen, because you just have better targets available. And it's not something you want to hard open either, as it only really works if you control a tribute summon monster, which means it's virtually useless if you don't have your setup. But even though Scary C might not seem amazing, the sheer versatility that a card like M-Pen has, and what it can search at all of these targets, makes it without a doubt the best tribute summon can go for on turn 1. But there are still some pretty great alternative options if you already got M-Pen on field, or if you're playing on your opponent's turn. Apex Avian, for example, is just an Omni-Negate, whose only condition is that you return a Mist Valley card to the hand, which can include itself. This effect is generally just quite strong as an added piece to your end board by protecting your combo and M-Pen from common board breakers, or by giving you a chance to negate your opponent's best play, and the condition just means that they contribute summon Avian out again later, or return it to the deck with unexplored wins. While if you need removal, you can instead go for Rise of the Mega Monarch during your opponent's turn. You have to time this effect correctly since it happens when the card is tribute summoned, but it lets you target one card in the field and one card in the graveyard, and return them both to the top of the deck in any order. And if you tribute a wind monster for the summon, you can also target another card in the field and return it to the hand. This is a great effect and one that can deprive your opponent of both their on-field and graveyard resources, letting you put back an opponent's boss monster or combo enabler as well as their best graveyard effect. And because a lot of Floowandereeze monsters happen to be wind, you're likely to get the bonus target too, giving you another way to remove a potential threat. However, you can also use Ryza on your own cards as well, which opens up for some pretty interesting options, such as returning Ryza to the hand so that you can use this effect again on a later turn, or returning a used Dimension Shifter in your graveyard to the top of your deck, so that when Shifter's Banish effect wears off on your turn, you'll top deck Shifter and you'll have a clear graveyard to use Shifter again and keep your opponent locked under its banish. And that's pretty much it for the tribute summons you'll usually play. But you also have another potential interesting options for Eagle and searches depending on the format or the decks you'll face. Snull, for example, isn't usually played, but its interruption is solid even though it's already represented in Dreaming Town's graveyard effect. Still, it's a pretty solid option that's fine to run at 1, especially since its piercing gives you some solid OTK potential. Meanwhile, against backrow focused strategies, you can go for Dark Simorgh, which prevents your opponent from setting any cards, virtually shutting down most trap decks. You can even handlib an opponent in Flu with Earthbound Immortal Vairokocha Raska, although this is fairly gimmicky. These tribute summon payoffs give the deck a great way of turning their advantage into something tangible, but it's each part of the deck working together that makes it as strong as it is, even disregarding all the busted staples that you can use alongside the deck to strengthen it even further. Cards like Shifter and Harpy's Featherstorm absolutely do a ton to help out the strategy, acting as ways to skip an opponent's turn and prevent them from playing. But Flu is more than just these cards. Its engine applies an insane amount of pressure once it gets going, and the interruptions it puts up are genuinely devastating. So it's no wonder that the deck is always on the outskirts of meta contention. You have to be more than just a bird brain to win with the deck. Sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh! It feels like even the most invincible of boss monsters are susceptible to current board breakers and extra deck tools, which is why you might be tempted to give them a new set of armor. So here's how the Armor Xyz engine works. In order to access the Armor Xyz package, all you need to do is summon out any rank 3 or rank 4 in the game. But if you can make a rank 3, it's a good idea to summon out Xyz Armor Torpedo to draw a card for free by detaching 2 materials. Then you can overlay Xyz Armor Fortress on top of Torpedo or any of your rank 3 or 4 Xyz monsters, and use this effect to detach its only material to add a full armored Xyz from your deck to your hand. After that, it's just a simple matter of setting full armor Xyz and passing turn to your opponent. This seems pretty mediocre at first, but by using the on-field effect of full armor Xyz, you can rank up into full armor Dark Knight Lancer during your opponent's turn, which will also put full armored Xyz into your graveyard. Then, whenever your opponent summons out a potential combo piece or even a threatening boss monster, you can use the graveyard effect of full armor Xyz as a quick effect to equip Dark Lancer with an Xyz monster from your field or graveyard. This does a lot all at once. Now your Dark Lancer is going to be gaining a ton of attack points, and will even be protected from destruction once. And if you equip an Xyz Armor Torpedo specifically, it also can't be targeted by card effects and will even prevent your opponent from activating anything during a battle with your Lancer. But by far the most important aspect of this effect is that Dark Knight Lancer gets equipped with something, which gives you the chance to use this effect to attach any one of your opponent's monsters to it as an Xyz material. So by summoning a single rank 3, you get a draw, an untargetable beat stick with a crazy amount of attack points, and a non-targeting, non-destructive form removal for one of your opponent's monsters that you can trigger during your opponent's turn. Now, as an enjoyer of World of Warcraft will tell you, building a whole new set of armor can feel like a big commitment. But that actually isn't the case for the Armored Xyz package, as you can have a pretty effective side engine with just 3 cards. You always want to be playing at least one Dark Knight Lancer since it's the engine's main payoff and the monster you'll probably summon out with the effect of Full Armor XCs. Likewise, Full Armored is also a mandatory card as it's your best way of triggering Dark Knight Lancer during your opponent's turn. As a result, you'll always need at least a copy if you want your engine to be worth it. And last but not least, XC's Armor Fortress is responsible for the engine's consistency since it's easy to bring out, has the perfect rank to overlay Dark Lancer on top of, and even searches for your Armored XC's cards, making it your main way of grabbing Full Armored. For some strategies, these 3 cards will be all you ever need to make this engine deadly, since Armor Fortress can be summoned out on top of any rank 3 or rank 4 monster in the game. However, because Fortress can't be used as a material for an XC summon while it has material, that can sometimes complicate things if you're struggling to get the materials off of your XCs, which is why some decks are willing to slightly expand the package with a couple of other options. One of those choices is the titular spell card of the archetype, Armored XCs. Now, compared to a full armored XCs isn't that great, but it can be worth it at 1 copy as an extra for Fortress to search, which lets you detach 2 materials at once rather than just 1. Alternatively, if you don't want to add more main deck bricks, your deck is particularly fond of making rank 3s, it's a good idea to play a copy of XC's Armor Torpedo in your extra deck because its effect detaches 2 materials, making it so Armor Fortress will only have 1 by the time you summon it, which you can detach to search your trap card. Now that just about does it for the engine that most strategies are willing to play, although you could theoretically play an even more expansive package by including a copy of Full Armored Black Ray Lancer, a copy of Full Armored Crystal Zero Lancer, and even a copy of Full Armor Utopic Ray Lancer. These cards aren't mandatory in more generic engines, but in Shark strategies taking advantage of the Armor engine, each of these extra deck options are perfect additions to the package. The engine doesn't stop there though, as we actually have 2 more Armor cards on the way to the TCG. Armored Shark is a new and interesting search target for Fortress that gives Sharks an alternative way of utilizing the engine, but even if you do play it, its searchability means you only need 1 copy at most. Meanwhile, Reincarnate Unveil Male can be used as replacement for Armored XCs in Shark strategies. Both cards have their uses, but you're only ever going to play one or the other, and Sharks usually prefer Unveil Male. The only piece of the Armored engine that doesn't see any kind of play is XCs and Trust, because while it can grab any card from the archetype, you already have Fortress to grab everything you can need, so it's not worth it unless some really busted armor cards get released. Now let's equip ourselves with some knowledge by looking into how each of these armor pieces slot together. Each of the engine's XC's monsters do a lot of different things, but the common feature between most of them is that they're all really easy to get to the field thanks to their alternative summoning conditions, which allow you to bring them out on top of one another. So in theory, you could go from a rank 3 Armor Torpedo, overlay to a rank 4 Full Armor Black Ray Lancer, summon out the rank 5 Fortress on top, detach a couple of materials, then go for the rank 6 Full Armor Crystal Zero Lancer, and last but not least, you can then summon out the rank 7 Dark Knight Lancer, all without any kind of rank up magic. These alternative summon conditions make the engine run like clockwork, since you get these toolbox options through other XCs so long as they have the appropriate rank. But usually, the end of the chain will always be Full Armor Dark Knight Lancer, and for good reason, as each of its effects are all stellar in their own right. Lancer already stands at an impressive 2800 attack, but grows even stronger with every XC's material and equip card that's on it, allowing its attack to reach well above even the strongest of boss monsters. And its effect to add back a card with XCs in its name from your graveyard gives Lancer some really powerful recursion in decks playing a bigger armored package, or decks tacking in certain options. But it's close to being busted in Sharks, as you can use this effect to add back an XC's Remora, a combo piece that can summon out 2 level 4 fish monsters from your graveyard when summoned by its own condition. So usually in Sharks, you use the effect of Buzzsaw to summon out Remora from your deck to start your combo with a rank 4, and then after summon out Lancer later in the turn, you can add Remora back to your hand to use its mini soul charge and extend even further. But it's Lancer's third effect that really makes it so valuable for a whole host of different strategies. Because on a soft once per turn, if any monster you control becomes equipped with a card, you get to attach a monster your opponent controls to Lancer as an XC's material. This effect is an incredible removal tool when paired with armored XCs, Unveil Male, or any other equipped cards. But it gets even more impressive when it becomes interaction paired with full armored XCs or Armored Shark, which can equip a card to your Lancer as a quick effect. This makes it incredible for dealing with whatever your opponent throws at you, especially because this effect doesn't target and dodges most kinds of protection that a card can have, which makes Lancer a really tricky card to play around, because your opponent won't know what Lancer is stealing when it starts to resolve. And if it does resolve, then they won't get the opportunity to even use their monster as a graveyard resource, as it'll be safely tucked away beneath Lancer. And as a really nice bonus, this effect triggers whenever any of your monsters gets equipped with something, which can be great if you want to use your armored cards to buff your XCs, or if your main engine happens to natively equip cards during both players' turns anyways. Every one of its effects is incredible, but if you had to make Lancer normally, no deck would ever summon it because it requires a huge resource sink of 3 level 7 monsters. But thankfully, its alternative summoning edition gives the card a huge buff, as you can just summon it on top of any of your rank 5 or 6 monsters. And XC's Armor Fortress is without a doubt your best option. You wouldn't think so at first, given that Fortress actually has a restriction on when it can be used as material, since if it has any material of its own, you can't use it for any kind of XC summon, and including the summon of Lancer. Thankfully, Armor Fortress has a way to natively detach materials on an amazing effect that ties the entire engine together, because by detaching up to 2 materials, you get to add any Armor XC's cards from your deck to your hand, up to the number of materials you detach, with the only caveat being the cards you add need to have different names from one another. It even has a bonus effect too while it's treated as an equip card, which doubles any battle damage your opponent takes while the monster it's equipped to battles another monster, which can make it a pretty great OTK option once it's an equip card. But of course, the most amazing aspect of Fortress is that it's an amazing way of bridging into whatever you need from the armored package. And this effect is especially potent due to Fortress's alternative summoning condition, which lets you bring it up by using a rank 3 or rank 4 monster as a material. This makes the armored package effortless to go into. Whether your XC's monster was negated, or you just had a stray rank 3 or 4 body on field, you'll always have Armor Fortress waiting for you in your extra deck as either a plan B option, or as a way to add an extra layer to an already established end board. Now, you do have to keep Armored Fortress's restriction in mind whenever you do this, because if you can't detach enough materials from it, then it can make summoning out Lancer on top a lot more awkward. But creative deck builders have found a ton of really interesting solutions for this that will often change how the package is used in their strategy. Some decks, for example, will just bring out a rank 3 or 4 XC's monster that, at some point during their combo, is guaranteed to have 0 materials. Whether that's an Armored Torpedo in rank 3 decks, or an Infernal Flame Banshee that's been brought back from banishment in a deck like Ascended, which will leave Fortress with only 1 material you can detach to search. Meanwhile, decks like Goblin can natively detach materials from monsters, so even if they end up breaking really badly and drawing all their potential search targets, they can just get rid of those materials when they combo off. And of course, some strategies like Sharks will instead play multiple search targets for Fortress. So, because if you summon out a Bahamut Shark, detach 1 for its effect, and overlay Fortress on top, it'll have 2 materials. This would be an issue if you were only on 1 search target. But if these strategies play 2 potential targets, then they can simply just detach 2 to search them both out. And thankfully, there are 2 great search targets currently released in the TCG, with 2 more really interesting options on their way. But the common feature between every main deck armored card that a Fortress could search is that they all equip cards to monsters in some way. This gives you ample opportunities to trigger the removal effects of Dark Knight Lancer, while also letting you take advantage of the powerful equip card effects like Fortress and Torpedo have. And these cards all do this in fun and different ways. But the best of the bunch is definitely full armored XCs. With full armored XCs, you can banish it from your graveyard to equip an XC's monster on your side of the field with another XC's monster that's on side of your field or in your graveyard, turning it into an equipped spell. And the effects that this new equipped spell gains from the full armored are pretty notable too. Firstly, it'll cause the equipped monster to gain attack equal to the attack of the monster equipped to it. And secondly, if the equipped XCs would be destroyed, you can destroy the equipped card instead. These are great for keeping your favorite XCs around. The destruction substitution can ensure the survivability of your XCs against common pops and board breakers, and the attack gain provided is more than substantial. Even equipping a monster with low attack to your Dark Knight Lancer gives you the chance to reach over 4,000 attack, making it so all but the strongest of beat sticks in the game are gonna be able to beat over it, all the while making OTKing a lot easier on the next turn, especially if you happen to have equipped Armored Fortress. But even without these effects, full armored XCs would still be an astounding tool since its effect to equip is natively a quick effect due to being a trap card. This is amazing for a number of reasons. It allows you to save your monsters from destruction by chaining full armored in response to a pop, or you could surprise an opponent during the battle phase by massively increasing the attack of your XCs at the last moment. But more than anything, the most important part of full armored is that it equips at quick effect speed, which can trigger Dark Knight Lancer's removal effect during either player's turn, making it a real piece of interaction. Without this being a quick effect, you'd have to jump through a lot of hoops to equip a card to one of your monsters during your opponent's turn, which would have made this engine a lot more awkward. Thankfully though, with full armored, all you have to do is get it to the graveyard in some way. And that's a simple matter due to full armored's on-field effect. All it does is allow you to Xyz summon a monster, with the only condition being that you already need to control an Xyz monster to activate it. And it just so happens that Dark Knight Lancer's alternative summon condition is also treated as an Xyz summon. So, to get full armored into your graveyard, you need to have activated while you can Xyz summon a monster. Usually this means the deck using the engine will end on Armored Fortress, so they can Xyz summon Lancer with full armored and get it to the graveyard. But that's not the extent of what full armored can be used for, as you could just summon out Lancer during your own turn, and then use an Xyz summon something else during your opponent's turn. For some decks, such as Goblin, it's not uncommon to see Lancer summon during their turn, so that on your opponent's turn, they can summon out 2 level 3s using the quick effect as an overlay for an extra piece of interaction, and in some cases, you could potentially summon out either a Zeus or a Typhon during your opponent's turn, so long as their conditions have been met, which can be game warping if your opponent doesn't see it coming. All of this combined makes full armored unquestionably the most useful target you can grab from a Fortress card. And if you're planning on playing the engine, it's the one that you usually need to include more than anything else. But if you're planning on playing multiple targets for Fortress, then at the moment your only other option is Armored Xyz. Much like Full Armored's Graveyard effect, Armored Xyz effects lets you equip a monster you control with an Xyz, but with a few key differences. You can use Armored on any Xyz monster, not just an Xyz, but you can only equip it with an Xyz from the graveyard, and the effects that regular Armored gives that's equipped are a lot different from the ones Full Armored gives. Instead of increasing attack, Armored Xyz changes the attack to the attack of the equipped card. So if you equip an Armored Torpedo to a Lancer, its attack will become 2500. Not only that, but the attribute on your field of the monster will become the equipped card's original attribute, and last but not least, if that monster attacks, you can send its equipped card to the graveyard so it can make a second attack. Now in comparison to its trap card counterpart, Armored Xyz equip is definitely a lot worse since it's not a quick effect, so you'll only be able to use its trigger on a Dark Knight Lancer during the main phase of your turn if you're using it. And by all means, it's still a solid path to Lancer's effect, but it's a lot less valuable since it doesn't represent kind of disruption that Full Armor does. Although if you need to play Armored Xyz in order to ensure you can detach 2 from Fortress, it at least makes for an excellent OTK enabler. You can increase the attack of one of your smaller monsters so that you can get some more damage in by using a spent Xyz. Or alternatively, you could just equip it to your highest attack monster. Its attack might be lowered for its first attack, but when you use the equip spell's third effect, the equipped card gets sent to the graveyard so your monster's attack will return to normal, allowing you to get in for likely more than lethal damage on your second time around. And unlike Full Armored, Armored doesn't banish itself from the grave to use its effect, so you can recycle it pretty easily with Lancer's effect to use it multiple times over the course of a duel. Although for the most part, Armored Xyz definitely isn't the best card in the engine, but it is at least strong enough to be a decent secondary search. Although with the recent release of Reincarnate Unveil Mail, you might be tempted to play it above Armored Xyz instead in certain strategies. Unveil Mail isn't necessarily an immediate upgrade to Armored Xyz. Like Armored, it also isn't really a disruption, and its main use is in helping potential OTKs with its second effect that allows you to Xyz summon a Water Xyz if the equipped monster battles, which can let you go on from a Fortress to a Lancer during the battle phase, representing at over 5,000 life point damage combined. But Unveil Mail has a slight edge over Armored Xyz because it provides a better layer of protection to an Xyz monster it's equipped to by giving it an effect that prevents it from being destroyed by battle, which can give you the chance to protect your most important monsters from being beaten over. Mail even recurs itself every turn too, because during the end phase of the turn that it was sent to the graveyard, you can equip it to an Xyz you control. This can theoretically help you trigger a Dark Knight Lancer during your opponent's turn, but it's definitely a lot more limited than a Full Armored. Unveil Mail definitely isn't revolutionizing how the Armored engine is going to be used, but it's a nice alternative option that does something slightly different, and more options are always welcome. Armored Shark, however, is more limited in its use. Its on-field effect lets you send a Water Xyz from your deck to the graveyard so that you can summon out a fish monster in your grave with the same level as the rank of the Xyz monster you sent, which theoretically can make it a decent way to extend by using your graveyard resources. And its graveyard effect is just as solid. As a quick effect speed, you get to equip it to a Water Xyz monster you control, and it'll grant it a free bonus 500 attack. But the main issue with Armored Shark is that it's a lot more difficult to use compared to a card like Full Armored. It doesn't have a way to summon itself to the field, and isn't really something you want to spend your normal summon on. Even in something like Sharks, since they'd much rather start the turn by bringing out a Buzzsaw, especially because Armored is a level 3 with no way to level modulate, which goes against the rank 4 focus of Sharks. And because it's hard to get on field, it's also hard to get to the graveyard, and you have to jump through a couple of hoops to discard with the likes of Fishborg Harpooner if you want to use it as an alternative to full Armored. Still, no matter your preferences, each of these Armored cards existing increases the strength of Fortress by widening its versatility by giving you the choice between a number of different options depending on both your deck list and what you need in any given situation. And the same is also technically true of a card like Xyz Entrust, a normal spell that lets you search for an Armored Xyz card, much like Fortress, but it also comes with a couple of bonus effects to differentiate it. After adding with Entrust, you can make all monsters you control become either level 3 or 5 for the rest of the turn. And it even has a graveyard effect that can special summon one of your Xyz monsters that's being treated like an equip card on a different turn to being sent to the graveyard. Unfortunately, however, it just isn't a reliable card. You see, while each of the Armored cards we're talking about all have their niche to fill, most decks usually don't play a density of them, since they're cards that you'd only want to have in hand after you've already got the engine necessary to use them. When you search with Fortress, you already have a rank 5 for Dark Knight Lancer to rank up on, and you'll likely have an Xyz Engrave ready to be attached. So no matter what, you're gonna get some value when you add. However, with Entrust, you're not guaranteed that same setup when you activate it, which makes it so that most of the Armored cards you could add aren't really doing much unless you're already comboing off anyways. And while its bonus effects are cute, they don't do enough to justify running the card when you already have a great bridge to the engine waiting in your extra deck that's incredibly easy to access. But if you're looking for an Xyz to make summoning Fortress even easier, Xyz Armor Torpedo is a great choice. Torpedo's a rank 3 that can be made with any 2 level 3 monsters, and is currently the armor card with the lowest rank out of all of them, so it doesn't have any kind of alternative summoning addition, and its effect as a monster is simple but strong. It can't attack if it has no materials, but if it has 2 materials, you can detach both of them to draw a card. Now, this effect is basic because that's all it needs to be. Getting a draw is a great bonus that can net you some free card advantage. But the most important part about Torpedo is that it detaches too, leaving it with 0 materials. So by the time you summon Fortress on top, the only material it'll have will be Torpedo. This enables you to just play 1 Armored card in your main deck, since you'll only need to detach 1 from Fortress so it can be used as a material, which makes it a great way of utilizing the Armored engine without forcing yourself to play too many bricks. And that's not where Torpedo's utility ends either, because as an equipped spell, it also applies 2 different effects no matter what it's equipped by. With it equipped, your opponent won't be able to activate cards if the equipped monster battles, and it'll also negate your opponent's monsters during that same battle. Meanwhile, its second effect prevents your opponent from targeting your Xyz with any kind of card effect. These are some really nice extras to have, and make the Xyz monster Torpedo's equipped too even more difficult to deal with. Because while a Lancer equipped with a Torpedo via full Armored isn't quite a full Towers, having a monster with over 5,000 attack that can't be targeted by card effects will negate your opponent's monsters that it battles, and will even protect it from destruction once is close enough. Despite this, Armor Torpedo definitely isn't a mandatory inclusion, since you have a lot of different options to bring a Fortress out on top. But if you're playing a strategy that can commit to rank 3s, it's more than worth playing as a way to start off your plays. Now, in terms of the main Armor line, we've covered the cards that most decks are generally willing to play to enable the package. But there are other full armors that, in specific strategies, can be played to enable an even more expansive package. Full Armored Black Ray Lancer, Full Armored Crystal Zero Lancer, and Full Armored Utopic Ray Lancer are all Xyz with individually okay effects, but can be invaluable due to their ability to rank up on an appropriate monster. For Black Ray Lancer, you could absolutely summon it on top of an Xyz Armor Torpedo if you wanted to search for 2 on Fortress while drawing a card with Torpedo. But more commonly, you'll see Black Ray Lancer used in Sharks as an easy rank 4 you can throw down on a rank 3 summoned by Bahamut to enable a Utopic Draco Future. Likewise, you'll see Full Armored Crystal Zero Lancer in Sharks specifically because you can summon it on top of an Xyz Armor Fortress and then put a Dark Knight Lancer on top of it so it'll have 2 materials. This is really important because if you start on your turn with a Buzzsaw bringing out Remora from your deck, you'll need at least 2 materials on an Xyz monster you control to detach from Remora after adding it back with Lancer's effect, which Crystal Zero ensures, giving you the chance to extend even further. And last but not least, a Full Armored Utopic Ray Lancer can be summoned on top of any rank 4 lower monster you control if you discard a spell or trap card. And this is powerful because Sharks summon out Dark Knight Lancer during their own turn, so it can be somewhat difficult to get full armor to the graveyard. However, Utopic Ray Lancer can get it there in 2 different ways. You can either use full armor to Xyz summon a Utopic Ray on top of a spent Xyz during your opponent's turn to ensure your Lancer is online, or you can summon it on your own turn by pitching it for its summon. Overall though, the Armored Engine sets a great example for engines of the modern era. It's clearly at its strongest when played within Sharks, the deck that it was meant for, but has its place in several different strategies and gives a boost to all kinds of different decks that are willing to play a brick or two to enable it. So if you haven't yet, it's worth playing out the engine in your favorite rogue deck, as it might just end up being the Knight in Shining Armor that saves your strategy from table 500. Yu-Gi-Oh players might not be able to read, but these monsters definitely do, and prove that knowledge really is power. So here's how Libromancers work. Each of the Libromancers have their own favorite kind of story. Libromancer Mimigul adores fairy tales. Libromancer Agent is a fan of mysteries, and Geek Boy is obsessed with superheroes. And through their passion and powerful imaginations, they're capable of manifesting themselves as the protagonists from their books, turning them into their ritual counterparts. Geek Boy's imagination, however, might just be the strongest, because he was capable of manifesting Libromancer Fire to the real world, a fact that's actually somewhat important for the Libromancer combo. Because with Geek Boy and any ritual monster in the game, you can reveal that monster to special summon as a would-be hero from your hand, and then use his effect to search for a Libromancer origin story. You can then activate Origin Story to set first appearance from your deck, and then, just like in the lore, you can use first appearance to manifest Libromancer Fire directly to your hand. By revealing the same ritual monster you showed earlier with Geek Boy, you can special summon Fire from your hand and use his effect to search out for Libromancer Doombroker. Then we can use the other effect of first appearance to bring Doombroker to the field by tributing off 6 or more levels. You can use Geek Boy and Fire to do this, since combined they reach level 7. But if the other ritual monster you have in hand is level 6 or higher, you can tribute it instead so that you can later link off Fire and Geek Boy on field into IP Masquerena. After that, all you have to do is use Doombroker's effect to set Libromancer Intervention from your deck. So, with just one Geek Boy and a random ritual monster, you set up IP Masquerena to summon SP Little Knight or Nightmare Unicorn during your opponent's turn, and an Omni Negate with Libromancer Intervention that also guarantees free follow-up, all without a normal summon. But now let's turn the page to the deck's ratios to get a better understanding of the whole story. The Libromancers that you can play often differ from the way that you're playing the strategy, as there are a number of different variants of the deck that can make certain Libromancers stronger or weaker depending on the build. But one thing's for certain, you never want to separate Geek Boy from Fire, since they both act as the deck's best searchers and can give you access to almost any card in the strategy, which is why most decks considering Libromancers usually run both at 3 copies. Getting access to first appearance in some way is also incredibly important, as it's the deck's main way of ritual summoning. So if you really value consistency, you can play both it as well as Libromancer Origin Story at 3 copies. Although you can consider playing fewer copies of both because they're so searchable via Geek Boy, and having too many ways of getting to your field spell can make some hands awkward, especially if you're already running 3 copies of Emergency Teleport to get even more access to Geek Boy. Which is why some pilots consider 2 copies of First Appearance and 1 copy of Origin Story a great balance of consistency and follow-up. Speaking of follow-up, Libromancer Agent is one of your best tools for this. But because he doesn't really do anything unless you already have set up, you don't want to max him out. Still, he's worth playing at 1 or 2 copies just because he makes the strategy that recursive. And Agent's particular level also makes him a great search target if you need the material to summon the most critical ritual monster in the strategy, Libromancer Doombroker, which can theoretically play at anywhere from 1 to 3 copies. If you need a greater density of ritual monsters, you can definitely max out on him. But because he's so accessible with First Appearance and Fire and any other generic ritual searchers, you really only need 1. Either way, he's the ritual monster that you'll be summoning the most, as with the fact you can set any of the 3 Libromancer traps from your deck. The best one is Libromancer Intervention, which for a while was the only Libromancer trap that was played and only at 1 copy. But with the introduction of Origin Story, Libromancer pilots usually play a copy of Libromancer Displaced alongside it. You can also try a copy of Libromancer Prevented, but usually Intervention and Displaced will be enough to win a duel. Getting to these trap cards makes summoning Doombroker your #1 priority, but the other ritual monsters still have utility, although they see a lot less play. Libromancer Mimigul, for example, is a solid ritual that you can play at 1 copy, especially if you plan on playing a copy of Libromancer Mimigul too, as special summoning Mimigul during your opponent's turn with Mimigul's effect is a good extra interruption. And of course, our main protagonists have really interesting ritual forms as well that you can play at 1 copy each. Libromancer Firestarter is one of the weaker rituals of the deck, but has some real strength in how searchable he is due to being a level 3 Cyberse. Likewise, Fireburst being Cyberse gives it some utility in the same kind of strategies. but it also has a good home in pure Libromancer decks too, as he's a great way of OTKing an opponent. If you happen to be playing both of these ritual monsters, you can also try going for a completely buffed Fireburst with a copy of Libromancer Bonded in your deck. And while this usually isn't worth it, a copy of Bonded has some genuine use cases, as it being a ritual spell means it's a way of ritual summoning that you can grab with more generic options, which can be helpful if you don't have a way to first appearance. The last Libromancer card that you could be playing as part of your engine is Libromancer Realized, but it's a card that most Libro pilots will just skip out on. However, you can still play it in one copy solely because it's easy to search and can provide for free ritual fodder. Now that we've gotten through the Spark Notes, let's do some real literary analysis to understand what these authors are intending for us to do, and how we can make our own interpretations of the strategy. Each of the non-ritual monsters have 2 effects on a hard once per turn. A second effect that's unique to each of them and gives them their own specialty, and a first effect that they all share that allows you to reveal ritual monsters in your hand to special summon them to your field. And thankfully, you can just keep revealing the same ritual monster each time you use this shared effect. So provided you have access to any ritual monster in the game, spamming the board with their Libromancers is surprisingly easy. So that, even without their powerful secondary effects, every Libro monster is an individually strong extender that you can use for extra deck plays. And because none of them have any kind of lock other than the token summoned from Libromancer Realize, you can use them for just about anything, from links and XCs to even synchros and fusions, which makes this ritual-focused strategy a lot more versatile. But of course, it's their second effect that makes these monsters genre-defining. Geek Boy is a great example of this. His general stat line is noteworthy, as being a level 3 makes it really easy to synchro summon a Herald of the Arc Light with any level 1 tuner, and being a low-level Psychic also means you can use Emergency Teleport to special him directly from the deck. But the best part about Geek Boy is his Search effect, which triggers whenever he's special summoned by any means, and allows you to add any Libromancer spell card from your deck to your hand. Now, like any Stratos, Geek Boy is only as good as the cards he can search, and he has 4 potential targets, but it's getting to one card in particular that makes it so vital: Libromancer First Appearance. Despite being a field spell, you can use First Appearance as you would any ritual spell, as it allows you to summon any Libromancer ritual from your hand by attributing monsters whose levels equal or exceed the level of the monster you're trying to summon. If this was the only effect on it, it would still be a pretty great way of ritual summoning your Libro monsters compared to the other ritual spells, because while you can only ever activate 1 copy of First Appearance per turn, you can actually use this effect to ritual summon as many times as you like, since because it's a field spell, it remains on field. So as long as you have a Libromancer to summon, and the fodder to tribute for it, you can use 1 First Appearance to bring out every archetypal ritual monster to the field in a single turn. But the part that makes First Appearance read like poetry is its Search effect, which on activation lets you grab a Libromancer monster from your deck that has a different name to the cards you control. This means that First Appearance isn't just a ritual spell. It also represents any part of your engine that you're missing. If you're in desperate need for a ritual monster to reveal or summon, then First Appearance can grab you any of your Libro ones. While if you really need access to your Libro combo pieces or free fodder, it can get you there instead. Either way, it's always going to represent 2/3 of the necessary pieces required for a ritual summon all by itself. Essentially, First Appearance is an all-rounder of a card, and is one of the key bridges between the deck's ritual and non-ritual components that allow for them to synergize so smoothly with its Search effect. While its ritual effect is downright necessary for allowing the deck to function, so getting to it is one of your most important goals. Which is also why Origin Story is an equally strong piece of support for the strategy. You can only activate 1 Origin Story per turn, but on activation, you can set any Libromancer spell or trap card directly from your deck, which gives you another great path to accessing First Appearance, and is generally the preferred search for Geek Boy in modern Libro strategies because of its bonus effect, which further strengthens your ritual monsters by boosting their attack by their levels times 100, and even lets you pop your opponent's back row once per turn when you ritual summon. However, if you already have access to your field spell, Origin Story is still a great card to grab because it can be used to access any of the deck's other archetypal back row options, from the likes of Libromancer Bonded and Realized to the deck's trap card lineup. This enables a lot, because if you already have setup, then you can just use Origin Story to set your best interaction from deck. And when paired with Libromancer Doombroker, allows the deck to end on 2 of its archetypal trap cards, rather than just the one you'd set with Doombroker. And it's Origin Story and First Appearance that allow for Geek Boy to be one of the deck's strongest starters. You see, Geek Boy's unique effect technically reads that he can only search for Libromancer spell cards. But in actuality, you can use Geek Boy to search for monsters by grabbing Origin Story for First Appearance, or you can use Geek Boy to bridge into your trap cards instead, by using your search origin story to set your favorite interruption. As a result, Geek Boy is without a doubt one of the deck's best starters, as he has omniversal access to any part of your deck that you could need through these two spell cards. However, Origin and First Appearance aren't the only potential options, as Geek Boy has two other niche targets. One of these is Libromancer Bonded, the deck's other way of ritual summoning that's actually a ritual spell, and its effect is pretty simple, as it allows you to perform a ritual summon of a Libromancer by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose levels equal or exceed the level of the ritual that you're trying to summon, and that's just about it. The only real benefit of the card is that if you happen to summon Fireburst specifically by using an on-field fire starter as material, that Fireburst can't be destroyed or banished by card effects. This bonus effect of Bonded is a little bit gimmicky. It's definitely possible and even quite feasible that you can pull it off, but going forward can make it harder to end on your other ritual monsters or interactions, and while a fully buffed Fireburst can be hard to out, most competent strategies are gonna have a way to deal with it anyway, especially if it's not backed up with any other interruption. And as a ritual spell, it plays second fiddle to the much stronger First Appearance, so often Bonded doesn't see much play. But it still has its uses because of how easy it is to grab. But it's not Geek Boy that's searching it. You see, more generic ritual options like Diviner the Herald, Manju, and even Pre-Preparation of Rites work really nicely with Libromancers, since they give you extra ways of finding ritual monsters to reveal. However, they can't find a way to get you to First Appearance to bring them out, because while it is a spell that ritual summons, it's not a ritual spell. So some hands might be gummed up with a bunch of useless rituals. Unless you play a copy of Libromancer Bonded, which, because it's specifically a ritual spell, can be searched by all manner of generic options, and can be the reason that a hand goes from unplayable to being pretty solid. The last target for Geek Boy, and the worst of the bunch, is Libromancer Realized. The idea behind this card is at least neat, because by revealing a Libromancer ritual monster in your hand, you get to summon a token to your field with the same level as that ritual monster. You can only use this effect once per turn, but because it's a continuous spell, Realize can theoretically provide you with free ritual fodder every turn, helping you to apply more pressure to your opponent without giving up the resources necessary for a ritual summon. However, that's just about the only thing that you can use this token for, because while you control it, the only monster you can special summon are Libromancer monsters. This is a necessary restriction, but one that prevents this token from being able to be used for any kind of interesting link or synchro plays. And while the body it summons is guaranteed to have enough levels to facilitate your ritual monster, it's just a vanilla body. It's not even an amazing Geek Boy search target either, as if you need free fodder to summon out your ritual bodies, you can already do that pretty easily by grabbing First Appearance. Because of Geek Boy being able to grab it, it can still be an okay card to run. But in general, you'd be better served by playing monsters that can gain value from being tributed to make up for the lost advantage, like Cyber Angel Benten, who also serves as a great ritual monster to reveal. Now, Geek Boy and the spells he can search aren't the only keys to Libromancers, as Libromancer Fire is just as amazing of a searcher. Even just as a generic body, Fire is a great extender. Being a level 4 makes him amazing to pair with either Diviner the Herald that becomes level 6 to make a level 10 synchro, or with a level 4 monster like Manju so that you can gain access to rank 4s. Meanwhile, his Cyber's typing opens up a pool of Cyber's focus options that this strategy wouldn't have access to otherwise. But Fire shines even further with his search effect, letting you grab any Libromancer monster you could need except another copy of itself. Like with First Appearance, this effect is great for unlocking any part of your deck that you don't have access to, and work well together as they can grab two different parts of what you need. One can grab a ritual monster, while the other can grab the materials for its tribute. They even feed into each other flawlessly, because if you don't have First Appearance, Fire can search Geek Boy, which you can use to grab your field spell, while if you don't have Fire, First Appearance can just search for a copy of it, which can then be used to grab whatever else you need. Having these two search effects can actually make it somewhat difficult to hand trap Libromancers effectively. Your opponent might spend an Ash on your First Appearance, only to be surprised by Libromancer Fire. Or a straight Imperm might interrupt Fire, but that's okay if you have First Appearance in hand. Either way, sometimes they can feel like you weren't even interacted with at all. Now, of course, having Fire and First Appearance as extra ways to your ritual payoffs and to each other makes for an impressive feedback loop. But if you already have what you need, you still have some amazing potential targets for both. And one of the best targets is Libromancer Agent. Agent has the same summoning effect as every other non-ritual Libro, and his nature as a body is really interesting, as out of all of the non-ritual Libromancers, he's the one with the highest level, which can make him one of the best search targets if you really need tribute fodder. But his warrior typing has also been important in the past, as summoning an agent used to be a way to get one half of your way to an Isolde, an incredibly powerful link option for warrior-based strategies, and that made agent especially powerful in Libromancer Mikanko strategies. Although no matter the variant, agent's unique effect provides some really interesting recursion, as you can use it to target a Libromancer card in the grave, other than a copy of agent, and add it to your hand, with the only downside being that if you add a spell or trap card, you have to place one card in your hand to the bottom of your deck, giving the deck an impressive grind game. Now, having an extra downside to this effect if you grab a backrow is pretty unfortunate given the power contained within Libromancer's spell and trap cards. Fortunately, however, Agent's ritual form, Doombrooker, synergizes with this effect perfectly. As you add back a spent Libromancer trap card, you can put the same trap to the bottom of the deck to be later set with Doombroker's effect, meaning that you don't actually lose out on much value. You could also grab a Libromancer Mimigul. Like the others, Mimigul can summon herself from your hand by revealing any ritual monster, which gives her some great uses as a body for extra deck plays. Like Fire, being a level 4 means you can use Mimigul as a great way to access rank 4s more easily, and her spellcaster typing makes her a super link climbing tool for something like a Selene. However, out of all the non-ritual Libromancer monsters, Mimigul's effect is the worst of the bunch, as unlike Agent, Fire, and Geek Boy, who all net you advantage, Mimigul's effect only allows you to perform ritual summons of a Libromancer monster during your opponent's turn. In theory, this effect has the potential to be great, but the only good target for Mimigul to bring out during your opponent's turn is Misty Girl, which, while a great piece of interaction on its own, is a little low on the priority list compared to getting your trap card set up. Now that just about does it for the deck's non-ritual effect monsters, so let's dig into each of their ritual payoffs. Each of the Libromancer rituals also share similar attributes with one another. They can each be special summoned by using a Libromancer card, but their main theme is that they gain extra effects so long as at least one of its materials was used on field. Now, it's pretty easy to do given that every non-ritual has a built-in effect to bring itself to the field, which is great news as these effects can be quite consequential. And nowhere is that more important than Libromancer Firestarter. You see, on his own, Firestarter is just a beat stick that gains 200 attack and defense each time your opponent activates a card or effect, while it has less than 3000 attack. But if you use an on-field material for Firestarter summon, it can't be destroyed or banished by card effects, which can make it a pretty difficult card for some strategies to deal with, especially if he's been on field long enough to reach 3000 attack. However, generally speaking, Firestarter is the worst of the Libro rituals, as in the modern era, just sitting behind a towers-like monster, especially one as specific as Firestarter, isn't really that intimidating of an end board. But thankfully, Firestarter's strengths aren't located in its effect text, it's in its typing and name. Just like Libromancer Fire, Firestarter is a low-level Cyberse monster that opens up a wide array of potential link options, but can also strengthen different card choices. For example, you might be playing Signet Mining as extra ways to get Libromancer Fire, but if you already have access to Fire, then mining still holds a solid use in being able to grab a ritual that you can then reveal. Or if you're playing an even heavier Cyberse package focused on the likes of Cyberse Witch, Signet Ritual, and Cyberse Sage, then a copy of Firestarter can make for a great alternative search target with Witch's effect. And of course, if you're planning on playing Libromancer to turbo out Fire Burst with a copy of Bonded, you'll need a Firestarter to make him unable to be destroyed or banished by card effects, because Fire Burst doesn't have the same protection on its own. Instead, if you use a monster on field as material for its summon, it can't be destroyed by battle, and any battle damage your opponent takes is doubled. This is already a pretty amazing OTK enabler, but gets even stronger when paired with its native effect that allows it to make up to 2 attacks on monsters each battle phase, and can even gain 200 attack each time any attack is declared by banishing a Libromancer ritual monster from your graveyard. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about how gimmicky trying to go for a bonded buff Fire Burst is, and the reason why is because if you have to spend your Geek Boy search on a way to bonded, your first appearance search on a Firestarter, and your Fire search on a Fire Burst, then it's really hard to back up that Fire Burst towers with any more threatening piece of interaction. Still, Fire Burst still has its uses, as a single attack from one is capable of doing 5,600 points of damage on an open field, and the fact that it can attack 2 of your opponent's monsters, and it can be buffed by the likes of Origin Story and its own effect, means it's capable of doing even more damage. Especially if you pair it with Libromancer Misty Girl, whose native effect is that whenever she's special summoned, you can target a monster your opponent controls to negate its effects and reduce its attack to 0. And if you use an on-field material for her summon, your opponent can't use their monster effects to target ritual monsters you control. But even outside of Fire Burst OTKs, Misty Girl is a great toolbox option to have around. If you're playing Mimigul or even Dynamondo, then you can turn the on-summon effect into an interruption by special summoning out during your opponent's turn. But the cherry on top for Misty Girl is that she happens to be a light fairy monster. So while a Fire Starter and Fire Burst would be rituals preferred for a Cyber's build of Libro, Misty Girl synergizes really well Libro strategies aiming to take advantage of more generic ritual tools, since you can search for her the effect of Cyber Angel Ben 10. But by far, the best ritual monster in the archetype is Libromancer Doombroker. If Doombroker inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you get to target a face-up monster they control and shuffle it into the deck, which is an amazing tool for clearing away your opponent's field, but is especially strong when Doombroker is summoned using an on-field monster, as he's then able to attack directly, allowing you to deal with monsters that he'd struggle to beat over. These effects are great, but they're just the cherry on top of Broker's main effect, which allows you to set any Libromancer trap card directly from your deck. This is a simple but powerful effect because it gives you access to one of 3 different interactions that you can choose from depending on the format and situation you're in. For example, if you're worried about your opponent summoning a specific extra deck monster, you can set a Libromancer Prevent It, which you can use to target a face-up monster your opponent controls to literally prevent it from being able to be used as material for an extra deck play. The only downside of first appearance is that, during the end phase, if you don't have a Libromancer ritual on field, you have to send it to the graveyard. Prevented absolutely has its uses, and against the right strategy, it can sometimes put a stop to an opponent's entire turn. But between the 3 possible trap interactions you could have, it's definitely the worst, as your opponent still gets to use the effects of the monster and keep the body for any kind of send, tribute, or cost that they would want, which is why Prevented usually isn't a deck list, especially because it's outclassed by Libromancer Displaced. With Displaced, you get to take control of a monster your opponent controls by returning any Libromancer you control to the hand. The best part is that there's no real downside to it either, because your opponent doesn't get their monster back to the field. It'll either be returned to the hand during the end phase if you return a regular Libro monster, or if you returned a ritual monster, you get to keep their monster permanently. And unlike a lot of other mind control trap cards, there's no restriction on what you can use that monster for. You could tribute it off for its levels, attack, use it for an extra deck play, or even use its effects, so if your opponent brings out something like a Kashtira or Fenrir, you can turn their board-breaking tool into an extra piece for interaction they have to play through. And last, but certainly not least, is Libromancer Intervention. Out of the 3 trap cards you could set, it's technically the hardest to activate, as you must control a Libromancer ritual monster to use it. But it's more than worth it because Intervention can be used to negate the effect of any card or effect your opponent activates by returning a ritual monster you control to the hand. Having an accessible archetypal Omni-Negate like this is more than any deck could ask for. As with full setup, you can just negate your opponent's best starter, breakers, or extra deck tools with ease. But this isn't just a negate. It's a follow-up tool, as when you negate an effective intervention, you get the chance to special summon out any Libromancer monster from your graveyard. And if you manage to get a Doombroker on field to set an intervention, you'll likely have more than your fair share of options, from a potential Magic Girl or Misty Girl that you can use as interaction, or a Libromancer Fire or a Geek Boy whose effects will trigger when they're summoned to allow you to search during your opponent's turn, allowing you to drown potential options while your opponent is forced to realize that this is likely going to be how their story ends. But as a whole, Libromancer is a really fun and unique ritual strategy, and one that's capable of generating a ton of advantage in Engine, easily threatening lethal lines, and even has some near busted interactions. There are definitely things holding the deck back. It can feel awful if you have a handful of ritual monsters that don't do anything, but at the same time, drawing no way to a ritual essentially means that your Libromancers are dead in hand. So it's all about trying to find the right balance between these 2 factors. Although thankfully, there are a lot of different versions of Libromancers that solve this issue in their own interesting ways. You just have to see where your hero's journey is going to take you. These VTubers might not be signed to work on with Glitch Stars yet, but thankfully their current contracts are pretty lenient when it comes to collaborations. So here's how the Live Twin engine works. The Live Twins are a VTubing duo made up of Live Twin Qebehsenuef and Live Twin Lila, who are successful online personalities in the S-Force world, alongside the likes of the M-Warriors, and their main rivals, Trouble Sunny. This isn't meant to be a video exposing them, but recently there have been rumors circulating that behind the screen, these content creators are, allegedly, the infamous Phantom Thieves known as the Evil Twins, cat burglars hired by international organizations to retrieve and steal certain valuable artifacts. But no matter what form they take, one thing's for sure. Qebehsenuef and Lila are a dynamic duo that rely on each other, which is actually important to know when you're playing the deck. Because when you summon out the original Qebehsenuef or Lila, and you control no other monsters, you can use their effect to special summon out the other form from your hand or deck. Qebehsenuef can summon out Lila, and Lila can bring out Qebehsenuef. Although starting off with Lila is a little bit stronger, as you can use her effect to bring out Live Twin Qebehsenuef Frost. a seasonal variant of Qebehsenuef whose new model lets you get an extra draw with her graveyard effect. Either way, after you've gotten both Qebehsenuef and Lila monsters on the field, you can start planning out your heists by linking them off into your Evil Twin monsters. On your first turn, it's best to link summon out Evil Twin Qebehsenuef first and use her effect to bring out Live Twin Lila from your graveyard. And you can link them both off into Lila's Evil Twin form and use her effect to bring out Evil Twin Qebehsenuef from the grave. Then, because you control a Lila monster, you can use Qebehsenuef's effect to get a free draw before linking them both off into Evil Twin's Trouble Sunny, the deck's archetypal boss monster that can special summon out both Evil Twin Qebehsenuef and Lila from your graveyard at the same time at quick effect speed by tributing itself, which lets you get both Qebehsenuef's draw and Lila's pop on your opponent's turn when they're summoned. So, with just a single Lila, you get to draw Qebehsenuef Frost whenever your opponent adds a card from their deck to their hand, a draw from Evil Twin Qebehsenuef during your turn when you summon her back with Evil Twin Lila, and a draw during your opponent's turn when you summon back the same Qebehsenuef with the effect of Trouble Sunny, resulting in a runic fountain worth of free card advantage. But that's not all, as after you use Trouble Sunny's effect to revive your Evil Twins, you'll also get a chance to use Lila's pop to disrupt your opponent by destroying one of their cards. And if that's still not enough to put a stop to their plays and they can set up a board, then by the time it gets back to your turn, you can use the graveyard effect of Trouble Sunny to start chewing through their interaction. But like any good streamer, no matter how fun the content we produce is, it's important to keep track of our analytics. So let's have a look at the Live Twins ratios people tend to like and subscribe to. Earlier, we joked about collapse, but one of the coolest things about Live Twins is that you can either play the deck as its own standalone strategy, or you can have some special guests like Sprite Blue, Hyujin, or even Yama to introduce your Live Twins to a whole new audience of support. And as a result, your ratios are often going to be different depending on how you play the deck. If you're playing it as pure as possible, then you always want to see your main play starters, which is why you'll be using 3 copies of each of your main twins. But when it comes to crossovers, Lila is the clear fan favorite, because in Sprite, Unchained, and Runic variants, you'll see Lila played at multiple copies with Qebehsenuef only at 1, because Lila is technically the better starter between the two. Although that's only because Qebehsenuef's Christmas variant is much better to have in the graveyard than Lila's Halloween costume. And as a result, decks that use Live Twins as more of an engine will play 1 copy of Qebehsenuef Frost to bring out with your Lila, and usually skip out on Lila Treat entirely. But if you're playing the deck as a standalone strategy, you should be playing at least 1 copy of each, since they're also just solid extenders. Especially since these models, as well as the original Live Twins, are all searchable by Live Twin Sunny Snitch, which you should be playing at 3 copies no matter which variant you're playing, since it can act as a way to either get your starter plays by searching out your original Live Twins, or help you push through hand traps by grabbing out Qebehsenuef Frost or Lila Treat to help you get through enough materials to get out your Evil Twin alter egos. And speaking of which, the Evil Twins in your extra deck are also going to be influenced by the type of deck you're playing them in. In Live Twin focused strategies, playing Lila and Qebehsenuef and Trouble Sunny at each at 3 copies is not only justifiable, it's almost necessary to give your deck a strong grind game. But in variant strategies, you'll often see ratios lowered to 2 copies of Qebehsenuef and Lila at most, and only a single copy of Trouble Sunny in order to make room for other options. Now, if you were hoping to play a non-pure version of Live Twin, these are the main cards that should definitely be included in your list. But there are also a number of other amazing options that can be a boon to pure strategy if you're willing to play them, and some are even worth considering in variants. Secret Password, for example, is a card that's worth maxing out on in pure Live Twin, because it's a way to get to any spell or trap card in the deck, making it really versatile. But you would only play it at 1 or 2 copies at most in a Sprite or Unchained Live Twin deck, solely to act as more copies of Sunny Snitch. But in regular Live Twin, you have a number of great targets for Password to grab, like Live Twin Home, another extender for the strategy, that, due to its harsh lock, is usually skipped out in everything else. But even in pure, you only need to play Home at 1 copy as a search target for Password to add when you need it. Because while this home page lets you get to any Live Twin you can need, both its lock and discard make it a rough way to start out a turn. Alternatively, or alongside Home, you could also run the Evil Twin trap cards. But even in pure versions of the deck, these trap cards are usually skipped out on other than Evil Twin Challenge, which can be played at 1 copy as a secret password search since it's a great way of beating certain hand traps and interactions. Although if you really wanted to, you could also run a copy of Present as yet another secret password search since it technically adds another layer of interaction to your board. It's just a bit awkward to use, so usually doesn't see play. The last spell or trap card that you can search with Password is Live Twin's Channel. But even the most dedicated of Live Twin strategies, Channel usually isn't played just because its effects aren't useful for the strategy in its current state. And the last card on the archetype is Evil Twins Qebehsenuef and Lila, who, despite appearing like the deck's main boss monster, is usually considered optional. You can either play it at 1 copy to enable Trouble Sunny's graveyard removal effect, or you don't play it at all. Now that we've seen their full debut, let's tune into one of their regular streams to see if their content is worth a watch, or if it's just clickbait. The two monsters you'll see on your screen and in your hand most often are going to be Live Twin Qebehsenuef and Alila. Both of these VTubers are, fittingly, Cyberse monsters, and can benefit from a whole range of Cyberse support options from consistency tools like Signet Mining to interaction like Linkaribo. Both of them also have a thematic bonus effect that forces your opponent to donate to your stream if you want to declare an attack, by either making them pay 500 life points if you control Alila, or so that you'll be given 500 life points if you control Qebehsenuef. Now, while I am definitely jealous of them getting 100% cut from Twitch, this effect isn't too relevant because it's very rare you'll be leaving your live twins on board, since more often than not, you'll be linking them away to bring out your evil twins. Especially because both Qebehsenuef and Lila's other effects make getting the materials for those link summons incredibly easy. Because these VTubers never stream alone, and when you summon one, you'll be able to summon the other counterpart from your deck or hand so long as you don't control any other monsters. If you summon Lila, you'll be able to summon out Qebehsenuef monsters from your deck, while if you summon Qebehsenuef, you'll get your chance to bring out a Lila. These effects are the bread and butter of your combos, and guarantee the right link materials and targets necessary for all of your evil twin link monsters to function. Although it's really important to note that you're not just limited to summoning out the original live twin monsters with their effects. You can summon out any monster from your deck so long as they have either Qebehsenuef or Lila in their name, allowing you to special summon out their holiday-themed models instead. Both Lila Treat and Qebehsenuef Frost are pretty important cards for the deck, at least when it comes to live twins as a standalone strategy, because they act as your main extenders. These versions of your live twins act almost like the opposite, but perfectly complement the originals, as instead of having an effect to summon out their counterpart, they have a way to summon themselves out from your hand if you control their partner in crime. Qebehsenuef can summon itself if you control Lila and vice versa, which allows you to play through hand traps and interactions if your opponent happens to interrupt your normal summon. However, summoning them off the original twins is an equally important factor to their utility, because both of these versions of the live twins have pretty great effects that you can use by banishing them from the graveyard. Lila's graveyard effect activates whenever either player takes damage from a battle involving an evil twin, and will allow you to reduce the attack of an opponent's monster equal to the damage that was taken, while Qebehsenuef's effect lets you draw a card whenever your opponent adds a card from their deck to their hand. Between the two, Qebehsenuef is definitely the strongest, as it's essentially free card advantage since you can definitely rely on your opponent searching, drawing, or adding cards from their deck to their hand at some point during the course of the turn, which as a result makes the original Lila the better live twin to start your turns with, as you get the chance to summon Frost from your deck so you can get it into your graveyard. Comparatively, Lila's Treat effect is a little bit worse. Making your opponent's monsters easier to deal with by battle is an effect that definitely has its use cases, especially in a strategy with pretty low attack monsters. But because it doesn't help you gain any card advantage or put a stop to an opponent, Treat's effect is a lot more niche. And while it's a nice bonus, Frost's draw is much more appreciated. Frost even has the better typing of the two, as for a while, her Aqua typing even allowed for the strategy to bring Totally Awesome to back up their end boards. But no matter your preference, both Frost and Treat are amazing extenders, especially because they're really easy to find with Live Twin Sunny Snitch. You might think an expose video like this would mean the end of the Live Twins channel, but it actually only serves to increase their view count. Literally, because Sunny Snitch lets you add any Live Twin monster from your deck to your hand whenever you activate it. This is a really simple effect, but one that has dual purposes. If you don't have a live twin in hand to start your plays, then Sunny Snitch can act as a starter to get you to either the original Qebehsenuef or Lila. But because you can already search for both Qebehsenuef Frost and Lila Treat, you can use Snitch to grab them in case your plays are interrupted to give you a second name on field, which allows every version of Live Twin to cut down on their conditional extenders, as instead of just hoping you draw the corresponding name at any point when you're being interrupted, you can just use Sunny Snitch to add the right twin for every situation. Snitch also has a pretty great bonus effect too, because while you control an evil twin monster, you get to burn your opponent for 200 damage while you gain 200 life points each time they summon a monster. This sounds like a pretty unimpactful amount of life points at first, and you'd be right because rarely is Snitch's damage ever going to disincentivize your opponent from comboing off. But eventually this burn is going to add up in one way or another over the course of a duel. It makes it much easier for your low attack evil twin monsters to find lethal. Now, sometimes videos like Sunny Snitch can end up being taken down or put to private, so to access them you might need a secret password. And this particular password just straight up lets you add any live twin or evil twin spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. Or if you control both a Qebehsenuef and a Lila monster, you can add an evil twins Qebehsenuef and Lila from your deck to your hand instead. You'll usually see secret password just played at an extra copy or two of Sunny Snitch in order to ensure you always have access to your live twins. But there are actually a number of options for this effect depending on the password you write in. For example, if you're just a regular fan of their content and get the password wrong, you'll be redirected back to Live Twin's homepage. Home can summon out any Qebehsenuef or Lila monster directly from your deck. However, it comes with a couple of downsides. In order to activate the card in the first place, you need to pay a cost. But instead of buying a tier 3 subscription, you need to discard a card. And for the rest of the turn after you activate it, you're locked into only being able to special summon out Evil Twin monsters from your extra deck. Now, being able to bring out any of your Live Twins from deck is undoubtedly a stellar effect, and gives Home the same dual utility as Sunny Snitch, where it's capable of acting as both a way to start your plays or a way to beat hand traps in case your main play is interrupted. And if it wasn't for Home's drawbacks, it would honestly be one of the best cards in the deck. But both the discard and the log are actually a pretty big deal. The discard doesn't sound too terrible at first, since the deck is more than capable of regaining card advantage over the course of a couple of turns. But it's much riskier way to start your plays because now you're investing 2 cards worth of resources to bring out your twins, rather than just the one you would invest with Sunny Snitch. Or a normal summoned Lila, opening up a prime choke point for your opponent to interact with you. And if you needed Home to start your plays in the first place, then it's likely the card you'll be discarding will be some kind of hand trap that you would have hoped to keep in your hand to stop your opponent's plays. As for the lock, even in pure Live Twins, it's really restrictive as it severely limits your plays. And while the Evil Twins are definitely great cards that you'll always be going through in your first turn, one of the strengths of Live Twins is its ability to flex into a number of different extra deck tools to supplement its usual end boards, whether it's a simple IP Masquerena or Lingribo, or bringing out some of the game's most busted fiend monsters, and being forced to use Home early locks you out of those interesting choices. Still, Home isn't without utility, and is a solid target to grab with Secret Password. It's just better to get it when you know you need it, rather than forcing yourself into a suboptimal start to your turn. Alternatively, using Password can give you a link that redirects you back to Live Twin's channel. However, most viewers never use the channel page to find their favorite content, as it's all usually just recommended to them or it'll show up in their subscription feed. And Live Twin channel is honestly just as redundant. It has 2 okay effects. Its first one is an archetypal negate attack that you can use to negate an attack by attributing one of your Qebehsenuef or Lila monsters. Meanwhile, its second effect is focus on recursion. It can be activated during the end phase to target a Qebehsenuef or Lila monster in your grave to either shuffle it into the deck or add it to your hand if you control no monsters. These 2 effects would be neat bonuses if they were part of a much stronger card. Being able to negate an attack can occasionally be useful to protect your field and life points, and even being able to shuffle back a spent Live Twin every turn, or get it to hand, can ensure you'll be capable of keeping up an impressive grind game. But they're pretty mediocre when they're the main selling point of the card. Live Twin already has more than an impressive grind game thanks to your Qebehsenuef draws and the graveyard recursion of your Evil Twins. And the deck has other options available if you're really worried about the damage a battle phase could do, even within its own archetype. And that actually just about does it for the Live Twins cards that Secret Password can search. However, there's a series of interesting Evil Twin trap cards that could grab you instead. But to really grasp their potential utility, we need to understand how they might interact with our Evil Twin boss monsters. Evil Twin Qebehsenuef and Lila are the deck's 2 most important pieces, and are pretty easy to go into since they can both be link summoned with any 2 monsters, as long as at least one of them is one of the monsters that it shares its name with. So in order to go into Lila, you need a Lila monster, and Qebehsenuef needs a Qebehsenuef. So normal summoning either the original Live Twins will get you the right names to summon either. And just like their Live Twin counterparts, each of the Evil Twins has an effect to bring each other out. But instead of bringing out a monster from deck on summon, the Evil Twins can instead bring out their opposite counterpart from the graveyard during the main phase at quick effect speed, so long as you don't control a monster with their partner's name in it already. To put it simply, Evil Twin Qebehsenuef can bring out a Lila monster, and Lila can bring out a Qebehsenuef monster. Now, these effects don't come for free. After using them, you'll be locked into only being able to bring out fiend monsters from your extra deck for the rest of the turn. But that's honestly more than worth it. Not just for the free link materials that you get, but also because these effects are a great way of triggering the unique on-summon effects of your Evil Twins, which can only be used when they're special summoned and you control their other half. When Qebehsenuef is summoned while you control a Lila, you get to draw a card for free. And when Lila is summoned while you control a Qebehsenuef monster, you get to target a card on field and destroy it. These effects are the main payoff for the Live Twin engine, and ones that you'll want to cycle through every single turn in order to outpace your opponent in card advantage. Qebehsenuef allows you to gradually recur your resources with a free draw every single turn. This might sound pretty unimpactful at first, but these draws definitely begin to add up every turn by turn 2. Because so long as you keep Qebehsenuef's effect active, you've basically just activated Pot of Greed, getting to draw once on your turn and once during your opponent's turn. This, combined with Qebehsenuef's Frost Draw, is why Live Twin as a strategy generally plays a ton of hand traps, which supplements their main engine well. as these free draws are much more than likely to convert into strong pieces of interaction, no matter if you draw into them during your turn or your opponent's. This takes a lot of pressure away from your Evil Twins engine interactions to stop an opponent, since you'll always be able to back them up with a ton of in-hand interaction. And speaking of interaction, while Qebehsenuef's effect is all about gaining advantage, Evil Twin Lila's pop is all about taking away advantage from your opponent. Like with Qebehsenuef's effect, just a single pop sounds relatively low impact, but the ability to use it every single turn means that you can keep chewing through your opponent's resources until they have nothing left, and hitting a well-timed pop can be term-ending, even against an all-in combo deck. But generally, it's when you use Qebehsenuef and Lila in harmony and in rhythm that you really see the strength behind these cards. And due to the quick effectiveness of these links being able to special summon each other out, you can easily set up your preferred option with just a single live twin ready to draw or pop during your opponent's turn. But if you wanted to use both effects, you could link off your link to Evil Twins into the link for Troublesony, the deck's main boss monster and rival streamers to the live twins. And it seems like this rivalry really fires up both Qebehsenuef and Lila, as the presence of Troublesony can bring them out to the field. With Sunny's effect, you contribute it to special summon out both Qebehsenuef and Lila monsters from your graveyard at quick effect speed. Like the other Evil Twins, you can use this effect to bring out any Qebehsenuef or Lila of your choice, but it's best to summon out both Evil Twin Qebehsenuef and Lila because you'll be able to trigger both of their on-summon effects. And the way Troublesony's effect works in comparison to the other twins gives this strategy a lot more breathing room. Prior to Sunny, using both effects of your twins during your opponent's turn was a bit more difficult since you could only use the revive of your Evil Twins if you didn't control one of their partners. It was definitely possible with the use of an IP Mask Arena or Evil Twin Challenge, but having Sunny give you access to both at once just makes things a lot easier. Especially because, unlike the Link 2 twins, Troublesony isn't limited to just being able to be used in the main phase. You can activate it whenever you want during either player's turn, which is, surprisingly, a pretty big deal since you now have a greater array of freedom to use your Evil Twin effects, and rather than forcing you to play into a triple tactics talent, Sunny enables you to use your twins to waste your opponent's battle phase, or to just sweep up any back row that they have left behind in the end phase while granting you a free Qebehsenuef draw ready for your next turn. And all of this is without even mentioning Troublesony's graveyard effect, which allows you to banish it and send an Evil Twin monster from your hand deck or field to the graveyard to send a card of your choice from the field to the grave. Now, in Evil Twin, you're usually going to have access to this effect no matter what because each of your boss monsters have Evil Twin in their names, and having another way to keep beating away at your opponent's resources is amazing, especially if you're trying to deal with problematic floodgates or boss monsters that Lila's pop alone would struggle to beat. In fact, this removal was so great that for a while, it actually enabled Troublesony to see generic play in a ton of different strategies, as it's currently one of the best Link monster targets for Ultimate Slayer, a really strong board breaking tool capable of spitting any extra deck monster back to the deck, but only as long as you send a monster from your own extra deck of the same card type for cost. So to deal with a fusion, you send a fusion. To balance a synchro, you send a synchro monster, and so on and so on. And the reason why Sunny was so great when paired with Slayer was because, after dealing with your opponent's Appaloosa by sending it for cost, you could then remove a second card from the field with Sunny's effect, effectively dealing with two of your opponent's interactions with just a single card. But in order to use this effect in the first place, you do need to have an Evil Twin to send, and unless you were playing live twins, the only choice that you really have available is Evil Twins Qebehsenuef and Lila. Currently, Evil Twins Qebehsenuef and Lila is the only main deck Evil Twin monster, and funnily enough, is the only monster in the deck that you can search out with secret password, but only if you control a Qebehsenuef and Lila. It requires a decent chunk of investment to actually bring out, as it can only be special summoned from your hand or graveyard by tributing two Link monsters, with the implication being that you're supposed to tribute Evil Twin Qebehsenuef and Evil Twin Lila. But if you do manage to bring it out to the field, its on-summon effect is an archetypal evenly match that forces your opponent to send cards they control to the graveyard so they only control two. And while you have a Qebehsenuef and Lila monster in your graveyard, these Evil Twins gain 2200 attack and defense, essentially making it a 4400 attack bomb of a boss monster. The uses for Evil Twins Qebehsenuef and Lila are pretty clear cut. Its on-summon effect is a fine way to swing a game that might not have been going your way back in your favor by depleting most of your opponent's on-board resources, literally stealing games right from underneath them. Meanwhile, its impressive stat line makes it a genuine threat to both your opponent's boss monsters and their life points. And due to being one of the prime targets to send with Troublesony's graveyard effect, as well as secret password being able to search it, there are a ton of ways to find Evil Twins Qebehsenuef and Lila, meaning you'll always have access to it in one way or another. But the card definitely has its downsides. It's never going to be useful on your first turn, or when drawn from one of your Qebehsenuef effects. And in decks so reliant on having live draws to prevent your opponent from playing, a brick like this can sometimes make hands that should have been stronger a little bit worse. And when going second, it's not really an effective board breaker, because in order to summon it out, you already need to have a way to play anyways, to link summon monsters that you need to tribute away. And if you're able to get them, then you're already in a pretty good spot. While if you can't, then the card Evil Twins Qebehsenuef and Lila are just going to be sitting in your hand or your graveyard doing nothing. But even if everything goes right for the card, if you manage to commit to all of this setup you need for it and somehow resolve its on-field effect without your opponent stopping it, its field wipe isn't that amazing. Because in every situation, your opponent is always going to keep their two strongest options, potentially putting a stop to your plays even after you break most of their board. Even if you really want to play Evil Twins Qebehsenuef and Lila, then nothing is stopping you because the card does have some utility that you might value. But because of how awkward it is to use, most competitive live twin decks usually skip out on it. But now that we've gotten a little glimpse at what these content creators are behind the scenes, we can take a look at how the Evil Twin trap cards can aid in our game plan, with the best of the bunch, Evil Twin Challenge. Challenge's effect is pretty simple. It has virtually the same revival effects as Evil Twin Qebehsenuef and Evil Twin Lila to revive one of your names. But unlike them, it can be activated at any point during your turn. And it even comes with a bonus effect as well, which allows you to perform a link summon of an Evil Twin monster immediately after its effect resolves. Now, at first glance, this effect initially appears pretty redundant, but Challenge has a lot going for it that gives it a lot of inherent value because it's such a strong, searchable way to play through certain interactions and board breakers, with Nibiru being a prime example. While variant versions of Live Twin don't really have an issue against the rock, pure variants are pretty vulnerable to having your VTuber turned into a non-fungible token. But by playing Challenge, if you're hit with Nib after you brought out your Evil Twins, you can just let it resolve, and then add Challenge with secret passwords so that during your opponent's turn, you can flip it up to revive one of your twins, and then use their other effect to revive so that you can get access to the other's on-summon effect. And it's not just Nibiru that it helps you play around. Having your board negated by Dark Ruler or having your twins removed from the field by something like a Lightning Storm would be dual ending. But with Challenge set, you suddenly have a lot more insurance that you're going to be able to resolve both of your twins' effects that turn. As a whole, Challenge has a lot of intricacies behind it that are pretty hard to see at first glance, but it's a card that's more than worth it to play in a live twin focused deck. The same can't be said for the other Evil Twin traps though, because both Present and Qebehsenuef don't share the same versatility as a card like Challenge. In the case of Evil Twin Present, its effect sounds pretty solid at first, as it can either shuffle back an opponent's set back row, or can be used to creature swap one of your Qebehsenuef or Lila monsters away to take control of one of your opponent's monsters. Both of these effects admittedly have their fair share of utility. We've talked a lot about how strong mind control cards are plenty of times on the channel before, because you're taking away an opponent's resources while gaining one that you can use to your advantage, and having an alternative option to deal with back row can definitely be appreciated in more trap heavy matchups. However, these effects have their issues. The first is its activation condition, as in order to use either effects in the first place, you need to control both a Qebehsenuef and Lila. Now, while you're always going to end with both on your board at some point, your first turn end board doesn't actually feature the twins on it. It'll either just have one of them ready to bring out the other, or Trouble Sunnied ready to tag out. This makes Present a little bit awkward, as it's entirely reliant on your Trouble Sunny working, which given the strength of certain breakers and removal tools won't always be the case, leaving Present as a pretty dead piece of interaction. And even if you do use Present, its effects are somewhat limited. Only being able to target a single set back row essentially makes the card a worse version of Imsety. And while a well-timed Snatch Steal or Crackdown can be game-winning, the resources you give your opponent might end up helping them a lot. You see, like we talked about earlier, your end board usually doesn't feature a Qebehsenuef or Lila monster until Trouble Sunny tags out, and the ones you summon are usually going to be your Evil Twin links, so that you can use their effects. So when you use Present as an interruption, you're giving your opponent one of your link monsters, which might be fine in certain matchups, but given the prevalence of SP Little Knight, as well as the recent dominance of Fiend-focused strategies, you don't want to be caught out by giving your opponent a Qebehsenuef only for them to link it away into a Fiendsmith Requiem. If you really want to give your Evil Twins a present, you're better off just gifting 5 subs instead. Meanwhile, Qebehsenuef is the worst spot of the 3, which is really unfortunate since it has the best name in the archetype. In order to activate it, you need to tribute a Qebehsenuef or Lila monster, and then choose between one of the two effects. You can either make a Qebehsenuef or Lula monster you control gain attack equal to the original attack of the monster you attributed until the end of the turn, or you can instead use the card as a pseudo My Body as a Shield. As when a card or effect is activated which would destroy a card, you can use Qebehsenuef to negate it. Both of these effects are pretty mediocre at best. The deck already has pretty reliable lethal lines thanks to more generic options. You don't have to worry about your twins being beaten over before you can use their effects thanks to the 3300 attack Trouble Sunny. And if you're really worried about removal on your twins, you can just back them up with a challenge instead, which will work in beating that removal even when you don't have Qebehsenuef or Lila to tribute. The one interesting feature of Qebehsenuef is actually its cost. Having the ability to put a twin into the grave so you can immediately revive it can sometimes be a clever way of ensuring that you can cycle through your twins every single turn while gaining a slightly positive effect. But there's an even easier way of doing this, as you can just link off both of your evil twins into a second copy of one of them, and then their effect to revive the other from the grave, or just link back into a Trouble Sunny and use its effect if you really need to use both, effectively making the card one of the most redundant options in the deck next to Live Twin Channel. The only case in which Qebehsenuef is an optimal choice is if you run Crossout Designator, as then, when you're about to win the duel, you have an amazing card to declare just to BM your opponent. However, despite some of the cards in the deck definitely being better than others, Live Twin as a whole is a genuinely competent strategy that, while relatively low powered compared to other decks, has an effective, simple, and fun game plan when played pure that can be made even better when played alongside other decks. And the theming of the deck as a whole is amazing, literally stealing games with evil twins and always seeing your favorite content creators in hand. No matter how exhausting dungeon crawling is, whether you're in the Blackrock depths of World of Warcraft or the ethereal dungeons of Dark Souls 3, you can at the very least know that there's gold and weapons waiting for you within those stone walls, stashed snugly away within simple and safe treasure chests. Or at least that would be the case if it wasn't for these guys. So here's how Mimigul works. As per their namesake, the Mimiguls are a series of mimics that lie dormant within a dungeon containing peerless traps and tribulations. Created by the Mimigul Master, these monsters lay in wait for unprepared adventurers looking for loot. In-game, the Mimiguls are able to represent hiding in their treasure chests by setting themselves face down on top of your opponent's side of the field, and are open to reveal their true form when flipped face up. These monsters will then scurry back to your side of the field to defend their dungeon, but not before triggering a mandatory flip effect that rewards your opponent's greed with a nasty negative effect for them, a positive one for you, or in some cases, both at the same time. No matter what though, these cards work best if they have a dungeon to call home. A fact that's actually important to remember when thinking about your Mimigul combos. Because if you start off with Mimigul Dungeon, you can activate it and then use its on-field effect to add a Mimigul Dragon from your deck to your hand. And then you can normal summon Dragon and use their effect to add Mimigul Maker from deck to your hand. From here, you can realistically populate our dungeon with some classic enemies. Although, just like in any old RPG, sometimes these encounters are pretty random. And this same is true when you activate Maker, as what you summon to your opponent's field is always going to be a coin toss between the two Mimigul monsters you choose. If you're working with just one card though, it's best to pick Mimigul Archfiend and Mimigul Slime, as both outcomes are solid. In the worst case scenario, you give your opponent Mimigul Archfiend, bring Slime to your hand, and then special summon Slime with Maker's effect. From there, you can overlay both Dragon and Slime into Mimigul Throne, which you can use to bring out Mimigul Master. Then, when Master is summoned, you can use his effect to add a Mimigul Monster, and in this case, we'll add Mimigul Fairy, and use its effect to special summon itself to your opponent's side of the field, and then pass turn to your opponent. Now, this might seem innocuous because the only piece of direct interaction on this board is Mimigul Throne, but the chests that you've given to your opponent contain a lot of power. As when your opponent flips up Fairy, they won't be able to use the effect of monsters that were special summoned from their hand, while Archfiend will force your opponent to discard a card, and all the while, you get a free draw. You can forcefully flip up these cards with the on-field effect of Master, or the graveyard effects of Mimigul Maker, but you might not even need to use them because of Mimigul Dungeon's Floodgate, which prevents your opponent from normal summoning while they control a face-down monster. This can be devastating for a ton of different strategies, so in order to start their turn, they may just be willing to open any chest that you've given them. However, if you happen to have summoned Slime to your opponent's field with Maker instead, you can do even more. As by special summoning Archfiend from your hand with Maker, you can then use its on-summon effect to flip up Mimigul Slime, which lets you summon a Mimigul monster from deck. So we'll choose another level 1 in Mimigul Fairy. This gives us 4 level 1 bodies to work with. With 2 of them, you want to overlay them into Throne, summon out Master, and then use Master to add Mimigul Archfiend from your deck to your hand, so that you can special summon it to your opponent's field face down. With the other two, however, it's a smart idea to make Giant Mimigul, which you can use to add Mimigul Room from your deck to your hand, the deck's archetypal trap card. So in this case, with just a single card, you'll have Throne's Bounce, and Archfiend sets your opponent's field with Dungeon's Lockupline, alongside Master's on-field and Maker Engrave to virtually assure that you're going to get a hand rip and a draw. But this field is further supplemented by Mimigul Room, which you can use as a Book of Moon that can also either get you to a follow-up, or keep giving you further interaction by giving your opponent another Mimigul that you can either keep set to enforce dungeon, or flip up to take advantage of their effects. But now that we've gained some experience, let's level up our knowledge stats by looking into the deck's main ratios. No matter which version of Mimigul you're playing, you'll always want to go in on 3 Dungeon, 3 Dragon, and 3 Mimigul Maker. Drawing at least one of these cards is key for unlocking the entire strategy, as access to one will often grant you access to the other 2, and thereby get you any other card in the strategy. And a huge part of that is that these cards can all find ways to help you commit the bodies necessary to summon out Mimigul Giant, which you'll always want to play at around 2 copies since it's a great option for grindier games. Likewise, the other extra deck monster you need to reconsider, Mimigul Throne, is a great tool for the deck that allows you to keep recurring the deck's designated boss monster while providing you with some strong removal, and so it's great at 2 to 3 copies. However, a throne is nothing without a ruler to sit atop it, which is why it's always worth playing Master, albeit only at 1 copy because of Throne's strong restriction. Now, the rest of the cast can depend on the Mimigul variant you're playing, but in terms of pure Mimigul, maxing out on Mimigul Archfiend is a great idea since it has an excellent on-summon effect and a great flip effect. Likewise, Mimigul Fairy is a vital extender, and is often worth giving up the deck space for 3 copies. Armor and Slime can also both act as extenders, though with slightly harsher restrictions, which is why even the most dedicated Mimigul variants tend to only play 1 of each. However, no matter what version of Mimigul you're on, you'll always want to include Mimigul Room, as it's an incredible card that essentially serves as a reward for playing the strategy, since it's such a strong piece of interaction. So much so that most successful variants of Mimigul play 2 to 3 copies to ensure that they'll always be able to find it early. And that just about does it for the deck's most necessary options. But it actually has a couple more archetypal tools at its disposal that, while not the strongest cards in the world, can open up a couple of interesting plays. For example, if you value link material, you can try playing a copy of Mimigul Cerberus and Mimigul Charm, both of which are capable of netting you some free fodder, but it's rare that you'll ever see either in lists, and if you do, they'll both only be played at 1 copy each. And lastly, there's Mimigul Fork, a mediocre option that's almost unanimously seen as not worth running. Although if you really want to play it, 2 copies is best to take advantage of its graveyard effect. Now that we've fully mapped out the dungeon, let's see if this archetype actually contains any hidden treasures, or if it's all just bait. Starting off with the deck's main gimmick, it's flip monsters. Every flip in the deck is a level 1 earth monster. This enables to flex the underutilized pool of rank 1 Xyz, allowing a field of Mimiguls to turn into their archetypal Xyz, their Lyrilisk, or even the Ghost Trick Engine. And just like how a dungeon contains many unique monsters, every Mimigul is a different type depending on the creature they are. Slime is an Aqua, Armor is a Warrior, and Dragon is, fittingly, a Dragon. But no matter the differences between them, every Mimigul flip monster shares 2 important key features. They can all special summon themselves out to your opponent's field face down, and when they're flipped face up near the main face specifically, they will all forcefully activate an effect before returning back to your side of the field. We can further categorize these flip monsters into 2 separate groups that have their own utility. Fairy, Slime, and Armor are all extenders for the strategy that can allow you to choose between summoning them to your opponent's field or your field face up depending on if a certain condition is met. While Dragon, Archfiend, and Cerberus can't special summon themselves, but they all have interesting on-field effects. Take Mimigul Dragon for example. It's without a doubt the best Mimigul monster of the bunch, and that's mainly because of its ability to search any Mimigul spell or trap card whenever it's normal or special summoned. This is a great tool for the deck, as it means that by getting access to Dragon, you have the ability to find any of the deck's insanely powerful back row pieces. Technically speaking, this gives you 5 potential targets that Dragon can search, but realistically you'll be choosing between Dungeon, Maker, and Room, 2 of which can act as great extenders and consistency, while the other is an amazing piece of interaction, and one that will often be your best search target if you happen to be trying to play under the likes of Mulch armies, as it ensures you have interaction without needing to surrender too many draws. If you want to get the most out of Dragon though, you'll have to be willing to use it as more than just a starter, as its flip effect is actually the strongest of all the Mimiguls. Like the other Mimis, Dragon has an in-hand effect to special summon itself to your opponent's field face down, but when it's flipped face up, it will destroy all face-up non-Mimigul monsters before running back to your side of the field. This is an incredible piece of removal, and one that makes Dragon's in-hand effect ring huge alarm bells for your opponent, as if you can bring out any way to flip it up, the entire field is gone, and stopping their own Dragon from triggering can be tough, because it can be strangely difficult for some strategies to interact with their own monsters' effects. Dragon's removal is really nice to have, and a great way of clearing away boards to simplify a game state. But it gets even better when you realize that you can actually use Dragon proactively as interaction, rather than reactively as removal by flipping it up during your opponent's turn with Maker or Master. Now, if you were to give your opponent Dragon on your own turn, they'll likely flip it up well before they commit any monster to the field. But if you're willing to summon it to your opponent's field with Mimigul Room during their turn, then your opponent won't be able to change its battle position. So if you have a way to flip it up, you suddenly have an on-demand Raigeki that can swing a game in your favor. Although, while Maker and Master are great for flipping up Mimiguls, if you want to flip up one during your own turn, you'll be well served by Mimigul Arcfiend. Arcfiend's on-summon effect is relatively simple, as all it does is allow you to change one face-down monster on the field to face-up attack or defense position. And this is great for Mimigul, as it can be paired with any other Mimigul monster to, at the very least, ensure you 2 bodies on your side of the field by flipping Mimigul you give to your opponent. But this is particularly strong if you can give your opponent a flip effect that you really want them to activate, such as another copy of Arcfiend, or a Mimigul Slime so that you can e-tele another monster of your choice from the deck. This gets even better when you start to think about cards like Triple Tactics Talent and Triple Tactics Thrust. 2 busted cards that can win games by themselves when activated, but need your opponent to activate a monster effect to get some use out of them. And with Arcfiend's effect flipping up your Mimiguls, you can force your opponent to activate a monster effect whenever you'd like, turning your Thrust and Talents into Dimensional Barrier and Confiscation whenever you demand. But that isn't the only dependable part of Arcfiend, as while Dragon might have the most powerful flip effect, Arcfiend has the most consistently reliable one. There's nothing special about Arcfiend summoning itself to your opponent's side of the field face down, but when it's flipped face up, before it returns back to you, it gives you a free draw, and forces your opponent to send a card from their hand to the graveyard. This is a strong option to have in your back pocket, as if you activate Arcfiend at any point during your first turn, your opponent's going to start their turn with a card down while you're up at advantage. In fact, in certain 2-card combos, by utilizing the likes of Ripplebird, you can give your opponent an Arcfiend with the effect of Maker, flip it face up to get a hand rip and a draw, then give your opponent another Arcfiend to then lock them under dungeon. So if they want the chance to normal summon on their turn, they'll have to flip up another Arcfiend, putting them down 2 whole cards while you're up a whole pot of greed that could find you extra hand traps or follow-up. This gets particularly cruel in grindier games, which Mimigul as a deck is often gunning for, as these losses and gains in card advantage eventually add up. And within a few turns, your opponent is going to be left top decking while you keep looping Arcfiend to force them to keep discarding their last hopes of winning the duel. So because of how reliable both Arcfiend's effects are, this usually makes it a prime target for Mimigul Maker summons, since no matter which way the coin toss falls, you're either gonna get the opportunity to use Arcfiend to flip up the card you gave them, which can lead to some important flip effects being used while you get a free body, or you'll give your opponent Arcfiend, take advantage of the Mimigul you summon, and then eventually use it to hand rip your opponent. It's a win-win. Unfortunately, however, the same can't really be said for Mimigul Cerberus. Out of the 3 original Mimigul flip monsters, Cerberus's on-field effect is definitely the most unique, as instead of activating whenever it's summoned, it's instead a continuous effect that applies the moment it's on field and prevents your opponent from targeting face-up spells you control with card effects. This effect doesn't really net you any kind of real advantage or help to further the game plan, which is the main reason that Cerberus doesn't really see much use in most Mimigul strategies. The only real upside to Cerberus is that it can protect the likes of Dungeon from being targeted by something like Cosmic Cyclone or Nightmare Phoenix. But this not only requires that you have the ability to play in the first place, which Cerberus doesn't help, but it also hopes that your opponent's removal specifically targets, and there are plenty of ways to deal with Dungeon that can bypass this effect entirely. Cerberus's flip effect isn't too much better. Like the other Mimis, you can bring it to your opponent's field with an in-hand effect, But this time, when it's flipped face up, your opponent is forced to banish the top 3 cards of their deck. And then, if there's a monster in their banishment, they have to choose one to special summon to your side of the field before Cerberus returns to you. This effect has some potential, of course, as if it's successful, you can get a second body out, instantly giving you access to a Link 2 of your choice. And if you manage to hit some important one-of engine pieces, this effect can go a long way in helping chew through your opponent's potential options. But despite this, Cerberus's flip also isn't really valuable for current Mimigul strategies. Its use is entirely based on random chance, and can even backfire against you if you happen to banish an opponent's monster with a strong graveyard effect, as they'll just give you that monster every single time. What makes Cerberus even more redundant is that modern Mimigul is in no short supply of free bodies, especially now the deck has access to not 1, not 2, but 3 new monsters that can act as extenders. Because while Fairy, Armor, and Slime all have the same in-hand effect as every other Mimigul to special summon themselves to your opponent's field face down, if certain conditions are met, they can instead be summoned to your field face up with the same effect. The only catch is that these conditions are all unique, which makes some better than others. Out of the bunch, Mimigul Fairy is the best extender, as all you need to do to summon it is have another Mimigul monster on your side of the field, which makes it a perfect pairing if you happen to have drawn into a Mimigul dragon, as if your opponent hand traps it, you can use Fairy as a way to instantly extend into any of your XCs without any trouble. Armor, on the other hand, is a little bit more difficult as it requires that your opponent controls a monster, which isn't the worst thing for a deck that can summon monsters to your opponent's field. But in this same scenario where Dragon is hand-trapped and you have Armor instead of Fairy, you need to have a third Mimigul in your hand to give to your opponent if you want the same ability to extend, although it does have the positive of always being online when you're going second. And lastly, Slime's condition is the most difficult out of the 3, as it needs your opponent to control more monsters than you do. This can be quite useful when going second, just like with Armor, but it makes Slime the worst in-hand extender of the bunch because of the same dragon scenario. Not only do you need a third Mimigul to give your opponent, but you have to use Slime preemptively before you commit Dragon to the field. However, no matter their summoning conditions, all 3 of these monsters still see a lot of play. In the case of Fairy and Armor, most of their power is contained within their ability to extend, with their flip effects being somewhat niche. When Armor is flipped face up, it will apply a lingering effect that prevents any Mimigul from being destroyed by battle for the rest of the turn, which can definitely help to protect a board, but is only really important in protecting a Mimigul throne, since most of the deck that you end on will get a stellar stat boost from Dungeon. Fairy's flip effect is a little bit stronger, as it prevents your opponent from activating the effects of monsters that were special summoned from the hand, which can be a crazy silver bullet against the right strategy. But only the right strategies. Because while this floodgate can be strong, most strategies do just fine relying on monsters that were special summoned from the deck or extra deck instead, and might not even notice that they're under a floodgate. Slime, however, has the craziest flip effect out of the 3, and one of the best flip effects out of any Mimigul monster. As, when it's flipped face up, it gives the opponent, which in this case would be you, the chance to summon out a Mimigul from their deck before Slime returns to your side of the field. This is great for a myriad of reasons. In a pinch, a Slime can act as a pseudo-starter if you have access to Arcfiend, since you can use it to summon Dragon from deck. But more often, Slime will fulfill the promise that Mimigul Cerberus provides in a much better way by letting you summon out an extra body of your choosing, ensuring you always have a lot of materials to work with for extra deck plays. You can even use Slime to summon out Master earlier in the turn to not only go for another Mimigul search, but so that when you eventually overlay into Throne, you'll have an extra bounce since you didn't need to detach material from it to bring out your boss monster. And it's for these reasons that, at least when going first, Slime will often be one of your go-to choices when picking monsters for Mimigul Maker, as the potential advantage that you can gain from giving your opponent Slime and flipping it up is absurd. And in the alternate scenario, not only is your opponent still stuck with a card like Arcfiend, but you still get to either special summon Slime from your hand with Maker, or if you have another Mimigul, you can special summon that instead and hold on to Slime to give to your opponent, so that you can later flip it up and take advantage of this effect with something like a Ripplebird. Speaking of Mimigul Maker, it is without a doubt one of the best archetypal tools Mimigul has available, as its existence allows for it to be more than just a control deck. You see, when you activate Maker, you get the chance to pick any flip monsters in your deck, so long as they have different names, and one will randomly be special summoned to your opponent's field, while the other will go to your hand. and then you get to special summon a Mimigul from your hand for free. This is really cool because most of the Mimigul main deck monsters happen to be flip monsters. So even disregarding the potential effects of what you summon, Maker essentially acts as a copy of Emergency Teleport for a level 1 monster, while giving your opponent something that's going to hurt them or help you whenever it's flip face up, fulfilling 2 goals of the strategy with just a single activation. But this gets even cooler when you start considering your potential choices. Like we touched upon before, if you use Dragon to search for Maker, picking both Slime and Arcfiend is quite reliable no matter what you summon, as you'll either end up with 4 bodies if you give your opponent Slime, or 2 bodies that you can use into your X deck options if you give your opponent Arcfiend. However, in a pinch, you can also use Maker as a starter by picking both Dragon and Arcfiend instead, as in this scenario. By giving your opponent Arcfiend, you get the chance to summon Dragon and use its search effect for something like a dungeon, while retaining your normal summon. While if you summon Arcfiend, you can use this effect to flip Dragon face up. This then forces Dragon's effect to trigger, and even if it doesn't blow anything up, you still get to take back control of it, which nets you 2 level 1 bodies that you can overlay into one of your Xyz options. So either way, you'll get access to what you need. And this is all just what you can do with Maker independent of the other cards in your hand. There's a couple more nuances to its effect that, depending on what else you have, can allow for some more creative plays. For example, the Mimigul you add with Maker doesn't need to be the one that you special summon from hand. So in an instance where you have both Dragon and Arcfiend in your hand, you can instead pick 2 extenders of your choice to use with Maker, giving your opponent one of them, add the other to hand, and then use Maker to bring out Dragon or Arcfiend free of charge, while giving you access to another free body. And the crazy part is that it doesn't even end there, because Maker also has a bonus effect while in the graveyard that you can trigger whenever your opponent special summons a monster, which allows you to banish it to flip up a face down monster your opponent controls. You can only choose to use one effect in Maker per turn, so it's very rare that you'll be able to use this effect to extend past something like a Nibiru. Regardless though, this effect is an excellent bonus piece for the strategy, because while the deck is decently consistent, hand traps can make it so that sometimes you won't get the chance to summon a monster for one reason or another to flip up your monsters. So having an extra way to flip up a Mimigul after summoning them with room can turn a lost game into a surprise victory. However, almost no card in Mimigul is as important as Mimigul Dungeon. Dungeon has 3 effects that you need to keep track of. The main effect of Dungeon is that, after placing it on the field, you can use it to add any Mimigul monster from your deck to your hand, and this effect is a hard once per turn. This is an excellent consistency option during the earlier parts of the duel, as it guarantees you a way to get to your best starter in Dragon, which is amazing in of itself. But if you've already drawn Dragon, then you can just use Dungeon to add a Mimigul of your choice to hand depending on what you need, whether that's an extender to play through hand traps, a good target to summon with Maker, or even just a monster that you want to give to your opponent. But in later parts of the duel, Dragon proves itself even further by being more than just consistency. It's follow-up that's absurd in the grind game, because as well as this effect being usable every turn, it can also add Mimigul monsters from the graveyard too, which means that if you can establish a dungeon, you'll almost always have access to every one of your Mimiguls no matter how long the duel runs on. And if that were the only aspect of Dungeon, the card would still be incredible. But it also comes with 2 bonus effects. The first one is quite simple, as it increases the attack of all Mimigul monsters you control by their defense stat, but only on turns where they are not normal summoned or special summoned, which is great for increasing their pitiful stats of most of your Mimigul monsters to make them actual threats. But even better than increasing their stats, if any player controls a face-down monster, that player can no longer normal summon or declare attacks to special summon monsters on the turn that they're summoned. We've talked in the past about how strong a normal summon can be for certain decks, and while there are plenty of engines that don't need their normal summon at all, most decks, even in the modern era, put a lot of stock in the card that they choose to spend this resource on. And so being able to cut that off with Dragon's effect is honestly amazing. Because if you can get Dungeon set up, then your opponent is incentivized to flip up any Mimigul you give them so they can gain access to their normal summon without you needing to do anything. And even if they can play without flipping your Mimiguls, if they can't deal with Dungeon, then they're still prevented from attacking you in an attempt to end the game or deal with your resources with battle while they have that face down monster, which can give you enough wiggle room to see turn 3 and stage an eventual comeback. This part of Dungeon gets even wilder though if you compare it with the deck's trap card, Mimigul Room. Because with Room, you get to special summon a Mimigul from your hand or deck, either to your field face up, or to your opponent's field face down. And then you get the opportunity to Book of Moon any monster on field. This pairs astonishingly well with Dungeon Floodgate, because you can use Room to summon out a Mimigul during your opponent's turn to their side of the field. And because of the rules of the game, you can't change the battle position of a monster during the turn and summon. So even if your opponent is more than willing to flip up your Mimiguls to get access to their normal, they'll still be out of luck. But Room is more than just a way to enable Dungeon's Floodgate. In fact, it's hands down one of the best cards in Mimigul. Giving your opponent a Mimigul allows you to set up nasty surprises while you control a Master or a Maker in Grave, allowing you to catch your opponent off guard with the likes of a dragon to clear their field. But if you're desperately in need of follow-up, you can also use Room to summon out Dragon or Master to your side of the field to add a card for next turn. And the best part is, no matter what option you choose, Room will always be an interaction because of its Book of Moon, which makes it so whether you got for a more explosive play or play for follow-up, you'll always have an amazing piece of non-target interaction to block off your opponent's extra deck options. That's not even where the benefits of Room end though, as like Maker, it also has a graveyard effect, although you can only use one effect of Room per turn. At quick effect speed, you can banish Room from your graveyard to target any amount of Mimigul cards you control, and then bounce them back to hand. It might sound silly at first to bounce your own cards, as then you'd lose on-field presence, but this is great for two reasons. Firstly, it's free follow-up that you can use to bounce a Mimigul that you want to give to your opponent, one that you might want to resummon to take advantage of its effect. The second reason is because you can use this effect in response to your opponent's removal, or targeted negation to keep your dungeon safe from a Ghost Ogre, or ensure that your dragon will always resolve even if your opponent has an infinite impermanence. That just about does it for the back row that most Mimigul strategies are wheeled into play. But you do technically have both Mimigul Charm and Mimigul Fork as alternative options, albeit ones that will seldom be in a successful list. In the case of Mimigul Charm, it's technically both an extender and an extra deck rip. But the fact that it's randomly chosen makes it so unwieldy to use, even if you get the chance to use it twice, because there's no guarantee you'll get rid of something important like a Kashtira Unicorn could. What's worse is that, unlike Kashtira Unicorn, Charm doesn't do anything by itself, which means you'll never want to start up a turn with it in your hand, and instead only search for it when you know that you can play. But Mimigul has a limited amount of back row searches that it has access to, and Charm is unfortunately only the fourth best target. Although it's not the worst. That honor would go to Mimigul Fork, which shares a lot of similar problems to Charm, although far worse because instead of being random, Fork's utility is determined by your opponent instead. You see, Fork lets you target a face-down monster your opponent controls, which in most cases will be a Mimigul, and you'll either flip it face up, or send it to the graveyard, so that the original owner of that monster will draw 2 cards. This dual utility sounds great until you realize you have no say in the matter. So if you give your opponent a Mimigul with a good flip effect like Slime, they're going to give you the draw 2 every time, while a Mimigul that you might have wanted to trade for a draw 2 like Armor will just be flipped face up, essentially making it so you spent a card solely to commit a single monster to the field. And if you happen to get this draw 2, it's a pretty bad one, as you're trading 2 cards in hand for 2 new cards, which is essentially the same thing as just using 2 upstart goblins. The only real upside of Fork is its graveyard effect, which lets you add another copy of Fork from your deck to hand, which always makes it, at the very least, hand neutral when flipping a monster face up, and technically a +1 when you draw 2. But it's a pretty bad +1, and you can only use Fork once per turn, which means the free card you get is dead in hand until your next turn anyway. Instead, if you need more consistency, you can just summon Giant Mimigul instead, because all you need to gain access to a Giant is any 2 level 1 monsters. A really simple task in a deck like Mimigul, and the moment it's summoned, you get to use its first effect to add any Mimigul card from your deck to your hand. We've talked a lot about the power contained within Dungeon, Dragon, and Maker due to their ability to unlock the deck. But out of all of them, Giant's search effect is without a doubt the strongest, as it's not limited to solely searching monsters or back row. It can add anything you could possibly need in any given turn, and is always accessible. Usually this translates into completing the trifecta of powerful back row in the deck, but you can just as easily search for a Mimigul monster of your choice, especially because giving your opponent a face-down monster combos excellently with Giant's other 2 effects, the second of which allows you to detach material to destroy face-up cards on the field, equal to the number of face-down monsters your opponent controls. And then you get to burn your opponent for 1000 life points of damage for every card you destroy. which is pretty great as a form of removal that gives the deck a way to clear away strong monsters and annoying floodgates. That's easy to weave into your gameplay, since you'll be giving your opponent face down cards throughout your combo regardless. This gives Giant the ability to win games indirectly by dealing with a certain card, but also directly because the 1000 burn definitely adds up and can help cinch out a game. Doubly so if you combo this effect with the other bonus of Giant, which lets your non-Xyz Mimigul monsters attack directly if your opponent controls a face-down monster, which can result in an absurd amount of damage when paired with Dungeon's Boost and Throne's attack boost when equipped to a Master. Speaking of both Mimigul Throne and Master, they're the last cards in the deck, and in modern Mimigul strategies, they're both really strong tools to have available. Mimigul Master is the deck's main boss monster. Unlike the other Mimiguls, Master isn't a flip or even a level 1, it's a level 4, but it definitely synergizes with the deck. As on summon, it can search for any Mimigul monster other than another copy of itself. It can't be destroyed by battle or card effects while you either control a Mimigul or your opponent controls a face-down monster. And last but not least, during your opponent's main phase, you can use Master to flip up a face-down monster your opponent controls. All of these effects make Master a solid option for the strategy even just by itself. Its consistency, since it can add any Mimigul monster, and can even flip any Mimigul that you give to your opponent during their turn, allowing it to serve as some good interaction when paired with the right options. And to top it all off, it's surprisingly difficult for your opponent to out it, supposing that you've had even the slightest bit of setup, which is why it might be surprising to hear that, prior to release of the deck's second wave, Master's inclusion in Mimigul was somewhat contentious, despite it being built up as the deck's main boss monster. Part of why was because Master was initially awkward to use. In most cases, you had to spend your normal summon on it, which meant that you couldn't really use it to unlock your combo by adding Dragon. This meant that on its own, all Master could represent was an Arcfiend hand rip, which was never going to be game-winning with nothing else to back it up. Instead, you had to pair Master with other cards, like Mimigul Maker to summon it from your hand, or Mimigul Room to bring it out from the deck, which, while not abysmal, still made it awkward to use in a lot of cases. And it wasn't really that necessary since you already had Maker available to flip up your opponent's cards. That all changed, however, with the release of Mimigul Throne, because now all you had to do to access Master was commit any 2 level 1 Mimiguls to the field, overlay them, and then use Throne to summon out Master from almost anywhere other than the banishment. This is huge for modern Mimigul, as now the bodies you bring out on field can convert into Master, which gives the deck extenders some real utility behind them, especially because now, Master no longer just has to be follow-up, it's consistency, both because you don't have to use your normal summon to get it, so you can grab Dragon during your own turn, or one of your new extenders to summon out other extra deck tools. But Throne does even more than just throw a bone to the deck's consistency. You see, the deck's already incentivizing you to have Master on field regardless to have an extra way to flip your Mimiguls, which is solid enough. But Throne rewards you even further by giving the ability to equip itself to Master at quick effect speed during the main phase, not only netting Master an extra 1000 attack, but also letting you bounce cards on the field up to the number of materials Throne had on activation. This usually nets you 1 bounce if you detach Throne to summon Master earlier, but can result in 2 bounces if you summon Master with the likes of Mimigul Slime. Either way, this is an excellent piece of non-targeting removal that lets you deal with almost any kind of monster other than downright towers, bouncing them away while making an on-field Master suddenly feel much more of a threat than your opponent has to deal with, and that you want to ensure that you can bring out to the field, defining it as a true boss monster for the current strategy. Overall though, Mimigul is such a fun and interesting strategy. It might not be the most competitively viable deck out there, but it's incredible how a flip-based strategy that gives your opponent free monsters is able to have some genuine teeth to it, that allow for it to beat out even some of the best decks out there. During the final arc of Duel Monsters, Yugimoto devised a cunning strategy in order to defeat a Tem and allow for him to move on to the afterlife. This deck was made up of a bunch of different cards and archetypes that, in the anime, worked seamlessly together, but in the real-life TCG version of these cards, they never synergize as much as you'd hope. Thankfully, however, with the release of Shining Sarcophagus, Yugi's deck now actually functions as its own legitimate threat. So here's how it works. By activating the effect of Shining Sarcophagus, you could search for any card within the archetype, but if you have nothing else, it's best to grab Gadget Trio and normal summon them to the field, because then you can cast Gadget Trio's effect to search for any of the deck's powerful spell or traps. One of the most powerful is Ties That Bind, which you can use to bring out both Silent Magician 0 and Silent Swordsman 0 directly from your deck. This is some great setup, as off of just one card, you have a Spell Negate and Silent Magician 0, a negate of anything that targets your Shining Sarcophagus guard with Silent Swordsman 0, and Shining Sarcophagus itself is even a relevant piece of interaction, as if your opponent special summons a monster from the graveyard, you can discard a spell to send it right back. Although, if you open a Gadget Trio and a Future Silence alongside your Shining Sarcophagus, you can pivot to an even stronger board. By getting access to Future Silence through either drawing it or through normal summoning a Gadget Trio, you can use this effect to add a Gandora G, the Dragon of Destruction, from your deck to your hand. Then, because you didn't spend your Shining Sarcophagus search, you can activate it and use the effect to grab Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic, and then special summon both it and Gandora to the field. After that, you can use Gandora's effect to wipe your own field, Shining Sarcophagus will remain, but everything else will end up being destroyed, and then you special summon out Silent Magician 0 from your deck. This seems like a huge resource sink, but now you get to trigger the on-destruction effects of your monsters. With Gadget Trio, you get the chance to summon Stronghold, the Hidden Fortress, while with Dark Magician, you get to special summon it back to your field and then use Secrets of Dark Magic directly from your deck, which you can use to fusion summon out Red Eyes Dark Dragoon during your opponent's turn by fusing Dark Magician with Gandora. So if you start out with Gadget Trio and Shining Sarcophagus, you'll end on your most important interaction with the Spell Negate and Silent Magician 0, and a way to counter Graveyard Revival with Shining Sarcophagus. But you trade access to Silent Swordsman 0 for an untargetable negate of any card with Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, and potentially even a Battle Trap and Stronghold. But let's take a look at this deck's ratios to see how this strategy would be capable of taking down the king of games. No matter what, you're always going to be playing 3 Shining Sarcophagus, since it's the heart and soul of the deck. It has an incredible search effect, but it's also a crucial card to commit to the field, as most other cards in the archetype can't function without it being around. As a result, it's a card that you always want to see in your hand. And thankfully, Gadget Trio can also add it, or any other spell or trap card that mentions Shining Sarcophagus whenever they're summoned, giving them crazy versatility, which is why you also play them at 3 copies. Likewise, Future Silence represents any monster you could want, which makes it yet another great playset to include because it's not just a great way of getting to your extenders or payoffs, it's a great way of starting your combo too, since you can also grab Gadget Trio. In general, you always want to see at least one of these cards in your opening hand, as they act as the key pieces that get you to any part of the deck that you could need, while letting you set up Shining Sarcophagus along the way. And as a result of the engine being so accessible, the rest of the strategy actually doesn't play any more 3-ofs, since you can grab your payoffs and extenders whenever they're needed, rather than hard drawing them. Gandora is another great example of this. It's a card that has the potential to be an extender when going first, and a game-ending threat when going second. But because it needs some setup, you only play 2 copies of it to search for when you're ready. The same is also true of Ties That Bind, another card with an undoubtedly strong effect that can allow you to swarm the field with your best monsters. But because it requires Shining Sarcophagus and a monster that mentions it on the field, you only play 1 or 2 copies of it most of the time when your engine is already rolling. Likewise, you don't want to go all in the silent monsters either. They're solid enough normal summons and excel as part of an end board, but they don't get you anywhere by themselves, meaning you'd rather summon them from the deck with your combo than open them in hand. Therefore, most pilots have generally landed on playing 1 copy of Silent Swordsman 0 and 2 copies of Silent Magician 0. And to make those silent monsters even stronger, it's a good idea to play 1 to 2 copies of Turn Silence, as it can protect your combo or strengthen your end board. But like the deck's other payoffs, it can only shine if you have set up for it already. And the final 2 of that you should always have in your deck is the strategy's latest boss monster, Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic, which you should play alongside either a copy of Secrets of Dark Magic or Destined Rivals, as they're the best usable targets for its effect. That just about covers the more mandatory pieces of the strategy, but there are still some other interesting options available to you if you're willing to commit the deck space for them. Stronghold, the Hidden Fortress, for example, is a card that can make your Gadget Trio a little bit stronger, as you can set it from your deck with their effect on destruction, which is why it's sometimes played at 1 copy. However, because its removal effect is so battle phase oriented, it's usually skipped out on. The same is true of Dark Magic Mirror Force. You can play it at 1 copy as an option, but it's often not played at all, as you have better targets to set with Magician of Black Magic. More Marshmallow is in a similar boat. If you want to get the most out of the card, you can play it at 2 to take advantage of its on-destruction effect, but because its effect isn't game warping, you'll likely only see it at 1 copy if it's played at all. And last but not least, Archfiend's Advent is a card with the same utility in helping break boards with its Snatch Steal effect, which is why you might play it at 1 as a search target. But it's somewhat a risky card because you might have to use your normal summon on it, which can put into conflict with your Gadget Trio. But let's take a closer look at Yugi's strategy to understand how these cards manage to take down each of Atem's Egyptian god cards. Each of the Shining Sarcophagus cards have unique effects while featuring a plethora of levels, types, and attributes. The strategy doesn't even share an archetypal name between the cards. However, there is one tie that binds the deck together. Every single card mentions Shining Sarcophagus somewhere in its effect text. This is what allows the deck to be as consistent as it is, as every card in the strategy that searches can get you to another card in the archetype one way or another. One of the best examples of this is Gadget Trio. Trio's secondary effect lets you set a Stronghold the Hidden Fortress from your deck whenever it's destroyed, which gives it some fun synergy with Gandora, as after destroying your own trio and adding it in for a Silent Magician 0, you then get some free value from Trio's destruction. But of course, the best part of any gadget is in its search effect, which lets you add either Shining Sarcophagus or any spell or trap card that mentions it from your deck to your hand. Being able to instantly search for your Shining Sarcophagus already makes it a stellar addition to the strategy by itself, but having the option to search for any spell or trap card in the archetype, if you already have Sarcophagus out, makes Trio one of the most versatile starters in the deck, especially given how busted the Shining Sarcophagus back row actually is. And nowhere is that more apparent than with the Ties That Bind, Shining Sarcophagus' version of Ties of the Brethren, that allows you to special summon 2 level 4 or lower monsters from your deck or hand so long as they mention Shining Sarcophagus. But just like the original, Ties That Bind comes with some harsh restrictions. Not only do you need to control both Shining Sarcophagus and a monster that mentions it to even use it, once it's resolved, you're locked out of special summoning from the extra deck. However, this is often worth it, as Ties is usually going to be one of the last things you do on your turn, as it's best used to special summon out your best level 4 or lower end board pieces. Now, there's currently only 4 potential targets that you can bring out with Ties, but each of these options have their own specific utility depending on the situation. If you haven't used Trio's search effect yet, then bringing them out from your deck can sometimes help you out in a pinch and let you get an extra search if you didn't happen to open them. Alternatively, you could be tempted to bring out a more Marshmallow if you really need to protect your field from battle. But more often than not, the 2 monsters that you'll bring out with Ties are Silent Swordsman 0 and Silent Magician 0, as these monsters give the deck some real interaction without needing to use the extra deck at all. As with Silent Magician, you can shut down an opponent's power spell, while with Silent Swordsman, you can protect your own cards from common removal options. And while the conditions of Ties are quite harsh, they're not as bad as they first appear, as its lock is only for the rest of the turn. So if you have an extra deck play you need to make before using the card, you can combo off prior to using Ties, and then beef up your end board by using it later. Although if you can commit your silent monsters to the field without using Ties, you might be tempted to use your trio to search out a Turn Silence. Turn Silence's effect is pretty inconspicuous, because on its own, all it does is increase the level of face-up monster you control by 3, which is a pretty low impact effect that doesn't seem like it's going to do much to change the tide of a game. However, if you activate it in response to the opponent's monster effect while you have both Shining Sarcophagus and a monster that mentions it, it'll actually negate that effect. This is crazy, as it's just a flat out negate that you can use both on your turn to protect your plays as an in-archetype crossout designator, or to stop your opponent's plays by using Turn Silence in response to their most critical monster effects. It even has a really solid extra effect too, that most people usually forget, as if your Shining Sarcophagus monster battles, you can banish it from your graveyard and just straight up end the battle phase the moment you feel your monsters or your life points are being threatened, putting a stop to an opponent's potentially lethal OTK so that you can make it to your next turn for a counterattack. The only real downside to Turn Silence is that, like Ties That Bind, it needs your board to be ready for it if you want to get the most out of it, which is why it's often better as a card to be added with a Shining Sarcophagus or Gadget Trio when you already have everything else you need to combo. However, not every card that Trio can search is necessarily something you want to play, as both the Shining Sarcophagus trap cards leave a lot to be desired. Dark Magic Mirror Force, for example, lacks utility and has some abysmal restriction requirements. The card's actual effect is pretty great, as it can destroy every one of your opponent's attack position monsters and even burn them for a free 500 points of damage if you happen to control a Dark Magician when it was activated. But to do this, you need to control Shining Sarcophagus, a monster that mentions it, and hope that your opponent either declares an attack or uses a monster effect that would destroy a monster on the field. This is a lot that has to go right if you want to use the card anywhere outside of the battle phase, with its usefulness being determined entirely by what your opponent does, and because it's a card that you'll either be searching with Trio or setting with Magician of Black Magic. Your opponent is going to know what to do to avoid accidentally triggering its effect at a pivotal point during their turn. And while it's nice that you can still use it as a battle trap if they don't play into it, then you're basically just using a more conditional version of Mirror Force at that point without the surprise factor the card is known for. The original trap card of the deck, Stronghold the Hidden Fortress, isn't much better either. It's a trap monster that can summon itself at any point, and even has the potential to be an impressive beatstick, as it gains 1,000 points for every Shrine Sarcophagus and every monster that mentions it that you control, including itself. But for as powerful of a beatstick as it could be, its effects as a monster are unfortunately weak, and easy for your opponent to avoid. It's basically just another battle trick. As well as a monster, if your opponent declares an attack while you control Shrine Sarcophagus, you get to destroy that monster. This is far from amazing, especially in a strategy with better battle phase focused effects already available to it, which makes it really redundant even within its own archetype. However, Stronghold has one key point in its favor. It's the only card that you can set with the on-destruction effect of Gadget Trio, so you can technically use it as an extra layer to your end board, although it likely won't be the reason you win a duel. However, one card that you'll be more than happy to use your trio or Shining Sarcophagus search on is Future Silence, since it has a simple but powerful effect that lets you add any monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus from your deck to your hand. This gives you yet another great way of accessing any card you could want within your strategy, letting you grab your best extenders and payoffs to fit the game state you're currently in. And the best part is that Future Silence's utility is strengthened by the existence of Gadget Trio and vice versa. You see, while Future Silence is limited to searching only monsters in the deck, you can use its effect to grab Gadget Trio, which can then add Shine Sarcophagus or a spell or trap card that mentions it, effectively making it so that Future Silence can search for your back row if you use Trio as a bridge. And the reverse is also true. Gadget Trio technically only searches for spell and trap cards, but if you really need a specific monster, you can use their effect to add either Shine Sarcophagus or Future Silence, which you can then use to add a monster of your choice. Both of these cards are individually powerful in their own right, and would still be an automatic inclusion in any Shining Sarcophagus strategy if the other didn't exist. But both of them being search spells within the same deck gives you some near constant consistency. And all of this utility comes without even thinking of the second half of this effect. You see, if you activate Future Silence in the main or draw phase, then it's just a simple search spell. But if you activate it in the battle phase, then after you add, you can make it so both players draw until they have 6 cards in their hand, mimicking the anime effect of Card of Sanctity. This half of the effect isn't the main reason Future Silence is crazy, but it opens up some extra OTK lines as it happens to synergize incredibly well with Silent Magician Zero. Because whenever your opponent draws a card while you control Silent Magician Zero, you get to increase their level by the number drawn, which seems like it doesn't do much at first. However, Magician Zero has a continuous effect that makes them gain attack equal to the difference between their current level and original level times 500. This includes when your opponent draws a card for turn, but also means that if your opponent is forced to draw by the effect of Future Silence, then you have the potential to increase on Magician Zero's attack by 3,000 with just one card. And while giving your opponent 6 cards for free would usually be a huge downside, if you can get lethal on board, card advantage won't matter too much. Although this OTK is just a bonus. Silent Magician Zero's main strength is actually that it's one of the best interactions the deck has available in Archetype, as if your opponent activates any spell card or effect, you can negate it at quick effect speed so long as you control Shine Sarcophagus, and then increase Magician Zero's level by 1. Like with Turn Silence, Magician Zero's negate comes with dual utility. You can use it to disrupt your opponent's best spell-based playmakers by negating the likes of Branded Fusion or Emergency Teleport, which can do a lot to help prevent your opponent from building their board. Or you can use it to protect your own field from your opponent's best board breakers, using Magician Zero's negate to prevent a triple tactics talent from resolving so that you can keep using your monsters, or stopping a Harpy's Feather Duster that would clear away your Shine Sarcophagus and the rest of your back throw. And it's this general usefulness that makes Silent Magician Zero a priority to bring to the field. It's not a turn-ending card that wins games on its own, but when used with the deck's other endboard pieces, it becomes a genuine threat. And Silent Swordsman Zero makes for some great backup. Swordsman's effects are similar to Magician's, but they have their own unique quirks. Instead of increasing their level whenever their opponent draws a card, their level gets increased by 1 during each standby phase. And like Magician, Swordsman also gains attack equal to the difference between its current level and original times 500. But instead of negating an opponent's spell effect, Swordsman can only negate effects that target either Shine Sarcophagus or one of your Shine Sarcophagus monsters. And then after you negate that effect, Swordsman level is increased by 1. Between the two silent monsters, Swordsman Zero is definitely the weakest, as its effect is a lot more specific and conditional. With Silent Magician Zero, you're basically guaranteed to get value of its negate because of just how common powerful spell cards are. Meanwhile, for Silent Magician's negate to be useful, you need to hope that your opponent targets your Shine Sarcophagus cards, which they're less likely to do when the threat of Swordsman is clear. However, Swordsman is still a solid feature as part of an endboard. It might not be able to stop an opponent's powerful playmaker, but it can prevent your Silent Magician from being negated by an infinite impermanence, stop a Fenrir from banishing your Gandora, and even ensure that your Shining Sarcophagus is safe from a Cosmic Cyclone, keeping your other interactions online. On its own, it's easy to see Swordsman as a card that might as well be a vanilla beatstick. But just like how Silent Magician 0 is strengthened by the other Shining Sarcophagus pieces existing on your end board, Silent Swordsman being on field buffs the staying power of everything else you have. More Marshmallow is in a really similar position to Swordsman. By itself, it's clearly a pretty terrible card, but if you can commit to the field alongside an end board, it can make things pretty difficult for an opponent in the right game state. Because while it's on the field and you control Shining Sarcophagus, More Marshmallow can't be destroyed by battle, and your opponent won't be able to target any of your Shining Sarcophagus monsters for attacks other than More Marshmallow, effectively making it so the rest of your end board won't be beaten over. But if your opponent tries to destroy More Marshmallow, or even if it's destroyed by your own Gandora, More Marshmallow will summon a second copy of itself from your hand, deck, graveyard, or banishment, and then inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent. And unlike the original, you don't need to set this More Marshmallow to protect your life points, as if you control Shining Sarcophagus, you get to special summon it out during your opponent's turn at quick effect speed. If you can get a More Marshmallow into your hand or into your end board, it's undoubtedly a positive effect that buffs your monsters by making it hard for your opponent to use the battle phase as an effective resource, as it blocks your opponent from OTKing you and keeps your monsters safe. And it can be especially infuriating to an opponent if you're playing multiple copies of it to take advantage of its on-destruction effect to keep it on the field no matter what. But for as funny as More Marshmallow is, like with the deck's battle traps, it's outclassed by Turn Sign's graveyard effect, which can basically stop your opponent from having the battle phase at all. More Marshmallow isn't an awful choice by any means, but because its specific niche is already filled, and because you'd rather spend your search effects on other cards, it's best to see it more as an option that you can tech in for certain metas, rather than as a mainstay of your engine. Archfiend's Advent is much the same. Its effects are quite strong and can do a lot to help Shining Sarcophagus strategies when going second. Because whenever Advent is normal or special summoned to the field, you get to target and take control of one of your opponent's monsters, with the only restriction being that if you don't have Shining Sarcophagus up when you use the effect, that monster can't attack. But if you did control Shining Sarcophagus, you can use your opponent's boss monster against them, and it'll be even stronger, as Advent gives it a 500 attack buff to every other monster you control. All of this sounds incredible, but Advent has one key issue. Unlike the deck's other high-level payoffs, it can't special summon itself to the field if you control Shining Sarcophagus. Instead, it lets you normal summon it without tributing. This puts Advent in direct conflict with the best normal summon of the deck, Gadget Trio, which can make for some awkward second hands where you have to decide between getting more engine or trying to force out interaction from an opponent. Still, Advent is great to include in your list if you're willing to commit a single deck slot to it, so it can be searched at the right moment, as against certain end boards, Advent is a huge threat. For example, if you target an opponent's 3200 attack Appaloosa, they're basically forced to negate your Advent, which will end up reducing their attack to 2400. Low enough for you to be able to threaten the battle phase, beat over 3 negates worth of monster, and continue playing in the main phase too. Now while Advent focuses on breaking boards, Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic, helps you make them. You can summon out this version of Dark Magician from your hand so long as either player controls a Shining Sarcophagus. And while it's on the field, Magician of Black Magic becomes the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense by changing its name to Dark Magician. But this version of Dark Magician isn't a vanilla, because if it's destroyed by a card effect and there's a level 5 or higher monster in the field, you can special summon Magician of Black Magic back to the field and then set a spell or trap card that mentions Dark Magician directly from your deck. This effect seems really conditional at first, but it's simple to trigger, as the main way you'll be using this Dark Magician is by destroying it with the effect of your level 8 Gandora G, which you'll be using anyways to get Silent Magician 0 from your deck. Now, you could use this effect to set Dark Magic Mirror Force if you happen to be playing it, but given how awkward it is to use, it's better to set a piece of Dark Magician focused back row that better synergizes with Magician of Black Magic. One of these options is Destined Rivals, a Dark Ruler No More on a trap card that negates the effect of every face-up monster your opponent controls, which is an excellent piece of interruption that's going to be hard for your opponent to play around since you can activate at any point during their turn, giving you the opportunity to blanket negate an entire board. However, more commonly, you'll see Secrets of Dark Magic set because you can fuse away your Dark Magician with your Dragon Effect monster in Gandora on your opponent's turn to summon out a Red Ice Dark Dragoon, an untargetable, indestructible Omni-Negate that can apply a ton of pressure. You won't be able to access Dragoon's removal or burn effects because you didn't use a normal monster as a fusion material, but having a more universal piece of interaction does an amazing job of backing up your silent monsters, and making the Shining Sarcophagus end board even more threatening. But in order to get to Dragoon, you'll need to bring out Gandora G, the Dragon of Destruction. Thankfully though, Gandora is one of the best cards in the whole strategy, as it's capable of acting as a way to break your opponent's board, make your own, or even both at the same time. Gandora can special summon itself out to the field for free so long as you control a Shining Sarcophagus. And while it might seem pretty weak for a boss monster, it gains 300 attack for every banished card. But the most busted part of Gandora is its other on-field effect. By paying half your life points, you can destroy every other card in the field, and banish them in the process. Then afterwards, you get to special summon any level 7 or lower monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus from your deck, and then you increase that monster's level by the number of cards destroyed. This is an amazing way to clear away a board, as with just one effect, you can wipe every one of your opponent's on-field resources, monsters, and back row alike, banishing them so they can't use their graveyard effects while you're furthering your own resources with a free summon from your deck. As a result, Gandora is an absurd OTK enabler. Every card it banishes is only going to buff its attack, and even if you can't reach lethal with it alone, you can supplement it with the monster you summon from your deck, which can be especially devastating if you summon out a silent monster that can take advantage of the levels that Gandora will give them to increase their attack to a deadly degree. But the crazy part about this effect is that it's not just good going second. You can use it when going first to further your plays and access your best endboard pieces. While on paper it's costly to wipe away your own field, the advantage you get from Gandora's summon, as well as the on-destruction effects of certain monsters, makes it more than worth it. Now, you might be worried about the idea of destroying your own Shining Sarcophagus, given how the entire deck needs it to be on the field to function. However, Sarcophagus actually can't be destroyed by any monster effects, including your own. So you're free to use Gandora without giving up the best card in the archetype. Which brings us to the last and most important card of the deck, Shining Sarcophagus. Like we talked about before, it can't be destroyed by monster effects, but it also has two other astonishing effects. Its third effect is pretty specific since it requires that your opponent special summons a monster from the graveyard. But if they do, you have a chance to discard a spell card to send that monster right back, mirroring how Gold Sarcophagus managed to defeat Slifer in the ceremonial duel. And this is a really solid extra effect that will often catch an opponent off guard, especially in strategies reliant on using the graveyard as a resource. It's definitely not guaranteed to come up in every game, but in the modern era, it's not uncommon to see your opponent bring out bodies from the graveyard, so having a way to remove them from the field before your opponent gets to use their effect, or for using them for an extract play, can be game-changing. However, this effect is just a bonus. The part of Shining Sarcophagus that makes it such a great card for the archetype is its second effect, which lets you add any card that mentions Shining Sarcophagus from your deck to your hand. Earlier, we talked about how amazing it was to have both Gadget Trio and Future Silence as searches for the strategies, as one can bridge you to the other, and get you to any card in the archetype. But with Shining Sarcophagus, you don't need any kind of bridge, as it can natively grab any card that we've discussed in this video, whether you need a Turn Silence for a negate, a Dark Magician or Gandora to get the materials ready to summon Dragoon, an Archfiend's Advent so that you can break a board, or Ties of the Bind so that you can make one. If you have a Shining Sarcophagus, the whole deck is at your fingertips. Which is why it's the perfect card for the strategy to have been built around. You see, usually it would be a huge detriment for a deck to need a specific card at all times for it to be useful, as you'd have to go out of your way to get on the field as quickly as possible so the rest of your deck can work, which can make trying to work with the strategy a little awkward, especially if the card you need doesn't do much. But with Shining Sarcophagus, you're immediately rewarded for putting it on the field with the ability to customize your hand as you see fit. All the while, you're fulfilling the conditions for some of the best cards in the archetype simply with it existing on field, which makes it a card you're hoping to see in your opening hand, and one that you're always willing to search for. Overall though, Shining Sarcophagus is a fun and shockingly capable recreation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ceremonial Duel. Every card carries the spirit of their older versions while also synergizing together as a complete deck in an impressive way, forming a solid resource loop with its searching, giving it an incredible grind game to back up a really solid endboard. The deck isn't perfect, as in certain formats its endboard interactions are a little weaker than you'd hope, and because of your limited access to the extra deck, you have a pretty linear and focused game plan. And even despite those weaknesses, Shining Sarcophagus has proven itself more than worthy to take on both the current meta, as well as the king of games. They say that a magician never reveals his secrets, but thankfully, the only magic I dabble in is over on the mana logs. So here's how Silhouhat Rabbit works. If you summon 2 effect monsters, you have access to Silhouhat Rabbit. Whether you get those monsters on the field with an engine, stealing your opponent's stuff, or with spare bodies you have lying around, it doesn't really matter, so long as they have an effect, you can use them for Silhouhat's Link Summon. And after it's brought to the field, you just have to activate the odd summon effect of your rabbit, which can set a continuous trap card from your deck. This might seem like a dangerous effect to have on a generic Link too, But you won't be setting a floodgate with this effect, because the continuous trap you choose has to be able to summon itself as a monster. This effect seems pretty inconspicuous at first, because you can't use that trap as an extension the turn you set it. However, certain trap monsters have surprisingly powerful ways to interact with your opponent, and they've only just now been able to shine due to Rabbit making them so easy to get to. But the card you'll likely see most with Silhouhat Rabbit is a Silhouhat Trick. So, after you set your trap card of choice, you just get to pass back to your opponent and wait for the perfect opportunity to perform your magic trick. Because if your opponent brings out a powerful combo enabler, or even activates a strong spell or trap card that will remain on the field, you can make their effects disappear. All you have to do is activate Silhouhat Trick, because after you summon it out, you can then activate its on-summon effect to negate face-up cards your opponent controls, equal to the number of illusion monsters you control, and both Rabbit and Trick happen to be illusions. But that's not the only trick up their sleeve, as on the same chain where you use Trick's effect to negate, you also get the chance to use the other effective Silhouette Rabbit to pop an opponent's back row. So with any 2 effect monsters in the game, you get a way to negate any 2 of your opponent's face-up cards, a back row pop, and even a free body that you can use on your next turn to further your plays. But let's see what's behind the curtain by looking at the engine's ratios to see how real this magic actually is. One of the most powerful things about Rabbit is just how little you have to commit in order to make the engine work. Not just because it's so easy to summon, but also because you don't need to surrender that much deck space to include it as part of your strategy. You just need 1 spot in your extra deck for Silhouhat Rabbit, and 1 spot in your main deck for the trap card of your choice. You could definitely play more copies of Rabbit to use this effect multiple times over the course of a duel, or you could include a ton of different continuous trap monsters so that your Rabbit can adapt for every situation and strategy. But part of why this engine is so appealing for even meta decks is just how low the deck cost is for what you get out of it, as it can add a whole extra layer to an already oppressive end board, or give you a way to convert stray bodies into something useful after you've been hand trapped, which puts Rabbit in a very similar position to equally as strong generic Verte Anaconda. But while your choices with Verte were pretty limited, you have a whole host of different fun, interesting, and even silly options you can pair with your bunny. But before we get into those choices, let's take a look at the star of the show, Silhouhat Rabbit. Whenever Rabbit is link summoned, you get a chance to set a continuous trap card directly from your deck, so long as that trap has an effect to special summon itself as a monster, with the only downside being that you can't use Rabbit as a link material for the rest of the turn. This is the part of Rabbit that recently revolutionized how trap monsters can be used in the metagame. You see, while there have been quite a few competitively viable strategies over the years that have used trap monsters in some capacity, they've rarely been used generically, especially continuous trap monsters. And it's not because these traps have terrible effects. On the contrary, some of them have incredible interactions that, when used at the right time, can be game-winning. But because you have no way to easily get to these traps other than just drawing them, you're better off playing other, better generic trap cards that could either deal with a field of monsters, or just floodgate an opponent out of the game. However, Silhouhat's effect opens the door to a ton of fun experimentation for these trap monsters with how generic Rabbit is. Needing only 2 effect monsters so you can grab a continuous trap monster of your choosing has turned these cards from almost inaccessible to some of the easiest cards to get in the game, allowing for traps that previously would have been looked over to actually seem quite appealing. Especially because Rabbit being on field strengthens these trap monsters with its other effects. This effect can be triggered whenever any card in the spell and trap card zone is special summoned to the monster zone, and lets you use Silhouhat to pop an opponent's spell or trap card. So, even if you use Silhouhat's first effect to set a trap whose only effect is to summon itself as Vanilla Beatstick or Defender, you still get the chance to put pressure on your opponent by dealing with an important back row piece or interaction because you just so happen to summon Metal Reflect Slime at the right moment. Notably, this effect also doesn't need a trap monster to be summoned specifically. It can trigger from any card so long as it was in the back row first, which gives you the chance to use this effect in or against the likes of Centurion or even Snake Eye, since both strategies are quite capable for bringing out their monsters from the spell and trap card zone, which gives you the chance to use the trap monster you set preemptively so you can use Rabbit's pop at a later point during the turn. And of course, like most illusion monsters, if Rabbit battles an opponent's monster, neither monster can be destroyed by that battle. This is a great bonus effect to have in general, but is even better on Silhouhat specifically because it means that it's a lot harder for your opponent to remove it from the field with the battle phase, ensuring you get the chance to use Silhouhat's back row pop and making it more likely that it'll stick around long enough for you to use it as a link material on your following turn. But this protection, as well as its typing, is also incredibly important for another reason, as it means that it synergizes even better with the trap monster that was designed for it, Silhouhat Trick. And that's because Silhouhat's Trick negation relies on the number of illusion monsters that are currently on the field. When you activate Trick, you summon it as an illusion effect monster with 1500 attack and 600 defense. It's still treated as a trap card while it's a monster, and it gains 2 effects while it's brought to the field. It has the classic illusion protection, preventing itself and monsters it battles from being destroyed by that battle, as well as its primary effect, which triggers when it's special summoned, which lets you target and negate face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of illusion monsters you control. And notably, both Silhouhat Trick and Silhouhat Rabbit are illusion monsters. So even if you're not running a deck that natively uses illusions, you can still play this package because at worst, Trick will still get to negate at least 1 face-up card since it counts itself. And if you still have Rabbit on the field, then you can negate 2. The fact that Trick can negate any face-up card is almost absurd, as not only can you negate your opponent's best monster-based starters, enablers, and boss monsters, you also have the chance to deal with their field spells, continuous back row, equip cards, and even floodgates, freeing you up from potentially oppressive game states. Now, you do have to be careful with how you time the activation of Silhouhat Trick because it needs to summon itself first before it can negate, which means you won't get the chance to stop your opponent's spells and traps that have an effect on activation. And stopping a monster on summon effect is going to be difficult, but not impossible. You just have to use Trick to summon as a chain link 2 during your opponent's turn whenever you use an effect that would special summon a monster, so that on a new chain, when they try to use that monster's on summon effect as chain link 1, you can trigger Trick as chain link 2. This can sometimes be awkward, but either way, Trick is still a pretty crazy piece of interaction for stopping your opponent's plays. And when paired with Rabbit popping an opponent's spell or trap card, this small package gives you an absurd amount of interaction. But earlier we talked about the coolest part of Silhouhat Rabbit being how it opens the door to using continuous trap monsters as a form of interaction. And there's a range of really powerful options for you to choose from even right now, with one of the best being Angel Statue Azaroon. When Azaroon is activated, it'll become a level 4 fairy effect monster with some respectable stats. But the strongest aspect of the card are its effects while it's a monster. Unlike Trick, Azaroon can't negate effects. But if your opponent tries to special summon a monster while you control a special summon Azaroon, you can send a continuous trap monster you control that was special summoned from your back row to the graveyard to negate that summon and destroy the monster. Importantly, Azaroon is able to send itself for this effect, which gives it similar utility to Solemn Strike or Judgment in preventing an opponent's monster from hitting the board. You can't stop effects like Polymerization or Emergency Teleport from bringing in a monster, as they don't give Azaroon a window to stop the summon. But Statue can still negate any kind of Link, Xyz, Synchro, Pendulum summon, or any kind of special summon that doesn't start a chain link, stopping your opponent from getting to their extra deck tools, outs to their board, and even their combo enablers when used at the right time, which can be downright cruel when you use Azaroon to back up an already strong end board. Now, unlike Trick, which is a very reactive trap monster, to get the most out of Azaroon, you have to be proactive with the card and summon it out pretty early if you want to prevent the summon of the likes of Black Witch, making it a bit more difficult to use Rabbit's effect to pop an opponent's back row. But even with this small downside, Azaroon is undoubtedly a great choice for Rabbit, especially in the current format where cutting off access to certain link plays is paramount for surviving. And if your opponent tries to circumvent Azaroon's interaction by using the battle phase to their advantage, they'll be met with a nasty surprise. Because if Azaroon is destroyed by battle, you get to pop the monster that destroyed it, which means that no matter what, your opponent is going to be losing a body in one way or another. But if you want to deal with an opponent's monster that's already on the field, then you could try running a copy of Prey of the Gyrogumo as your target of choice. Prey summons itself out as an Earth insect with a respectable 2100 attack to the column that you set it in. And then, as part of the same effect, you can destroy an opponent's monster in the same column as your Gyrogumo. It's definitely unfortunate that this pop is limited to only being able to destroy monsters in the column where you initially set Gumo, because it means that if you set it with a Rabbit, then your opponent is going to know where Gyrogumo is and can play around it by summoning to the other zones. However, if you already have Rabbit in the extra monster zone, you can simply set Prey to be under the other extra monster zone, so that if your opponent wants to get to their link plays, they'll be forced to give your Gyrogumo a chance to strike. And if your opponent has already committed a body to the field by the time you set Gumo with a Rabbit, you can just put it in the same column as their monster to ensure you're definitely getting the chance to pop something. You could technically get something out of Gumo's graveyard effect too if you happen to be playing Gate Guardian strategy, as on your next turn, after using Gumo, you can link it off so that you can use the search effect to grab your Gate Guardian pieces. Although, if you really want to go all in on destruction, instead of summoning a huge insect that can only destroy one monster, you can bring out an angry girl to destroy an entire field with You're Finished. If you get a chance to summon You're Finished, then its effect, as a monster, can turn the tide of the duel on its head, as it's a quick effect that can destroy every card your opponent controls the moment they activate any card or effect, and after it's done wiping the field, you get to set it back in your spell and trap card zone to be used again on a later turn. This is an absurd effect to have. If your opponent doesn't want their board to be wiped, they're basically locked out of using anything, because the moment they do, you get a chance to Raigeki and Harpy's Feather Duster their entire board away, wiping away all of their on-field resources, which is often enough to win a duel on its own, or at least get a game-determinative advantage. However, there's one small issue with You're Finished. Unlike the other trap monsters we talked about so far, in order to activate it, 10 or more cards or effects need to have been activated in the same turn, and only then can you try to special summon it out to the field. Now, this condition definitely isn't impossible to fulfill. In the modern era, combo strategies are often going to go through way more than 10 effects to reach their desired boards, especially if they have enough to play through your interactions, hand traps, and boss monsters, which also count towards Your Finish's condition. But because it's really hard to use Your Finish to stop your opponent's early plays, it gives them a chance to set up their field before you get a chance to use it. And while that makes for an even better board to wipe, a Nightmare Phoenix or Little Knight in your opponent's extra deck means they're going to have ample opportunity to get rid of it before effect 10, which they're definitely going to do because they know you set it with your rabbit. Although, not everyone is going to have room for these options in their extra deck. And if you get the chance to actually wipe your opponent's field, they're going to realize how finished they really are. Now, that just about does it in terms of powerful continuous traps you can throw into just about any deck to use as a piece of interaction or removal. There are definitely other generic options available that might have their use someday, like Mimesis Elephant, which can alter the types and attributes of any monster on the field, which can be really annoying for decks reliant on specific kinds of monsters. Or you could even try the recently released Qebehsenuef to disincentivize your opponent from targeting your stuff. Or even Zoma the Earthbound Spirit if you feel like burning your opponent for 3000 damage when you go to the battle phase. But while these trap cards have their uses, they're pretty niche and need the right kind of format and game state for them to really pop off. And in most cases, it's probably a little bit better to set an easier to use continuous trap monster with a more applicable universal effect. However, if you're playing certain kinds of strategies, then you have even more options for what Silhouhat can set that can specifically synergize with your deck or archetype of choice. Apophis the Swamp Deity is a really fun example of this. You can only special summon out Apophis during the main phase specifically, but on this same chain, you also get the chance to negate the effects of your opponent's face-up cards up to the number of other continuous traps you control. Now, by itself, Apophis is basically just a vanilla that doesn't do anything, because unlike Trick, it doesn't count itself as part of its negate. But if you happen to be playing a strategy that can swarm your field and backrow with a bunch of continuous traps, then Apophis can act as a much more reactive version of Trick, which can even be used to negate cards your opponent has just activated, allowing you to counter the likes of Lightning Storm or Fiendsmith's Track as your opponent has activated them, or stop an opponent's on-summon effect that Silhouhat Trick would struggle to deal with. The only issue with Apophis as a generic choice is that you need other continuous traps to make it work, which not every strategy can put up. So for most decks, if they want a negation, then Trick is their best option. But for strategies like Eldritch and even Centurion, a deck with monsters who can be treated as continuous traps, Apophis is an amazing reactive choice. And speaking of Eldritch, Rabbit's effect synergizes with the deck incredibly well because it just so happens that Eldritch's main form of interaction is through its continuous trap monsters. Conquistador, Hackero, and even Guardian all have effects to summon themselves out to the field as monsters, and then as part of the same effect, if you control Eldritch, you then get to do something else. Guardian reduces the attack of a monster to 0, Hackero can banish a card from the graveyard, and Conquistador can destroy a card on the field. Now, in a deck like Eldritch, you probably won't be summoning out Silhouhat Rabbit on your first turn, but it's still a great option to have in your extra deck because it gives you a way to convert the bodies you use to interact with your opponent into free follow-up when you use them to link climb into Rabbit. The golden trap monsters are all normal monsters, so you have to bridge to Rabbit by linking them away for Link Spider first. But Eldritch is more than willing to do that anyways, as getting your golden land traps to the graveyard lets you use their grave effects in the end phase to set an elixir back row from your deck, which is important for Lich because these elixir cards allow you to keep your main boss monster on the field, which turns your on-field trap monsters into real pieces of interaction. And if you link off your spiders for Silhouhat Rabbit, you can guarantee access to those interactive pieces, allowing you to apply even more pressure to an opponent over the course of a duel, further increasing Lich's already strong grind game. But it's not just in Eldritch where Silhouhat can get you to your engine pieces. In Crusadia, you could set Crusadia Crawler to get a search and a tribute for your Equimax negate, or you could set Shadow Core to fuse away into a control-based doll strategy. But perhaps one of the most interesting decks to use Silhouhat is Time Thief, by using Rabbit to set a power reserve from your deck. Now, unlike the other trap monsters we talked about, Power Reserve isn't actually interruption by itself. All it does on field is special summon itself as a level 4 monster, and then bring out a machine Time Thief from your hand, deck, or graveyard. This could technically be interaction if you summon a Basil Ship to act as a DD Crow, if you manage to get your Redoer set up on your first turn. But the main reason why you'd want to try setting Power Reserve is so you can use it for an XC summon and get a trap card underneath your Redoer to use its effect to spin an opponent's card back to the top of their deck. This definitely wouldn't be worth trying if you had to wait until your turn 3 to get any use out of Power Reserve. However, being a rank 4 strategy means that Time Thief has an easy access to the Armored Xyz engine with their X-Check pieces, which can then be used to grab full Armored Xyz from their deck, a trap card which lets you perform an Xyz summon after you activate it as long as you control another Xyz monster. So, if you combine this with Rabbit, setting Power Reserve from your deck, you can set up your plays by setting full Armored Xyz alongside it, so that when you travel to the future of your opponent's turn, you can use Power Reserve to set up the bodies you need for a rank 4 play, and then use full Armored Xyz so that you can summon a Redoer with a guaranteed spin during your opponent's turn, making the card much more of a genuine threat. And fittingly, doing this setup early will also reward you on future turns, as while it's in the graveyard, Reserve also has a second effect that can be used at quick effect speed if you have an Xyz with both a spell and a trap card as material, and lets you banish any card on the field, which is actually some crazy good removal, especially because it doesn't target. And Rabbit setting a Power Reserve turn 1 is going to make it much more likely you'll get to use its graveyard effect at some point. We've just about covered most of the interesting interactions that continuous trap monsters have available to them, but the pool is still rich for exploration and innovation with a number of different trap monsters that are going to be great options for more niche strategies. If you've dedicated yourself to playing a deck solely of trap monsters, then if you summon Rabbit, then you could easily grab a Statue of Anguish pattern to keep popping your opponent's board, or the classic with Tiki Curse and Tiki Soul to make your trap monsters really annoying to deal with. Or if you happen to be playing an Egyptian God deck, you could use Rabbit to set up a Metal Reflect Slime. This isn't interaction by itself, but it means that after you summon out your Metal Reflect Slime on turn 3, you can convert it into Egyptian God Slime to protect your other cards from being targeted while it acts as enough tributes to bring out the Winged Dragon of Ra, Almost the Tormentor, or Slifer the Sky Dragon. Now obviously this isn't the craziest card that you could set with Silhouhat, but having the option to set any card from Metal Reflect Slime to Angel Statue Azaroon showcases the sheer versatility of this bunny, which already has a ton of fun and strong options already available. And now, whenever a new continuous trap monster is released, instead of casting them aside as a fun but terrible gimmick, we can now appreciate the value that these kinds of monsters were intended to give, acting as both a way to interact with an opponent and a body that you can use on the following turn, all thanks to this silly rabbit that showed us that tricks aren't just for kids. Sometimes decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Can feel downright evil, especially in the current format where fiends, demons, and strange-looking creatures are dominating the meta with cruel and oppressive end boards. It can feel hopeless trying to take down these monsters, which is why you might need a deck with power and force that you've never seen before, with the ability to morph and even up the score. So, here's how Super Quants work. With Emergency Teleport and Super Quantal Fairy Alpha, you can activate E-Tally to special summon Super Quantum Blue Layer from your deck. Then you can use Blue Layer's on summon effect to add a Super Quantum Mech Ship Magna Carrier from your deck to hand. After that, it's time to normal summon Alpha, and use its effect to tribute itself and choose 3 Super Quant monsters with different names in your deck. One of the monsters you choose will be randomly special summoned, while the other 2 get sent to the graveyard. In this case, we've already used Blue Layer's effect, so it's a good idea to pick Super Quantum Green Layer, Super Quantum Red Layer, and Super Quantum White Layer. This effect is random, so you don't get to choose what's summoned. However, picking these 3 quants in this instance ensures that we can always get to the same point. If a Green Layer is special summoned to your field, you can use Red Layer's Graveyard effect to special summon White Layer, while using White Layer's effect to add another Alpha to your hand. Meanwhile, if you summon Red Layer, you can use its effect to add White Layer from your grave to hand, while using White Layer's Graveyard effect as a Chain Link 2 to add Alpha. After that resolves, you can use White Layer's in-hand effect to send a Red Layer for cost so that you can special summon itself to the field. Then, this lets you use Red Layer's Graveyard effect to bring back Green Layer. And last but not least, if you summon White Layer with Alpha, you can then use White's on-field effect to send another copy of White Layer from your deck to the graveyard, and Red Layer to revive a Green Layer in your grave. Then, on a new chain, you can use the effect of your White Engrave to add Alpha from your deck or graveyard to hand. So, no matter what you summon, you'll have a blue, green, and white layer on field with Alpha and Magna Carrier in hand, which means it's Morphin time. If you activate Magna Carrier, you can discard a card to summon out a Super Quantal Mech Beast on top of a Super Quantum, so as long as they share an attribute. Blue layer will summon out Grampulse, since they're both water. Green layer is Wind and will bring out Ouroboros, and white layer's Light attribute lets you summon Lesterex. For each of your Super Quant mechs, you need to discard a card for Magna Carrier, but what you get out of those discards is a solid end board composed of backrow pops with Grampulse, a Book of Moon with Ouroboros, and an Effect Veiler with Lesterex. All of which can be used at quick effect speed, since each mech beast will have their associated pilot attached. However, even through this end board, a lot of modern strategies have the uncanny ability to make their monsters grow, which is why it's important to put a stop to them by using the second effect of Magna Carrier to send itself to the graveyard so that you can combine your 3 mechs to summon out Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus. You're trading away 3 interactions to bring out Magnus, but it's more than worth it as it'll be summoned with 6 materials. This makes it an unaffected 3600 attack towers that can shuffle back any card on the field at quick effect speed during either player's main phase, while also continuously preventing your opponent from adding cards from their deck to their hand, putting them under a permanent draw and lockbird. But before we try making Megazord, we've got to assemble a team ready to fight for justice. So let's look into this deck's ratios. Alpha, while small, is undoubtedly the leader, as he's one of the most important cards in the strategy for bringing out your quants, which is why you'll usually play my 3 copies, and potentially even more by running alongside Previous Map, or Diviner the Herald, and Trias Hierarchia. Comparatively, Blue Layer is much weaker as a normal summon. You'd rather summon it from deck using Alpha's effect or a copy of Emergency Teleport, but playing multiple copies rather than one gives your deck a ton of recursion and makes rank 3s really easy to summon, so playing 2 copies of Blue Layer gives you the best of both worlds. Green Layer, on the other hand, is a card that's only really useful when you know that you already have a way to play. It can make your good hands a little bit stronger, but makes your worst ones even more awkward. However, it still has a lot of utility, so it's often worth playing at least 1 copy. Meanwhile, Super Quantum Red Layer is a card that you could easily run 3 copies of, especially in a pure build since it's a solid extender when drawn and has an amazing on-field effect as well as a graveyard effect that's crucial for swarming the field. However, if you're running alternate engines, you can cut Red Layer down to 2 copies instead. The final member of your Rangers is Super Quantum White Layer, another excellent extender that can change its attribute to get you to any of your mech beasts. And you can even use it as a starter to get you to Alpha in a pinch, which is why it's often played at 3 copies. In general, the ratios of your pilots are always going to be fluid, and can change depending on how you're using your quants, especially since the strategy is far from solved. If you're playing the deck pure, then you want to be playing enough of your good pilots to guarantee access to your engine, while if you're playing a hybrid version of the deck, or one more focused on Brilliant Fusion, it makes a lot of sense to cut down on names to ensure you can see your other starters. But for any of your pilots to be effective, you're going to need to play their associated mechs. Although no matter what variant you're playing, you actually only need 1 copy of each Super Quant mech, including Magnus itself. This seems pretty dangerous. However, any Quant card, including the mechs, can be shuffled back with Blue Layer's graveyard effect, so even if your opponent manages to break your board or out Magnus, you can recycle your resources to use them again on a later turn, which frees up a lot of extra deck space for other cards. Although if you're particularly worried about running out of archetypal extra deck tools, then it's a good idea to play 2 copies of Grampulse and Lesterex, since they're the easiest of your Xyzs to bring out. The only Super Quant mech that's not worth using at all is Blaster Magna, the deck's archetypal Link monster, because while its effect is actually pretty solid, it requires a ton of resources to summon, and its role of regaining hand advantage that you spent on Magna Carrier is often done by just better other cards. Speaking of Magna Carrier, there's no doubt that it's one of the most important cards in the deck, as it's your main way of summoning both your Mech Beast and Magnus. But at the same time, it's also really bricky as a card that doesn't do much on its own. As a result, anywhere from 1 to 3 copies of it can make sense. If you run 1, then you can just search it whenever you know you have the resources to summon Magnus, rather than risking drawing it without any engine. While running at 3 will make your playable hands even better, but will make your less combo heavy hands a lot worse. But in terms of archetypal back row, Magna Carrier is actually the only super quant spell or trap card the strategy will run, as most of your other options range from being mediocre to downright terrible. The only other piece of super quant back row that you might consider running is Alpha Spike, as its graveyard effect can get you to Magna Carrier, which makes it somewhat useful if you discard it with Green Layer, or send it to the graveyard with Foolish Burial Goods. But because its primary effect is so difficult to use, it's only ever played at 1 copy, if ever at all. But now that we've assembled our team, let's take a look at their strategies, powers, and skills to see why they're worthy of being Power Rangers. Super Quant can split between two key archetypes. There's the Super Quantal cards and the Super Quantum cards. The Super Quantal cards are composed of the deck's back row, its Xyz payoffs, and of course Super Quantal Fairy Alpha. The main deck Super Quantals are made to enable and increase the strength of your Super Quantums. Meanwhile, the Super Quantum cards make up most of your main deck monsters, and are the necessary pieces to allow for Magnet Carrier to bring out your Super Quantal mech beasts. Each of the Super Quantums vary in type, attribute, and level. This gives the deck a unique edge, as you can dip into a whole host of generic options that just so happen to support the stat lines of your Super Quants, even if those cards were made with a whole other deck in mind, which is made even crazier by the lack of locks on any of the Quants cards. However, while every Super Quantum is different, they do share one key similarity. They all have at least two effects: a when effect that triggers on summon, and an if effect that activates when it hits the graveyard. These effects vary in strength, but each one has its own utility when used in the right situation, and can turn a game on its head. Super Quantum Blue Layer is a great example of this. Blue Layer's graveyard effect doesn't seem too strong at first, as all it does is let you target up to 3 of your Super Quant cards in the graveyard and shuffle them back into the deck. However, this shuffle provides a deck with a ton of recursion, and lets you recycle your spent resources so that you always know that you'll have Quant names available for Alpha Summon and Xyz to bring out with Magnet Carrier. In fact, if you can reach Magnus, then having Blue Layer attached to him can be crucial if you're only playing one copy of him, as if your opponent somehow manages to get your towers to the grave, you can use Blue Layer to immediately put him back into your extra deck, ready to summon out again on your next turn. Although Blue Layer's strength isn't just limited to its graveyard effect, its on summon effect is even crazier, as it just lets you add any Super Quant card from your deck to your hand, other than another copy of itself. Essentially, this effect can unlock any part of the strategy that you could be missing. If you need to put bodies on board, you can just grab Alpha, or if you're just one attribute away from Magnus, then you can take White Layer instead. And of course, if you want to access your extra deck, then you can use Blue Layer to add Magnet Carrier from your deck to your hand. As a result, whether or not you can bring Blue Layer to the field will often be the deciding factor between a hand that can reach Magnus and a hand that can't, which can sometimes be an issue as Blue has no way to bring itself out to the field, and there's only a 33% chance of summoning it through Alpha's effect. Thankfully, however, Blue Layer's typing lets you take advantage of Psychic-based support cards, and while there are a ton of interesting synergies that you could throw into Super Quant, the most important one by far is Emergency Teleport, since it summons Blue directly from the deck. You just have to be careful, as like the other Quants, Blue Layer's on summon effect is a when effect, which means it can miss timing if you use Emergency Teleport as a chain link 2 or higher. But thankfully, even without this extra support, the deck has some tricks up its sleeves to make accessing the on-field effect of Blue and every other Quant a lot easier by using the effect of Super Quantum Green Layer. Green Layer's on summon effect is pretty basic, as it just lets you special summon a Super Quant from your hand, while its graveyard effect lets you discard a Super Quant to draw a card. If you draw into Green Layer in hand with a bunch of other Quants, its on summon effect can be invaluable for triggering your most important Quants, while also putting an extra attribute on field to get you one step closer to Magnus. But where this effect really shines is when Green Layer can be chosen as a target for Alpha. Now, discussing Alpha is where Super Quants become super complicated. You see, like we talked about earlier, Alpha's effect is random and gives you a 33% chance of summoning your preferred Quant in any given situation. But if you've drawn into the Super Quant in your opening hand, then you can use Green Layer to tilt the odds in your favor. For example, if you need to summon Blue Layer and drew it alongside Alpha, you can pick Blue, Green, and a third Quant for Alpha choices so that you'll actually have a 66% chance of summoning Blue Layer instead, either through Alpha's effect or through Green Layer's effect bringing it out from hand. And while it's not guaranteed by any means, being able to reduce the randomness of such a potentially busted effect is going to get you to Magnus more often, and win you more games. You just have to be careful and make sure that you always use Green Layer's effect as Chainlink 1, as if you use it as a Chainlink 2 or higher, your other Super Quants will miss the timing to use their effects. It's not just Green Layer's on summon effect that can do this either, as its graveyard effect has a similar use. The draw is a nice bonus, but the best part is, ironically, its cost. Using our earlier example, if you wanted to use Blue Layer's graveyard effect and have it in hand, then picking green, red, and white will give you a 66% chance of green hitting the grave so that you can discard blue. Or you can even have a 100% chance of using this effect if you pick blue, green, and any other Quant. In general, how effective Green Layer is will always be dependent on the engine you've drawn into, and how much you have. so your mileage is always going to vary. But there's no doubt that green layer proves itself a worthy part of the deck. So much so that, like blue, you can rely on some powerful tools that support wind spellcasters to further strengthen green. But in terms of non-archetype synergies, the most infamous card within the deck is Super Quantum Red Layer. Unlike blue and green, Red Layer has a way to special summon itself from hand. You just have to control no monsters. And this free summon has enabled it to see play in countless Isolde focused strategies throughout the years, as Red Layer just so happens to be a fire warrior as well. But red being a free summon is also quite useful in Super Quants, as it's a great way to get another attribute and name on the field for Magna Carrier. Especially if you get a chance to use red's on summon effect, which lets you target a Super Quant card in your graveyard and add it to your hand. In a deck like Super Quant, where the graveyard is constantly being filled, using this effect will often give you a dealer's choice of cards to pick from, which is really important for reoccurring your best resources, so you can either take advantage of their best effects, or so that you can just discard them for Magna Carrier. The only issue with Red Layer's first effect is that on the first turn of the duel, it's really reliant on being summoned by Alpha to trigger it. Because even with its useful free summon, it's hard to bin Super Quants to the grave without committing a monster to the field in some way. You can also rely on some non-archetypal tools to guarantee that you'll trigger it, but even without them, Red Layer is usually going to be part of your Alpha choice regardless. Because you can't really lose if you pick red. If it's summoned from Alpha, you get a free resource to use as you see fit. While if red layers into the graveyard, you get to use one of the best graveyard effects the Quants have available to them, as you get the chance to target a Super Quant in your graveyard that isn't a copy of Red Layer so that you can special summon it, but you can't activate that monster's effects. This downside is pretty unfortunate, as if it didn't exist, using the on-summon effects of your Quants would be a cinch. But with that being said, Red Layer's graveyard effect is one of the most important tools in the archetype, as it means that an activated Alpha is always going to convert into two bodies on field one way or another. Either Red Layer is going to hit the graveyard through Alpha's effect to summon out a second body, or you can add back a White Layer to send red to gray for its summon to use the effect anyway. And if you're trying to turbo out Magnus, the Alpha representing two Super Quantums is a godsend. But even if Magnus is out of reach, those two bodies can convert into a bunch of powerful generic link plays, or even rank 1s, 3s, 4s, or 7s. And that's specifically because of Super Quantum White Layer. White Layer is, without a doubt, the best extender in the deck. With an effect in hand that lets you special summon it at any point during your turn, you just have to send a non-light Super Quant monster from hand or field to the graveyard. This is a great tool to have if you're trying to go for Magnus as early as possible, because with Alpha acting as a way to guarantee two Super Quantum bodies, you can use White Layer as the third name you need by summon itself, which is especially absurd when combined with White's on summon effect. Because whenever it's brought to the field, you can send any Super Quant monster from your deck to the graveyard to have White copy that monster's level and attribute. This is incredibly useful for a whole host of different reasons. Manipulating White Layer's attribute this way means that, with a Magna Carrier, you can convert White into any of your mech beasts, which is useful for getting to use their effects and on your way to Magnus if you've already brought out Lusterex. Meanwhile, changing White Layer's level also makes it far easier to dip into your extra deck without Magna Carrier too, as you can match the level of another monster you have on field, and then paired with Red Layer's effect to give you a free body to match, you can open up a ton of different options. And last but not least, getting to cycle through any of your Super Quanta graveyard effects that you haven't used yet is really powerful. But it's made almost absurd by the fact that you can send a second copy of White Layer with this effect, which is pretty crazy given that White Layer's graveyard effect is one of the best of the bunch, as it lets you add a Super Quantal Fairy Alpha, the deck's best starter, from your deck or graveyard to your hand. This is incredible, as it means getting White Layer into rotation can represent a starter, extender, and even follow-up for the next turn. In hands that didn't draw to Alpha, you can bring out White Layer, send another White Layer, and then suddenly you have Alpha to your hand to use, which in hands that do have Alpha, this effect can translate to free follow-up or discard fodder. To add another layer to how amazing this effect is, you'll likely also get the chance to use it during your opponent's turn when White Layer is detached as material from Magnus, or a mech piece, which will make sure that even if you discard the extra Alpha on your turn, you can just add it back later so that even if they can beat Magnus, you have the follow-up to either rebuild or just assemble your rangers and push for lethal. Because Alphen is the card that ties the whole strategy together. Individually, the Super Quants have useful effects that are difficult to use because they're either hard to summon or need the right setup. But an Alphen can let you trigger multiple different Super Quant effects with just a single normal summon, letting the strategy snowball into a pretty strong engine that can win either through drowning in advantage or simply by the looming threat of Magnus. Alpha has two effects. The first is a nice bonus, as it lets you target a super quant monster you control and makes all other monsters on your side of the field the same level as that monster, which can make using generic extenders a lot simpler when you can just change their level. You can even use Alpha to target itself to make it get into the rank 1 pool a cinch, but it's Alpha's second effect that really defines him as the deck's leader, because if you're willing to tribute it for cost, it lets you choose 3 different super quant monsters with different names in your deck. One of those monsters will be special summoned, and the other 2 will be sent to the graveyard. This is close to being busted, but there's one key detail holding it back. The monster you summon from Alpha's effect is always going to be chosen at random. And that's really unfortunate because it means you can't always rely on it to consistently bring out the best quant that you need for a given situation. In fact, the odds are actually against you, since you'll usually only have a 33% chance of getting your preferred pilot to the field. However, even though you can't choose the monster you summon, this doesn't make the effect entirely unreliable. Quite to the contrary, Alphen is always going to be one of the most important effects to resolve, because even if you land on your worst choice, you're still guaranteed something. For example, usually if you have no other engine in hand, your best choices for Alphen are going to be red, white, and blue layer. With these 3 choices, the best summon for you is going to be blue layer, as that will result in getting to use its on summon effect to search, as well as the amazing graveyard effects of red to revive white layer, and white layer to add Alphen. And if you choose add Magnet Carrier with blue, you can then go into both Grand Pulse and pop backrow and Lusterrex to negate an opponent's monster effect. But even if you summon red or white, you still get a lot out of it. If you summon red layer, you can use its effect to add back white layer to your hand after using white's effect to search for Alphen. Then you can use white to send red layer for cost and summon it to the field, so you can then use red layer's graveyard effect to revive either Alphen or blue layer, while using white layer's effect on field to manipulate its level to match the monster you summon, giving you a clear path to a rank 1 or rank 3 of your choosing. And if you summon white layer, then it's just a simple matter of using red to revive blue or Alphen and getting white to copy their level once again. These 2 worst case scenarios don't sound too amazing, but this gamble isn't as bad as losing a cup of ace or a dice jar. It just means you're ending on a slightly weaker board than you'd hope, but you're still ending on something no matter what. In general though, what you pick with Alphen is always going to vary on what you have in hand, which makes him a pretty complicated part of the strategy, and one that takes some getting used to. But once you do, an Alphen effect, no matter how random, is a force to be reckoned with, and one that's often necessary to get Magnus. But Alphen is just one part of the puzzle, as if you want to make Magnus, you'll also need a way to convert your Super Quantums into Super Quantal Mech Beasts, and use Super Quantal Mech Beasts into a Mech King. And thankfully, Magnet Carrier is capable of doing both. With Carrier's first effect, you can discard a card to target a Super Quantum on your side of the field, so that you can special summon a Super Quantal Mech Beast with the same attribute on top of it. This effect acts as a bridge between the strategist's combo pieces and its end board options, letting you convert a Super Quantum name that otherwise wouldn't be doing anything into a powerful piece of interaction. And notably, this effect has no once per turn in sight, which means that so long as you can keep flooding the field with Super Quantums, you can keep bringing out different Mech Beasts on top to build a pretty varied end board, because each of the Mech Beasts have some pretty great effects. Each of them share an effect that prevents them from attacking if they don't have materials, since they need a pilot to function, which is also why they all have an effect to attach a Super Quant from your hand or field to them as a material. But it's their unique effects that make these beasts so worth it. Grand Pulse can be used to destroy any spell or trap card on the field, Ouroboros can Book of Moon a monster, Magna Liger can destroy a monster on field, while Luxorex can negate one. These are pretty amazing utility effects to have in Archetype that other strategies would kill for. But the best part of them is that these effects can become a quick effect if you have a mech associated pilot attach to them as a material, which will usually be the case if you use Magnet Carrier to summon them. This turns these mech beasts from good utility monsters to amazing end board options. Luxorex can stop an opponent's best enabler, Liger and Ouroboros can deal bodies, and Grand Pulse can chew through your opponent's back row. The only issue with summoning out the mech beast with Magnet Carrier is that it's a huge investment of resources. However, if you can get 3 mech beasts in rotation, either on the field or in your graveyard, you'll be rewarded with the second effective Magnet Carrier, which you can use by sending it from your field to the graveyard for cost, targeting 3 mechs, allowing you to summon Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus. And then you get to attach the mech beast you targeted as well as all the materials to Magnus as its Xyz materials. This is not only a great way of bringing out Magnus, but also getting him enough materials to really be a threat. But the best part of this effect might just be how forgiving it is, because you don't need your Super Quantal Mech Beast to be on the field for them to be valid targets for Magnet Carrier. This will likely result in fewer materials for your Magnus, but it means that if your mech beasts are removed from the field by your opponent, or because you needed the materials for a link or a white layer, you still have all the names necessary to bring out one of the most broken boss monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because if you can get Magnus to the field, you don't just have a solid endboard piece, you have a game-winning monster that more than justifies all the resources you've spent and hoops that you have to jump through to summon it. All you have to do is keep it at enough cards attached because Magnus's effects depend on the number of materials it has attached to it. If Magnus has 2 or more, it has a quick effect that can be used during either player's turn to spin back any card in the field into the deck. You just have to detach material. This by itself is an amazing removal effect since it doesn't target either, which means that Magnus can act as its own protection whenever your opponent summons out a potential threat to your truly busted boss monster, giving you the chance to shuffle back their last hope of defeating your Megazord. But things get even crazier if Magnus has 4 or more materials, as then it will be unaffected by all card effects other than super quant cards. This is the effect that makes Magnus so appealing as a boss monster. In the modern game, there are a ton of board breakers and removal options that can eviscerate even the strongest boss monster out there. But with Magnus being unaffected, his staying power is almost unmatched, as most of the game's best removal tools and breakers are simply going to have no effect on him. That's not to say this effect makes Magnus impossible to deal with, as sometimes even a Megazord doesn't have the strength to beat a Kaiju. But it does mean that your opponent needs to have very specific outs to deal with the King of Computers. Outs that aren't going to be in the metagame most of the time, meaning that Magnus is likely to stick around once you've committed him to the field. Now, if being unaffected makes Magnus appealing as a boss monster, then its effect, while it has 6 or more materials, makes it downright busted, as it prevents your opponent from adding cards from their deck to their hand by card effects. Cutting off access to searching is an absurd effect, especially in the modern era where almost every archetype has a Stratos, or a way to grab their best pieces from their deck. And Magnus stopping these cards will often be enough to win games all on its own, especially with Magnus being unaffected, as it makes it even less likely that your opponent is going to be able to break this lock, as they need to have drawn their outs immediately, or else they'll be forced to try and deal with him the hard way. And even if they do, even if they somehow manage to play through Magnus's lock and shuffle and beat over it or tribute it off, you get an absurd amount of resources back, both from the graveyard effects of the Super Quantums from Magnus himself, since his graveyard effect lets you revive 3 Super Quantal mech beasts with different names from your graveyard. These mech beasts won't be able to interact with your opponent since they won't have any materials. But getting 3 bodies on your field ready for your next turn gives you an immediate way to swing the duel back in your favor with a Link 3's worth of resources that you can use to deal with your opponent's cards, or better yet, so that you can bring Magnus back into the fray. It's impossible to overstate how crazy Magnus is as a card. You might not be guaranteed every one of these effects, but every time he's brought to the field, he changes the game, and embodies everything it means to be a true boss monster. Now, that just about does it in terms of the super quant cards that you usually see play the strategy, but there are a few more cards that, while pretty mediocre, are at least worth looking over to understand the deck's potential options. Super Quantal Alphen Strike is the best of the bunch. Its on-field effect is interesting because it's actually a board wipe that can shuffle away an opponent's entire field, but it comes with 2 huge downsides. The first is that your opponent gets to special summon a monster from their extra deck for free, and even ignores its summoning conditions. And the second is that you have to control 3 Super Quantum monsters with different names in order to activate it. And it's honestly that second restriction that makes this card so difficult to use. Getting to 3 Super Quantum names on board is already difficult enough, but it's almost impossible when you do it through an opponent's board of interactions and removals, which puts Spike in an unfortunate position. In order for it to be useful, your opponent needs to have a board worth clearing, but if they have a board that you want to wipe, you're not going to be able to set the necessary ways to activate it. The cool part about Spike though, is that its graveyard effect is actually pretty okay, as you can banish both itself and an Alphen to activate a Magnet Carrier directly from your deck. That isn't too crazy, as it's still reliant on you being able to pop off with your other Super Quant cards, but there's no denying that the extra ways to get Magnet Carrier are always going to have their uses. And as a free discard for Green Layer, or a target for Foolish Burial Goods, there are definitely worse options. Likewise, Blaster Magna is also a card with some fun uses. But like Alphen Spike's first effect, it's really difficult as a card to set up. If you can bring it to the field, then Blaster Magna is a decent card, as it makes up for any hand advantage you lose from Magnet Carrier, since if a Super Quant card is summoned from the extra deck to a zone Blaster Magna is pointing to, you get to draw a card for free. And this effect has no once per turn, so for every mech beast you summon with Carrier, you get a card to replace the discard that you lost from it. It even has a couple of good bonus effects. Blaster Magna can't be destroyed by opponent's card effects, and if an Xyz monster it points to is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, you can bring out a super quant monster from your deck with the same attribute as a destroyed monster. Now, if you could swarm the field with enough bodies to consistently go into both Blaster Magna and Magnus every time, it would be a pretty good inclusion for the deck. But as it stands, it's already hard enough to commit the resources necessary for Magnus, so trying to force Blaster Magna isn't worth it, even with its pretty lenient semi-condition of needing a Link 3's worth of materials, so long as at least one of them is a super quant. If you're really worried about Magna Carry's discard though, it's a good idea to think about including alternative engines in the deck that can make up for the Magna Carry's cost. Volcanic Shell used to see play in the deck for this reason. The dangers can also trigger from Magna Carrier. And in the modern era, you'll often see quants with the Armored Xyz package to get you some free discards. Another card with some strength is Magna Slayer, because with Slayer you can equip it to a super quant Xyz you control to have it gain attack equal to its rank times 100. So a Grand Pulse will get 300 while a Magnus will gain 1200. That's not all though, because while equipped, the monster with Magna Slayer can also inflict piercing battle damage. And last but not least, if you're willing to send Slayer to the graveyard during the battle phase, the monster it's equipped to can make 3 attacks. Playing Magna Slayer isn't a dreadful decision, as it can quickly enable turn 3 OTKs with its second effect, and its piercing also means that your opponent can't hide behind a wall of monsters. But these effects are all tied to trap cards that you have to set up way in advance when you won't know whether or not you're even going to be able to reach your mech beast, let alone Magnus. And if you really need OTK, you have a mountain of generic options in the deck and access, rather than trying to rely on a trap card that doesn't actually do anything to interact with an opponent. Magna Formation is in a similar boat. It's another trap card that's only useful if you prepare for it well in advance, because while it does technically give you super quants targeting protection, it only protects those monsters from your opponent's effects during your main phase 1 specifically. This means that in every other phase, your opponent has free reign to target your quants, which would be fine if you could activate Formation immediately as a way to protect from Imperm or Veiler, but because you have to wait until your next turn to get any use out of it, well, after your opponent has already had a chance to hand trap you and remove your monsters from the field, Magna Formation might just be one of the most redundant cards in the game. It does at least have an okay second effect, which is one of the only ways to get more materials onto Magnus, but if you were able to get to Magnus in the first place, you likely don't need Formation's help to win the duel anyway. And the last card in the archetype is Super Quantal Alpha Call Appeal, and it's definitely one of the worst, as it only triggers when a super quant monster you control is destroyed by battle specifically. The actual effect of Appeal is decent, as you get to summon out any mech beast from your extra deck and a free super quantum from your hand deck or graveyard. And while its effects will be negated, you get 2 free monsters on board. But the condition to use this card is just so awkward that it's not worth it. You can't use it to extend on turn 1 since you have no battle phase. You have to either set it and hope that your opponent destroys one of your monsters during your turn by battle specifically instead of relying on their other removal options, or use it when going second by committing a monster to the field and crash it into your opponent's board. And unfortunately, a 2-card combo for Mystic Tomato just isn't enough to see play in the modern era. But even though the deck has its fair share of terrible cards, Super Quant has honestly aged pretty gracefully, taking advantage of more generic tools and options as they've released to further strengthen their best cards. It's a deck that definitely is in need of more modern support to really push it to the heights of the competitive meta, but there's more than meets the eye to the strategy even in its current form. We might be getting a little bit too old to play with toys, but that's definitely not stopping us from playing a children's card game, so here's how the Terratop engine works. If you draw into Terratop, you can special summon it from your hand so long as you don't control any monsters, and then you get to trigger its effect to add any Speedroid monster from your deck to hand. You have a mountain of different options to choose from for this effect, with a ton of powerful tuners, extenders, and starters that Speedroid pilots are going to be well acquainted with. But most decks that use Terratop aren't planning on using it for synchro plays, which is why they usually grab a Speedroid Takatomborg. After you add Takatomborg to your hand, you can special summon to the field for free since you control a wind monster in Speedroid Terratop. And it just so happens that Top and Takatomborg are level 3 monsters, allowing it to overlay into any rank 3 of your choosing. Or you can instead just link these monsters away for a strong link 2 play. What you summon with Terratop will often vary on the deck you're playing and what you want from the engine, but with just a single card you can open up the entire rank 3 pool. Summon a Link 2 of choice, or just 2 bodies you can tribute away for Vanity's Ruler since you haven't used your normal summon. But as fun as spinning this top is, the game that we're playing is Yu-Gi-Oh!, not Beyblade. So we need to look into Engine's ratio so we can really let it rip. Thankfully, if you want to play this engine, you don't need to commit too much in terms of deck space. All you need to play are 3 copies of Speedroid Terratop, since you want to see it as often as possible, and 1 copy of Speedroid Takatomborg, which conversely you don't want to see in your opening hand at all, as it's only really useful as an extender if you commit a wind monster to the field. Regardless, after you finish spinning your wheels, you're going to need some kind of payoff for these bodies to go into. And the best part of the Terratop engine is that, so long as you don't use Takatomborg's effect, it has no locks, allowing you to go into any rank 3s or link 2s that you could want, whether you need a monster to protect your plays, add pieces of interaction to an end board, or even a way to bridge into your main archetype. But before we let ourselves get blown away by our options, let's look into mechanics of these machines, starting off with our main engine piece in Speedroid Terratop. Now, for such a powerful card, Terratop's effect is surprisingly simple, as all it does is let you add a Speedroid monster other than itself from your deck to your hand whenever it's summoned. Even if you had to normal summon Terratop, this effect is still amazing, as you could still grab a Takatomborg to hand, which gives you 2 level 3s on board, which would give it a similar utility to the likes of Tour Guide of the Underworld. But the thing that drives Top over the edge is that you don't have to normal summon it at all, because so long as you control no monsters, Terratop lets you special summon it from your hand for free. And it's this simple summoning condition that makes Terratop such a strong choice in a whole host of different strategies. Because while a card like Tour Guide is still an incredibly strong tool in the modern era, it's going to use up your normal summon if you want to access your extra deck with it, which can be a problem if it competes with the normal summon of your main engine. But for Terratop to be rank 3 or link 2, you just have to use it before you commit your other monsters to the field, which makes it both an excellent way to start out your turn, or a solid push into an opponent's board, especially if they have any kind of interaction they're hoping to save for your main engine, as now they're basically forced to use a hand trap, negate, or removal pieces on your Terratop due to the looming threat of a powerful like Xyz or Lynx sleeping within your extra deck, ready to be awakened. Because if your Terratop resolves, you have a number of incredible options to choose from, and it almost feels unfair to be able to bring out such strong tools to the field without using your normal summon. But for Terratop to be as crazy as it is, you need a good target to search for, and Takatomborg happens to be the best of the bunch, at least for generic use. Takatomborg's on-field effect is invaluable for Speedroid strategies, as it gives you immediate access to any of the deck's best tuners, allowing you to take advantage of both their levels and their amazing effects. From the likes of Red Eye Dice, which can alter its level to go into any wind synchro you could need, or Modishi Piper acting as an archetypal pot of prosperity for the deck. But using the effect outside of Speedroid is usually going to be a detriment, because it's going to lock you to only be able to special summon wind monsters for the rest of the turn. And while there are quite a few powerful wind strategies and payoffs in the game, there aren't enough decks out there that can really play around it. However, that's more than okay because this lock is only attached to Takatomborg's effect and not its summoning condition, which lets you special summon it out from your hand for free as long as you control any wind monster on your side of the field. Now, there are other Speedroid extenders that you could theoretically be playing instead of Takatomborg to search with Terratop, and a card like Card Turbo is technically an even better body than Takatomborg due to being a tuner, opening a wider array of options for what Terratop could turn into. But these extenders have locks that prevent you from using either of their effects, or special summoning non-wind monsters. This makes them terrible choices for most strategies. That's why Takatomborg is so valuable, because not only does Terratop search for Takatomborg, Terratop is a wind monster, fulfilling the summoning condition necessary for Takatomborg. And because these two monsters just so happen to share a level, there are a ton of useful and fun options that the engine enables. Not only that, but due to the lack of locks on either card, just about any deck can play it. But now that we've explored the relationship between Takatomborg and Terratop and why this package functions as well as it does, let's unbamboozle the reasons why we'd actually want to play the engine and gossip about its potential payoffs. By starting off with number 75, Bamboozling Gossip Shadow. You can make Gossip Shadow with 2 or more level 3 monsters, and it has a decent secondary effect to attach itself and its materials to another number Xyz monster you control. An effect you might remember from the early days of Master Duel, where Phantom Knights would often make Gossip Shadow to give their Rongominiad enough materials to lock your opponent out of play in the game. Now, due to the ban of Rongominiad in both the TCG and Master Duel, this effect often isn't too relevant currently. However, Gossip Shadow has another effect which pairs perfectly with the Speedroid package, as on a soft once per turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can detach 2 materials from Gossip Shadow at quick effect speed to alter your opponent's effect, changing it from what it was to both players drawing 1 card. This isn't exactly a negate in the traditional sense, but it might as well be one, as you can prevent your opponent's devastating monster effects from having an impact on your turn, which lets you convert a Terratop into a way to deal with your opponent's negates and boss monsters when going second, or to stop a potentially catastrophic hand trap when going first. This makes Shadow a premier target for you to bring out with Terratop. You need to start off with Top early in your turn anyway because of its summoning addition, well, before you commit to your main engine, which puts your opponent in a really awkward position with their interactions. If your opponent doesn't stop your Terratop, it means that you can summon out Shadow to have a pseudo-negate ready to prevent them from hand trapping or negating your best cards. And if they do stop Terratop, then they won't be able to use that hand trap or endboard piece on your main engine, and you'll still have your normal summon available, making it a lose-lose situation for your opponent no matter what they choose. Now, there are a couple of downsides to Gossip Shadow. Giving your opponent a free draw definitely doesn't feel good, but within the limited pool of rank 3 negate options, Gossip is undoubtedly one of the best and easiest to use since it doesn't require any extra pieces to function. But if you really don't want to give your opponent any free draw, you can commit another engine by using Terratop to summon Ghost Trick Alucard and join MPT's war on the Ghost Trick community. Alucard's effects are actually pretty great. You can pop an opponent's set card, preventing your face-down monsters and other Ghost Tricks from being targeted for attacks, and even has a good graveyard effect to recur your Ghost Tricks from the grave. But the most important part about Alucard is that it's a Ghost Trick Xyz that you can overlay Angel of Mischief on top of, allowing you to perform the full Ghost Trick combo to reach number F0 Utopic Draco Future. Now, we've actually talked about this combo on this series before, but if you need a quick recap, you use Terratop to summon Alucard, overlay Angel of Mischief on top of Alucard, then use Angel of Mischief's effect to detach an Alucard in order to search for Ghost Trick Shot. After that, you use Ghost Trick Shot to special summon Alucard back to your field, and then you can overlay into a second Angel of Mischief, since it has no once per turn on its alternative summon condition or its effect, allowing you to use your second Angel to search for another Ghost Trick card if you have a second target, while getting Alucard to the grave so you can add back your first Ghost Trick Shot. Then you can overlay your two Angel of Mischiefs into number F0 Utopic Future and then number F0 Utopic Draco Future, a monster negate that also can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, making it an incredible boss monster to supplement an end board that, as we've shown, you get to do with a single Terratop that, like Gossip Shadow, can protect you from your opponent's monster effects, but without giving them any kind of free card advantage. Although F0 definitely has its downsides. You need to be willing to commit at least 5 spots in your extra deck for this engine to work, and some decks just don't have the space to spare to reach this negate. And even if you do have the extra room, you have to play Ghost Trick Shot as a hard garnet for the strategy. That, when paired with Takatomborg, makes for 2 pretty bad bricks to draw. And an extra downside that both Shadow and F0 share is that while they're incredible tools for stopping monster effects, they're pretty ineffective at stopping a straight Infinite Impermanence or a triple tactics talent, which is why you might be tempted to use Terratop to summon out Totem Bird instead. Because Totem Bird has an effect that lets you detach 2 materials from it to negate the activation of any spell or trap card and then destroy it, with the only downside using this effect that it will lose 300 attack once it has no more materials. Now, it's pretty rare that you'll see Totem Bird summoned from Terratop, not because it's a bad card, but because your opponent's interactions, hand traps, and enablers are more likely to be monsters than they are to be spells or traps. It's usually a better idea to hedge your bets with a monster negate instead when you have the choice between the two. But as a supplemental end board piece for your main engine, Totem Bird is an incredibly threatening card, and one that can cover up some of the weaknesses of your main engine. A deck like Phantom Knights, for example, has some excellent tools when dealing with monsters and their effects, but can struggle when they have to deal with powerful spell or trap cards, which makes Terratop into Totem Bird a solid choice for that strategy. And with the ever-increasing number of back row based hand traps permeating to the metagame, Totem Bird's utility is going to get even more versatile by the minute. Now, there are other negates in the rank 3 pool that we could use Terratop to summon to further increase the power of your favorite strategy's end board. From Cicada King to Long Long, but Top is more than just a glorified copy of Crossout Designator that you use to stop hand traps or to just supplement end board pieces. Because, for some decks, Terratop is actually a way for you to bridge into your main engine. Goblin Biker Big Gabanga is one of the coolest examples of this, and is a huge reason why Terratop is a staple part of the Goblin strategy. Gabanga has some solid effects. It can attach a face-up monster on field to itself, including an opponent's monster, if an Xyz material is detached from any monster, and you even get to attach a Goblin monster from your deck to Big Gabanga as an Xyz material during each end phase. But the biggest part of the card is for sure its first effect. which lets you add any goblin monster from your deck to hand when it's XC summoned. This is a boon to goblin decks, because not only does a single Terratop get you to any monster in your deck, but it also immediately provides you with an XCs that you can detach materials from to bring out the goblins you already have in hand, or even the one that you search, giving you an instant way to start your plays by searching the likes of a Dug Charger so that you can also get to the deck's back row. Now, this is of course excellent for goblins, but the reason why Big Gabanga and the Goblin Bikers are so interesting is because there are a few archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh! That, while not affiliated with Goblin Biker in any way, happen to have a goblin monster in their strategy. Scrap Goblin, Toon Goblin Attack Force, and even Goblinberg are all available targets to be searched for with either Big Gabanga or with a Grand Entrance. But the most interesting of them all is definitely Momentum to land Goblin. Like in Goblin, you can use Terratop to summon Big Gabanga and then add Dug Charger from your deck to your hand. And then you can use Charger's effect to add Goblin Biker Grand Entrance from your deck to your hand so that you can search out a Memento in Goblin, and then you can use that bonus effect of Grand Entrance to special summon your Memento from your hand by detaching a material from Big Gabanga, so that you can then use its on-field effect to destroy itself and also get access to your Memento cards. But it's not just goblins that get to use their best cards through Terratop, as there are quite a few other decks that really value Top's ability to find their best cards with Gold Pride, often considering Terratop due to its ability to make Chariot carry. Because if you make Chariot carry, you can detach material to add a Gold Pride spell card from your deck to your hand, with one of the strongest options being Better Luck Next Time, a continuous spell that not only searches for any monster in your deck, but will also lower your life points by the attack of the monster you add. This is really important for Gold Pride, as every one of their monsters can special summon themselves from their hand as long as your life points are lower than your opponent's. So getting to Better Luck Next Time, or any other way to lower your life points, will often be the key to unlocking your hand. This is the reason why you'll often see Gold Pride paired with a Punk Engine, as the Amin will lower your life points so that you can special summon out your Gold Pride monsters from your hand, and can even bridge into Chariot carry by using a Foxy Toon you search with the Amin to summon another level 3 Punk from your deck, or Rising Carp to get you 2 other level 3 Punks from your deck on board. The neat part about summoning carry this way is that you get to use the bonus of Chariot carry's effect to foolish a Gold Pride monster after you add a spell since your life points were to be lower, which can be really important to do because of Chariot's mandatory end phase tag out effect, which can summon out Captain Carry from the graveyard. Now, Terratop unfortunately won't let you foolish with Chariot carry like starting with the Punk cards, unless you can lower your life points some of the way beforehand. But it still has its benefits as a starter, namely being that in a Punk engine usually requires a lot of your main deck slots for you to get the most out of it, while Top just needs Takatomborg to search for you to get your plays, and you can just as easily flex into one of the negates we mentioned earlier if you already have a way to get your engine. As a result, Terratop is a great addition to the Gold Pride arsenal, but especially so in pure variants that want other starters, but also some extra room to play some more not-engine. Likewise, Terratop also seen playing Salamangreat strategies, as it just so happens that Salamangreat Mirage is completely generic as a rank 3, which can summon out any salad monster from your deck for free, which is an excellent way of summoning out the likes of Gazelle, even if you didn't have in your opening hand, resulting in 2 Fire Cyberse bodies you can use to start off your link plays. And while Mirage Dalio does lock into only using fire monster effects, this lock isn't retroactive, and only applies for the rest of the turn, which once again makes Terratop a solid way to start out your turn. But it's not just your main engine that Terratop can bridge into, as it can get to yet another engine we've talked about on this channel before, the Armored XC's package, specifically because XC's Armored Torpedo happens to be a generic rank 3. This saw a decent chunk of experimentation in Mikanko due to the innate synergy that existed between the two archetypes. The regular Mikanko monsters are all level 3 monsters that you can use to get a Torpedo if you don't have Terratop. Their equip cards can trigger the effect of Dark Knight Lancer to attach an opponent's monster, and you can use Armored XCs that you search from XC's Armor Fortress to equip your Mikankos with a card so that you can use their effects. But if you're playing Terratop, getting to this package is simple. So simple in fact that you can play it in just about anything if you're willing to commit a full Armored XCs in your main deck, which might be worth it since summoning Torpedo gives you a free draw, replacing the Terratop you used to summon it, and potentially even unlocking your hand in the process, all the while setting up for a summon of an Armored Fortress for you to overlay on top of your Torpedo. We could honestly talk about the rank 3s that Terratop can get into all day. You can play it with Burning Abyss or any kind of mill strategy to enable a Dante. You can go into Gram Pulse to deal with an opponent's annoying Floodgate, or you could just use Terratop to simply enable a Zeus with Fortune Tune and break an opponent's board. But it's not just rank 3s that Terratop can enable. Like we talked about before, this compact engine has no locks that you need to worry about, which can also make Terratop a perfect choice if there's a particular Link 2 you want to summon. We've recently seen just how strong any 2 effect monsters can be if they're able to bring out Moon of the Closed Heaven, the only Link 2 Light Fiend monster with generic materials, which makes any 2 effect monsters into Fiendish Smith combo by linking off your Moon into Fiendsmith Requiem. But in terms of what Terratop specifically enables, there's one absurdly strong Link option it pairs excellently with: Cherubini Ebon Angel the Burning Abyss. Because while Cherubini isn't a rank 3, it might as well be one because it can only be made using 2 level 3 monsters, and fitting to its requirements, it has 3 effects, all of which are pretty great. It protects monsters it points to from being destroyed by card effects, can protect itself from destruction by sending another card you control to the graveyard, and can even increase the attack and defense of a Burning Abyss monster you control. But the best part of Cherubini isn't its effects, it's its cost to activate its attack gain effect that's really valuable. Because in order to use it, you need to send a level 3 monster from your deck to the graveyard, and the monster you target will then gain attack and defense equal to the stats of the monster you sent. And because Cherubini is a Burning Abyss monster, you'll always be a valid target ready for you to use your effect. Now, because this send is a cost and not an effect, you won't be able to use the graveyard effects of a card like Tearlament's Havness. But that doesn't matter too much because there are still a ton of other amazing targets with powerful graveyard effects that you can send instead. The classic examples, the old Burning Abyss engine that Phantom Knights used to use. By sending Graph with Cherubini, you could summon Seer directly from your deck so that you could link climb into Rusty Bardiche to get to your Phantom Knight engine, and then use Seer's effect to revive Cherubini and use it as a free links to worth of materials to eventually climb into Appaloosa. Nowadays though, the Burning Abyss package doesn't really see too much play in Phantom Knights anymore, although Cherubini is still an amazing tool for the deck, and will often be used to send your Phantom Knights to the graveyard so you can take advantage of their powerful effects. Or alternatively, if you're playing the Adventure package as a secondary engine, you can instead choose to send a copy of Water Enchantress of the Temple to the graveyard so that you can banish to search for Rite of Aramasir. Because Rite gets you to the rest of the Adventure engine by summoning an Adventure token and setting up Fateful Adventure, which can get you to Griffin Rider, an amazing Omni Negate that can be used to either protect your plays or to negate your opponents. Usually, most strategies need to hard draw into some way of accessing Rite, but if you're playing a level 3 focused strategy, or you've opened a Terratop, you can easily get away to this powerful package thanks to Cherubini. And Terratop specifically works amazingly well as a bridge into this engine, specifically because it doesn't need to be normal summoned. This is always going to be a point in Terratop's favor, but is great here because Rite of Aramasir prevents you from using the effects of normal summon monsters during the turn you activate it, and that includes retroactively. So if you use the effect of a normal summon tour guide to get to Cherubini, your Adventure engine is now offline. Because Top is usually going to be special summoned, it's a great way to get to your Adventure cards through Cherubini in a ton of different strategies. And that's the main appeal of Terratop as an engine in general. You can splash it in a whole host of different decks and archetypes without using a ton of deck space, or erasing the identity of your archetype you want to play. It's a really good example of a usable and strong engine that isn't entirely overpowered either. It's honestly surprising how many options this small package has available to it. And given that Terratop has now been released on the ban list and is available at 3 copies in both the TCG and Master Duel, there's no doubt this engine is going to see play in a ton of different rogue strategies in the future, and might even reach the heights of the metagame once again if there's a deck that really values its rank 3s that's vying for viability. Normal monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are inherently weaker than effect monsters, which is an unfortunate truth that's plagued these amber boarded cards ever since the game's origins. Because no matter what, if you're given the choice between 2 monsters with the same stats, type, and attribute, with the only difference being that one has some kind of positive effect, you're going to go with the effect monster every time. As a result, there have been several attempts over the course of the game's lifespan to turn these beige bricks into behemoth boss monsters. And this recent engine might just be the thing that finally allows for them to live up to the promise within their flavor text. So here's how the Primite engine works. By normal summoning Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, you can use its effect to set a Primite Lordy directly from your deck. And then you can immediately activate Lordy to add Primite Drill Beam from your deck to your hand. From here, you have a number of options available to you depending on both the strategy that you're playing and the normal monster or monsters that you've chosen for your deck. We've seen a number of different competitively viable Primite lists ranging from Fiendsmith Primite that takes advantage of White Dust On, Ryzeal Primite, which will play a level 4 normal monster, and of course Blue Eyes Primite. Out of these 3 though, Blue Eyes definitely gets the most out of the Primite engine, as after linking off into Spirit, you then get to add Mausoleum of the White from your deck to your hand to get an extra normal summon, and so that you can use his effect to foolish a Blue Eyes to later revive with Spirit's other effect. But if you're starting off with just the Primite engine, then here you can use Lordy Load to special summon out a Blue Eyes, then link both Spirit and Blue Eyes into Heraldic Seal the Heavenly Spheres before setting Drill Beam and passing turn. So with just a single card, you have Heraldic Seals to bounce an opponent's card, and a free summon for a Blue Eyes White Dragon from deck, which you can use to activate Drill Beam as a target to negate and banish, alongside some free follow-up in Mausoleum. And that's not the only follow-up you'll have either, as when it swings back to your turn, Aether Barrel will let you add itself back to your hand during the standby phase. Primite Drill Beam can be reset the moment you bring out Aether again with its graveyard effect, and Lordy Load's second effect can be used later in the turn to bring out yet another normal monster. But now that we've seen what the Primite cards can do, let's dig into the engine's ratios. Like we mentioned earlier, the interesting aspect of Primite is just how flexible it is as an engine in facilitating normal monsters, which means that the Primite card that you play will often differ from strategy to strategy. In most decks looking to use Primite, you'll usually see 3 copies of Aether Barrel and 3 copies of Lordy Load, as both are key ways of accessing the rest of the deck's engine, while also netting you access to your normal monster of choice. Alongside that, it's usually a good idea to run Primite Drill Beam as a recursive source of interaction. But because it's so easy to find with the aforementioned searchers, and because you can keep using it over and over, you only need to run it at a single copy. And if you want to, you could just stop there. One of the biggest benefits of Primite in decks like Blue Eyes is just how compact the engine is for the power that it gives you, which allows you a lot of deck space for alternative options or more hand traps to put a stop to your opponent. But if you wanted to have more ways of getting to your normal monster of choice, you can play Primite Roar at anywhere from 1 to 3 copies, depending on its purpose and how much deck space you want to give up. In fact, you could even play Roar without any other Primite cards at all in the deck, like Plant Link, to have more ways of bringing out Genius Loci to start your combo. Usually in the most expansive Primite engine, this is where most deck builders would stop, although you technically have 3 more options available to you in Primite Howl, Primite Scream, and Primite Imperial Dragon, all of which are solid enough pieces of interaction, and can be played at 1 each if you really want to, but they all just pale in comparison to Drill Beam as a potential payoff, so usually aren't played at all. But now that we've studied these ancient dragons, let's drill into what makes this engine so extraordinary. The most important monster within this strategy is without a doubt Aether Barrel, as it acts as one of the key cards that allows you to access the rest of your deck with its first effect, which allows you to set any Primite spell or trap card directly from your deck when you normal summon it. This is incredible for any Primite strategy that's willing to give up their normal summon, as in an engine that's comprised mainly of powerful spells and traps, being able to set any of them immediately gives you access to your best playmakers and interaction, including both the powerful Lordy Lord and amazing versatile Drill Beam. There are a couple of other minor downsides to this effect, of course. It will always require normal summon, so it can't be splashed into every single strategy out there. But decks that are taking advantage of Primite usually don't mind giving that up in order to use this powerful engine, especially if they have ways of taking advantage of Aether Barrel as a body like Blue Eyes and Fiendsmith Primite decks can. But even better than supplying these kinds of strategies with a strong normal summon is giving them a versatile and repeatable normal summon, because Aether Barrel also comes with 2 amazing bonus effects that you need to be aware of. The first is pretty simple, as by tributing it, you get to foolish any normal monster from your deck. This is fine if you're trying to clear the field to activate something like a Roar or Howl and need to clear your own field, but most decks that use the Primite engine usually value the body that Aether Barrel provides in some way, and a lot of the Primite cards that summon can usually do it from the deck, so this effect usually isn't too relevant in most decks. But it's definitely one that can come up in decks like Blue Eyes if you need to put up a white dragon in gray for the likes of Spirit or Majesty's effect, in case you can't access the Mausoleum Foolish. Meanwhile, the second effect of Aether Barrel is one that you'll use all of the time, as if you have a normal monster in your field or graveyard, during your standby phase you get to add Barrel from your graveyard back to your hand. This is excellent as it means you can repeat your Primate combo every single turn. If you're on a small Primite package, this is already great because it means that not only do you get to add another Lordy Load for some free card advantage, or to replace one that's been removed by your opponent, but you'll also always have a Primite monster available so that you can keep resetting Drill Beam every single turn and always have its powerful interruption available. Just remember that you can only activate this effect during your own standby phase despite the card's text, as when it was first released, Barrel was actually misprinted, which allowed for it to be used during both player standby phases, until this mishap was corrected by the Yu-Gi-Oh card database. Speaking of Primite Lordy Load though, it's the second biggest searcher within Primite and one of the strongest cards in the entire engine. Whenever Load is activated, you could add any Primite card from your deck to your hand, which is already absurd as searching for any card within the engine is a huge boost to Primite's consistency. But it only gets better when you realize that Load is capable of searching Barrel, which can find you another back row. And Barrel is capable of getting to Load, which can then find your other Primite cards. So no matter which way your Primite engine starts, you'll always get to the same place regardless. But what makes Load even better are its extra effects. Its third effect isn't too relevant, as all it does is increase the attack of a normal and Primite monster you control by 300 for every normal monster in your graveyard, which, while helpful and important to keep track and beat over your opponent's threats, is rarely going to be a difference maker in most Primite decks that play a maximum of 3 normal monsters at a time. The other effect of Load, however, is incredible, as by declaring a normal monster's name, you can special summon it from your hand, deck, or graveyard to your field in defense mode, but you'll be locked out of using the effects of special summon monsters for the rest of the turn. And make no mistake, while this restriction reads like it should be retroactive, it only applies after you use it, which makes it endlessly more useful than the alternatives, as it means that a single Lordy Load is always going to net you 2 free cards worth of advantage. And working with its restriction is actually pretty simple, since not only can you activate it towards the end of your turn to bring out your normal monster of choice after using your important on-field effects, you still have access to effects of monsters in your hand and graveyard no matter what, allowing for decks like Blue Eyes to still take advantage of the likes of Maiden of Light's hand and graveyard effect to go for an extra deck play with the normal monster you just summoned. Although, if you'd rather find a way to a specific normal monster at the beginning of your turn, then Primite Roar will serve you well, as Roar is a quick play spell that, for the cost of 2,000 life points, will let you declare the name of a normal monster and apply a lingering effect that will prevent normal monsters and Primite monsters on your side of the field from being destroyed by battle until the end of your opponent's turn, and then allow you to special summon the normal monster you declared directly from your deck in defense mode if you control no monsters. In a standalone Primite strategy, this effect is great, as it gives you a way to access a normal monster during either player's turn, so long as your field is clear, which can be integral for setting up the necessary fodder for Drill Beam or an Imperial Dragon. But it's even better in a deck like Plant Link, where finding a normal monster early is crucial for your combo, as you essentially get to use Roar as a copy of Unexpected Die for your normal monster of choice, without locking you like Lordy Load does, making it a great way to start out a turn even in decks that can't take advantage of a bigger Primite package. But that's not all the card can do, because if your opponent normal summons a monster while it's in your graveyard, you can banish it while there's a normal monster on your field or in your grave to banish an on-field monster who has less attack than your normal monster. This is a solid interruption, and that's easy to use naturally since you basically automatically get access to it the moment Roar resolves and summons a normal monster from your deck, and inconspicuously waits in your graveyard for your opponent to normal summon before banishing a body from their field, which can surprise even the most prepared of duelists. It does come with a couple of issues that make it so it's not usable a lot of the time. Decks like Plant Link that had normal monsters with low attack won't get much use out of Roar's graveyard interaction, since every monster they summon is going to have too high stats to activate it. And other Primite decks often won't be able to reach the same heights as Plant Link with just a single normal monster. But if you're willing to play multiple normal monsters to summon, like in the case of Fiendsmith Primite, then after summoning your low attack normal monster with Roar, so that you can go into your Fiendsmith lines, then to set up its interaction, you can later summon out a high attack normal monster with Load, so that you can get the best of both worlds. Although, if you're looking for a way to put a stop to your opponent, then Primite Drill Beam is without a doubt your best bet. In order to activate Drill Beam, you either need to reveal a Primite card or a normal monster in your hand, or alternatively, you need to control a level 5 or higher Primite monster, or a normal monster that isn't a token, and it simply allows you to target a card on the field, negate its effects, and then banish it. This simple piece of interaction is endlessly versatile, as it's capable of representing both a negate and removal all in one, and its applications are immediately obvious as it allows you to negate the effects of an opponent's card that would otherwise swing a duel in their favor. And if you manage to hit a monster with its effect, you also get to remove the body, putting your opponent at a major disadvantage. But even if your opponent's best playmakers are spell or trap cards, Drill Beam is still amazing, as you can just chain it to the likes of Branded Fusion or Fiendsmith Tract to negate it for no charge, putting a stop to your opponent's best cards no matter their super type. This essentially makes Drill Beam as a way better infinite impermanence for any deck that uses Primite. But by far what makes Drill Beam so good is just how easy it is to access and activate. We touched upon this when we discussed both Aether Barrel and Lordy Load, but it's very easy to search Drill Beam and have the necessary requirements to use it in some way thanks to Load and Barrel's effects, which is already great. But it can also be used multiple times a duel thanks to its Graveyard effect. Because during the main phase, if you control a Primite monster, you can set Drill Beam directly to your field, which pairs insanely well with Aether Barrel's Graveyard effect, which will ensure that you'll always have a Primite monster to summon to regain Drill Beam's absurd interruption, applying a ton of pressure to your opponent with even a small Primite package. Now that just about does it for all of the Primite cards that see competitive success. The rest of the archetype isn't abysmal by any means, but they don't get you anywhere like Barrel. Load and Roar do, and their payoffs are just a little bit more awkward to use compared to Drill Beam as a payoff. Take Primite Imperial Dragon for example, the only other monster in the archetype. Imperial Dragon can only be tribute summoned by using a normal monster as a sacrifice, and even comes with its own in-hand quick effect, which can be used during your opponent's main phase to let you normal summon a Primite monster, which you'd like to be Imperial Dragon so that you can use its on-summon effect, which, after being tribute summoned, lets you negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent controls, and then banish monsters they control that have the same type or attribute as the normal monsters in your graveyard. By all means, this interaction is solid, because when timed correctly, this could end up turning the tides of a duel in your favor by negating an important effect, or permanently negating an opponent's whole field of strong interaction. And it's not too difficult to set up your field with normal monsters to tribute with your other Primite cards. In fact, a single Lordy Load gives you everything you need for this interaction to be online. But it has a couple of issues that deter players from including it in their strategy. One of the big ones is that for as powerful as this effect has the potential to be, it's somewhat awkward to time correctly. You can't activate the in-hand effect in response to an opponent's monster activating its effect, hoping to be able to negate it, as by the time you get the chance to activate your on-field negation, your opponent's effect has already went through. So you need to use Imperial's in-hand effect in response to your opponent trying to special summon something before they can use an ignition effect, or towards the end of the turn to permanently negate their interactions, which can be solid enough, but makes it a lot more difficult to use in comparison to Drill Beam, being able to instantly negate and remove any card your opponent has with precision. The second big issue is that while Drill Beam's removal is guaranteed, Imperial Dragons requires that you have the right normal monsters in your grave for you to remove your opponent's monsters from the field. And don't get it twisted, this effect can be amazing if you end up tributing a white Dustod into your opponent's Blue Eyes deck, as it'll wipe away their entire field. But if you're playing against a deck like Mimigul, and you aren't playing any Earth normal monsters, then suddenly this ability is half as effective as it should be, and trying to prepare for every deck just isn't a realistic option, since you need at least 6 normal monsters in grave to cover every main attribute. But the main issue with Imperial Dragon, as well as most of the other Primite payoffs, is that it just can't hold a candle to Primite Drill Beam. Now, it definitely sucks to hear that you shouldn't run a card because other cards do its job but better, but in the case of Primite, this is really relevant, as you have a limited number of ways of finding your cards. Think of it this way, your main ways of searching for Primite cards are with either Aether Barrel or Lordy Load, and often you'll either use Aether to search for Load or Load to search for Aether, which realistically leaves you with one extra search that you can use for a payoff, which is a spot that every other Primite card that doesn't do anything by itself competes for. And in almost every situation, Drill Beam is the most effective and easiest to use tool that you could possibly rely on, which means that the likes of Howl, Scream, and Imperial Dragon are scarcely ever even considered for play. Since if you use your lone search for Drill Beam, your alternative payoff of choice is just going to rest in your deck. This is particularly bad for Imperial Dragon though, because Aether Barrel can only access your Primite spell and trap cards. So if you start off with Load, you have to choose between setting up Imperial Dragon or going for Barrel into Drill Beam, which is just going to net you way more in comparison. But even the likes of Scream and Howl suffer from the deck's limited number of searches, as by just being a little bit more awkward to use in comparison to Drill Beam, it's very rare that you'll see either in a competitive list. Take Scream for example. It has a genuinely great effect that allows you to mimic the likes of Solemn Judgment within the archetype, as if your opponent would normal summon or special summon a monster, while you control either a level 5 or higher Primite monster, or a normal monster, you get to negate that monster's summon and banish it. all on a counter trap, making it quite difficult to respond to. There's no way to justify this effect as terrible, as you can prevent your opponent's best play starters or extra deck extenders from hitting the field. And if Drill Beam didn't exist, it would probably be the interaction of choice for most Primite decks. But it's still a lot more limited to its quick play cousin. Even though you get to negate summons, Scream is a lot more limited in what it can hit, as you'll never get the chance to negate a spell or trap card with this effect, even if they would summon a monster. So you have to hope that whatever your opponent is playing really relies on summoning a particular monster that you can negate, because otherwise, Scream might go from a strong interaction to merely an annoyance. Even its recursion is a lot worse. Similarly to Drill Beam, you can set Scream to your field from your grave if you control a Primite monster, which sounds great, but it comes with a couple of conditions. The first is that after you use it again, Scream will banish itself, unlike Drill Beam, which will keep coming back every turn and doesn't force itself into banishment. The second is that you can only activate this effect during the standby phase. What makes Drill Beam's recursion so deadly is that you'll always have access to a Primite monster in your main phase thanks to Ether Barrel adding itself back to your hand, so you'll always have a way to apply pressure to your opponent. But in the case of Scream, it's a card that clearly hopes that you've managed to summon out Imperial Dragon during your opponent's turn, and that it's managed to survive until your standby phase. And that's unfortunately just not realistic. If the deck's search power is already spread thin by trying to make Imperial Dragon work, that problem is going to be extrapolated even further if you try to make Scream work too. Your best bet, honestly, is trying to use Scream without Imperial Dragon. But in that case, its effect to reset itself might as well not exist. The last card in this archetype is Primite Howl, which definitely suffers from similar issues to Scream and Imperial Dragon. But just like them, it has some interesting uses. Like Primite Roar, Howl can summon out a normal monster if you control no monsters after applying a lingering effect, which in this case prevents you from taking battle damage from the declared normal monsters or Primate monsters for the rest of the turn, but also comes with the added bonus of summoning from the deck or the graveyard rather than just the deck. And this is pretty cool if you're gunning for a pure Primite strategy, as it gives you an extra way to put a normal monster on field for Imperial Dragon summon, or so that you can use your other interactions in case you were hand trapped on your turn, which is nice enough, but it's really rough that you can't use his first effect if you plan on setting up any kind of board. It's fine for a card like Roar to have this condition because it can, at the very least, be the first thing you use. But for Scream to use this effect, you need to have a clear field when you pass turn to your opponent, which they'll be more than grateful for. But the real meat and potatoes behind Howl is the Graveyard effect, which lets you banish it from the graveyard at quick effect speed to take control of a monster your opponent controls with higher attack than a normal monster that's in your field or graveyard. Because if you can get it to the graveyard, you have an on-demand snatch steal if your normal monster of choice has low attack. Now, this is a lot more niche, but if your strategy has a reliable discard outlet like Fiendsmith Primite does, then being able to discard it to use its best effect while creating an actually strong end board is solid, as you'll be able to back up said field with an on-demand snatch steal. And if you manage to take something with a relevant effect, then Howl definitely has the potential to be a game-winning effect, even though it definitely isn't most people's first choice. Still, in most Primite decks, if you're not able to comfortably discard Howl, it's not worth playing. And that just about does it for every potential Primite card that you can play within a deck. But there's actually one more important component to this engine that we've glossed over, because in order to actually use Primite, you need to be playing a normal monster. And the normal monster you play, as well as how you use it, will differ depending on the deck you're pairing Primite with. For example, the most common Primite decks right now are Primite Blue Eyes, a deck that is natively playing normal monsters to begin with. So the Primite cards slot in naturally, especially because the deck actively benefits from bringing out Blue Eyes, and the Primite stuff not only makes it easier with Lordy Load, but also gives you extra rewards for doing so. And Barrel, being a level 4 or lower dragon, is the cherry on top, as you can use it to easily bridge into Spirit with Eyes of Blue, which makes it an excellent normal summon for the deck. But that's not the only deck where we've seen Primite reach the heights of competitive success, because while it's only sparsely used in other strategies, a couple of other decks have managed to use it in their own unique way. For example, in Fiendsmith decks that use Primite, Barrel Dragon being summoned provides half of a Moon of the Closed Heaven. But the likes of Roar can get you to a Light Fiend normal monster, which has strangely allowed for what was once the worst member of the Deathstone archetype to see genuine meta success, as it can be used to immediately go into Fiendsmith Requiem. Now, because of how easy it is to access Requiem anyways, a lot of Fiendsmith Primite decks will usually play a second normal monster if they can already guarantee access to their Fiendsmith combo, and that's led to some pretty cool choices being used. So much so that we can say the original Summon Skull is a card that's capable of standing up to the meta thanks to its Fiend typing, strong attribute, and fortunate level that makes it great for summoning rank 6 and making a fully unlocked Chaos Angel with a level 4 Lacrima. Meanwhile, Ryzeal decks that play Primite will natively benefit from Ether Barrel being a level 4, as you can use it to access your XCs after normal summoning it. So if you pair that with a level 4 normal monster, then you can use the likes of Load at the end of your turn to bring out your favorite one from your deck to give you a little extra extension to end on another rank 4 of your choice, which has allowed for even the original Harpy Lady to see success at a competitive event in the modern format. Overall though, Primite is a really cool engine, and one that gives a lot of lesser known monsters the spotlight. By giving you some powerful incentives and a strong and repeatable engine, Primite has managed to make playing normal monsters a genuinely rewarding experience in ways that we haven't really seen yet. Because now, thanks to the engine, every single normal monster in the game is easily accessible and worth playing since they enable your Primite interactions, making them far more than the bricks they're often made out to be. If you're already playing a deck with normal monsters in it, it's a no-brainer. But even if you aren't, you might just be tempted to include the engine anyways because the benefits it provides are just that useful. The Orcus are a series of Dark Machine monsters based on brass instruments and heavenly imagery, and they're also a part of the World Legacy lore. They're also quite a potent deck and engine that play well with a surprisingly large number of decks. The engine's end board usually consists of IP Masquerena in the extra monster zone, with Galatea, the Orcus automaton, co-linked with it. Galatea will have searched out an Orcus Crescendo, a counter trap which negates a monster effect or a spell trap card's activation, and banishes that card as long as you have an Orcus on field. Importantly, you'll also have an Orcus Harp Horror and a Dingirsu, the Orcus of the Evening Star, in your graveyard, alongside a banished Orcus Simple Skeleton. This board represents an Omni-Negate and the materials to make a play, such as summoning an SP Little Knight alongside the ability to do the entire line on your next turn again. While this board on its own isn't that impressive, the amount of follow-up it gives you, as well as the ability to pivot the Orcus monsters into materials for another deck's extra deck plays, makes this engine very powerful. The thing is, the deck's main draw is often how versatile it can be, and the way you do its combos also differs between Master Duel and the physical TCG. Let's go over that combo, noting where things differ between the TCG and Master Duel currently. You always want to start by normal summoning Girsu, the Orcus Mech Knight, and use its effect to send Orcus Harp Horror from your deck to the graveyard. Then you activate Girsu's other effect to summon a World Legacy token to both players' boards, specifically summoning your opponent's token in their middle main monster zone if their board is clear. You use this token to either summon Galatea I, the Orcus automaton in the TCG, or Link Kuriboh in Master Duel. Galatea I is the more powerful card in this combo, allowing to discard any card in our hand to add an orchestrated Babble from our deck to the hand. You go ahead and activate Babble, which will make all of your Orcus monsters' effects quick effects, which makes the line a lot more flexible in interaction. In Master Duel, you just use Link Kuriboh because we need an effect monster and not a token for the line. So you won't be able to search Babble, but the rest of the combo works exactly the same. Afterwards, you use Harp Horror to summon Orcus Nightmare from your deck. Use the Nightmare in the Link one you just summoned to make the Link 2 Galatea from your extra deck in the left extra monster zone so it points to your opponent's token. Then we can summon Dingirsu, the Orcus of the Evening Star, using Galatea as a material thanks to Dingirsu's effect. On summon, we'll reattach our Harp Horror and Banishment if we're going first, or send an opponent's card to the graveyard if we're going second and need the interaction. Afterwards, we'll use Orcus Nightmare's effect Engrave to banish itself to dump Orcus Simple Skeleton from our deck. Link off Dingirsu and Girsu to summon IP Masquerena, then use Simple Skeleton to reborn the Link to Galatea, pointing to our IP. Then activate Galatea to shuffle Orcus Nightmare back into the deck, and set an Orcus Crescendo from deck. And voila, we've done Orcus combos. To understand all the variations of this basic line, we'll need to talk about the individual cards. So let's start with Girsu. This is a level 4 Dark Machine with 2 abilities, each on a hard once per turn. When it's normal or special summoned, you can send an Orcus or World Legacy card from your deck to the graveyard. Then, if there are 2 or more cards in this card's column, it becomes a tuner until the end of turn. Also, if this is the only monster you control, you can special summon a World Legacy token, a 0 attack and defense Dark Machine monster, to each player's fields and defense position. Girsu is your best starter by far, as all of your monsters want to be in your graveyard, and its ability to summon tokens gives you free bodies that you can't get if you start with any other card. Generally, your first turn will be built around trying to get access to Qebehsenuef to start your plays. There are 3 cards that are usually sent to the graveyard with Qebehsenuef, those being Orcus Harp Horror, Orcus Simple Skeleton, and Orcus Nightmare. Harp Horror and Simple Skeleton are both very simple cards. They're level 4 and 3 Dark Machines, respectively, that both banish themselves from your graveyard to summon an Orcus monster from a particular place. Harp Horror summons from the deck, Skeleton summons from your graveyard. However, they're both hard once per turn and lock into only summoning dark monsters for the rest of the turn. Generally, neither of these cards are cards you want to be normal summoning, but you do want to get them into rotation quickly. Though, the printing of Galatea I, the Link 1, made Harp Horror a much better normal summon, as we'll soon discuss. Orcus Nightmare is a level 7 Dark Machine with 100 attack and 2000 defense. It can't be destroyed in battle with a Link monster, and while it's in your grave, you can banish it from your graveyard to send a Dark Machine from your deck to the graveyard, then give a monster attack equal to 100 times the level of the monster you sent. This effect is a hard once per turn and locks you into darks just like the other 2 cards. Orcus Nightmare is incredibly important for the deck, as it's one of the ways you can pivot into World Legacy cards, including the last main deck monster in the engine, World Legacy World 1. As we'll discuss in just a bit, finding Nightmare in the combo is imperative both to give you more options against hand traps and to get enough materials in the graveyard and banishment for your entire combo. However, it is a brick, so you'll usually just play 1 copy. On the topic of bricks, we have the brickiest of all bricks, World Legacy World 1. This level 8 Dark Machine has 500 attack and 2500 defense. It has an effect where, if it was normal summoned or set, it can't be destroyed in battle with a monster special summon from the extra deck, but that honestly never comes up. Finally, it has 2 effects that are both hard once per turns. If it's sent to the graveyard, you can special summon a World Legacy monster from your hand, which does nothing in this engine. However, while it's in your graveyard, you can banish it to special summon a banished Orcus monster, and then you're locked into dark for the turn. This card is a complete garden, as it does nothing when you draw it, but the recursion it gives the deck is invaluable on your second turn, so you do need to play it to help clean up longer games. It's not a part of the main combo, but it's something you'll send with your second or third activation of Qebehsenuef most games. Moving from main deck monsters, we'll talk about the few spell and trap cards that the engine uses. First is Orchestrated Babble. This is a field spell that, as we said, makes all of your Orcus monsters' effects quick effects. However, it also has the effect where, while it's in your graveyard, except the turn it's sent there, you can send a card from your hand to the grave to pick it back up. The second effect is nice to have, but it comes up very rarely. If it didn't have the restriction, you could send it off of Qebehsenuef and get it back in a pinch, but since it doesn't work that way, it really only comes up in specific situations in very grindy games. Making your entire deck operate at quick effect speed is so powerful that you'll play the card anyway in any deck more dedicated to the Orcus engine. Orcus Crescendo, as we said earlier, is a counter trap that negates almost anything and then banishes that card. However, it also has a graveyard effect. You can banish it from the grave to add back any banished Dark Machine monster or add one from your deck to your hand. However, the turn you activate this effect, you can't summon any of the monsters except for Dark Machine monsters before or activating the effect. Also, you can't activate more than 1 Crescendo effect a turn, and only once that turn. Crescendo is a powerful form of interaction that also gives you more follow-up in the late game, and is a linchpin of the strategy. You always play it, but usually only 1 copy. Finally, we have Orchestrated Return. This is a normal spell that sends an Orcus or World Legacy card from your hand to the grave and lets you draw 2 cards, and it's a hard once per turn. This is amazing in the archetype, as most of your cards want to be in the graveyard anyway, so this is basically just a pot of greed with no downsides. It does send as a cost, however, rather than as part of the effect. So Ash Blossom will stop you from drawing, but you'll still have to pay the cost. Though again, if you're relying on this to send a Harp Horror to the grave, this can actually be a good thing. Return is extremely powerful, but you don't really want to draw multiples, and it isn't important enough to put up with that. So it's usually played at about 2 copies. Next up, we have the extra deck monsters, which are very powerful. We'll start with Galatea I. This is a Link 1 Dark Machine that requires a World Legacy or Orcus monster as a material. You can only Link summon it once per turn, and it can't be used as a material for an XC summon. You can send a card from your hand to the grave to add either a World Legacy monster or Orchestrated Babble from your deck to your hand. While it's in your grave, you can banish another Orcus card from your graveyard to special summon it, and both of these effects are hard once per turns. For old-time players who probably don't recognize this card, Galatea I is a later support card for Orcus, and it's one of the craziest cards the deck could possibly have received. For one thing, it fixes a problem we'll talk about a lot in this video, which is that Galatea The link to is a hard once per turn, and the only way to search spell and trap cards in the deck. This meant that before Galatea I, you had to choose between either adding Babel or Orcus Crescendo if you didn't hard draw one of them. This meant that a lot of versions of the deck just skipped on Babel entirely because you really needed Crescendo to give the deck teeth it needed to compete. So having access to both of these cards as part of your setup combo every game makes the deck a lot more competitive. However, the biggest advantage of Galatea I is actually that it's just a Link 1 that uses any Orcus monster. This means that Harp Horror, which used to be a bit of a brick, is now actually full combo. You can simply normal summon it, then use it as a material for Galatea I, then activate it from grave to get Gursu, and then go from there. Before, you would need to play a Link monster specifically to eat up your normal summons if you wanted to do this line, and all that was available was Clara and Rushka the Ventrilo duo, which could only be summoned after your battle phase, and couldn't be summoned on turn 1 at all, so this wasn't much help. All of this to say is that Galatea I is one of the best cards the deck could have possibly received. Next, we have OG Galatea. This is a Link 2 monster that requires 2 effect monsters, including an Orcus monster to summon. It has the effects where, as long as it points to a monster, it can't be destroyed by battle. And you can target one of your banished machine monsters, shuffle into the deck, then set an Orcus spell or trap card directly from your deck. The effect is a hard once per turn. Galatea is your main way of accessing your spell and trap card lineup and resetting your banished monsters, which makes it a pretty pivotal card to the deck. You also don't need to have an Orcus spell or trap card to set from your deck to use its effect, which means you can activate it to just shuffle an Orcus Nightmare or something back into your deck in the late game. While this doesn't give you direct card advantage, this does make sure the Harp Horror always has something to summon even in later turns. So you'll be wanting to do this essentially every turn if you can. Galatea is a critical part of the deck and something you'll always be summoning as part of your combo. Finally, for the monsters in the main combo, we have Dingirsu, the Orcus of the Evening Star. This is a rank 8 Dark Machine monster with 2600 attack and 2100 defense. It requires 2 level 8 monsters, but can also be summoned by ranking up on top of any Orcus Link monster you control. You can only special summon it once per turn. If a monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can detach an Xyz material from Dingirsu instead. Finally, when it's special summoned, you can activate one of the following effects. You can send one card your opponent controls to the graveyard, or attach one of your banished machine monsters to it as a material. Dingirsu is a very powerful piece of interaction that also has applications during your combo turns. Recurring a banished Harp Horror without shuffling back into the deck with Galatea means you're guaranteed to have follow-up on your next turn. The removal mode is incredibly strong too, as it gets around both targeting protection and destruction protection. It's a very potent form of interaction that can even function as interruption on your opponent's turn if you combine an Orcus Symbol Skeleton and an Orcus Babel to reborn Dingirsu on your opponent's turn. Dingirsu is a potent and flexible card that any Orcus deck would be remiss to go without. The final staple of the engine is one that we haven't actually talked about yet, that being Enlingirsu, the Orcus Mech Knight. This is a Link 4 Dark Machine monster that requires 2 or more monsters as materials, including an Orcus Link monster. As an ignition effect, you can target a banished Orcus or World Legacy card and add it to your hand. Then shuffle a card from your hand into your deck. Then you gain control of an opponent's monster. Also, while this card is in your graveyard, during your main phase, if it was sent to the graveyard this turn from the extra monster zone, you can banish it to send one card on the field to the graveyard. Enlingirsu is extremely powerful, and can work as a form of interruption during your opponent's turn thanks to Babel. However, you may make the mistake of summoning this monster too early if you think of him as the new Orcus boss monster. Enlingirsu is best used on your second or third turn to wrap up games or recur important resources such as Orcus Crescendo, as this is the only card in the archetype that can grab Crescendo back from your banishment. The combination of this card being resource intensive to summon, and being so good at giving you more gas in the late game, means that summoning it on turn 1 is often just a waste of resources. You won't likely play more than one copy of Enlingirsu, so wasting him when you can't use its effects to their fullest is inadvisable. Generally, stick to summoning IP and Galatea or your other engine's main end board on turn 1, and use Enlingirsu to wrap up games, not to start them. There are a few Orcus cards that you probably shouldn't play despite being part of the archetype, so let's go over those cards real quick. We'll start with the more useful ones of the bunch, Longirsu the Orcus Orchestrator. This is a Link 3 with 2500 attack, which requires 2+ effect monsters, one of which has to be an Orcus monster. On a hard once per turn, you can shuffle 2 of your banished machine monsters back to the deck to send a card that it's linked to the graveyard, but it can't attack the turn you activate this effect. Also, while this card is linked, it can't be destroyed by card effects. Longirsu is fine. and it can be useful in pure Orcus builds to allow you to recycle your monsters more often. However, its actual effect will rarely come up. It's just difficult to actually get it linked with an opponent's monster that you want to remove, and you can't even use it with Babel to send as a quick effect, because your opponent will just not summon to either of the zone long Gursu points to. Your extra deck space is usually just better spent on other cards. And speaking of waste of extra deck slots, let's talk about Orcustrion. This is a Link 4 monster that has 3000 attack and requires 2+ monsters, one of which must be an Orcus monster. They can shuffle 3 of your banished machine monsters into your deck to shrink the attack and defense of any linked monster your opponent controls to 0, and negate their effects, and this effect is a hard once per turn. While this card is linked, it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. Orcustrion asks for too much for too little. It can easily be played around and requires you to banish 3 monsters and keep them banished until you want to go for your big negate play. You won't be able to use Galatea to set Crescendo and have Orcustrion set up in the same turn with almost any hand. It's just not worth giving up your Crescendo setup for the chance of negating multiple cards with Orcustrion. Next on the docket is Orcus Brass Bombard. This is a level 1 tuner with the effect where you can banish it from your graveyard to special summon an Orcus monster from your hand, but you're locked into dark monsters for the rest of the turn. This is a card that was fine in the past, but has been power crept out of relevancy. The most it can do is allow you to unbreak an Orcus Nightmare in your hand, which is nice, but it's not worth a card slot considering it's not the best normal summon if you don't have exactly Nightmare in hand. It's ultimately just not worth including when you have far better normal summons available. Next, we have a suite of spell and trap card support that don't make the cut. Orchestrated Core, Orchestrated Attack, Orchestrated Einsatz, and Orchestrated Release are all spell and trap cards that don't do anything the turn you draw them, and compete with Orcus Crescendo for your search off of Galatea. That's all that really needs to be said about them, since you can only really search one spell or trap card with Galatea, and on Master Duel you can't even get both Babel and Crescendo consistently. You really have to be choosy with the spell and trap card support that you play. Orchestrated Return is good if you draw it, and Crescendo is the more powerful spell and trap card in the archetype, so they essentially outmode all the other support cards, unless a second way to search them shows up in the archetype. Now that we have a good idea of how the Orcus engine works, we can talk about the various other decks you can play with them. A really important set of cards for the deck in Master Duel at least are the Nightmares. Nightmare Mermaid is a Link 1 that can be made with any Nightmare card, and on summon you can discard a card to special summon a Nightmare from your deck. This can be made easily with Nightmare Phoenix, which can function as backrow removal and just requires any 2 monsters with different names to make. By using Mermaid to summon Orcus Nightmare, you can then go into Galatea the Orcus Automaton and use Orcus Nightmare from grave to send Harp Horror, getting into the Orcus engine that way. This means that any 2 monsters with different names can represent a full Orcus combo in Master Duel, which increases the way you can build Orcus and what decks you can combine with it drastically. This is the main advantage of Orcus on Master Duel over the TCG at the moment. While in the TCG, Harp Horror is essentially a starter, and you can find both Orchestrated Babel and Orchestrated Crescendo every time you combo. On Master Duel, this combo is extremely accessible with basically any random pile of cards that you draw, as long as you can put 2 monsters on the board. So, besides the Nightmares, what other engines can you play alongside Orcus? A very obvious and powerful engine to play with Orcus is the Bystial engine. All of the Bystials, except for the Bystial Lubellion, are darks, so you don't get locked out of them by using Harp or Skeleton. They also make it very easy to summon Chaos Angel by giving you a dark level 6 monster to summon to combine with your level 4 monsters, and can even let you summon Bystial Dispater if you can make Gursu into a tuner. Dispater being able to summon back any of your Orcus cards is extremely powerful, and often drawing a Bystial at the start of your combo means that you get a free monster pop or a negate alongside your normal Orcus setup. However, the most attractive part of the Bystial engine is the card Branded Regain. This card is already great, but it's kind of crazy in Orcus specifically. This card, on a hard once per turn, allows you to put a banished dark or light monster on the bottom of the player's deck when a light or dark monster is banished, and then draw a card. On a soft once per turn, when your opponent normal or special summons a monster, you can reborn a Bystial monster from your graveyard. Considering the Orcus banishes dark monsters as the cost for essentially all of its effects, you'll be able to draw an extra card basically every turn with a regain up, even more consistently if you have Orchestrated Babel in play. Lubellion can also search this card from your deck and activate it right away, so it's even easy to access without having to play 3 copies of the card in your deck. If you can afford to play Bystials alongside your Orcus engine, it's probably worth considering. Orcus also plays pretty well with most decks that pitch cards from their hand as a cost, as pitching Harp Horror completely takes away this downside. For some examples, Horus and Runic can both pivot into Orcus later in their turns if their opponent stops their combo. The Horus cards all revolve around King Sarcophagus, which can send a card from your hand to send an Orcus monster from your deck to the grave. The Orcus are great cards that pitch with this effect, and they even like being milled with the Zombie Vampire on your long combo turns. Similarly, Runic will also use Hugin the Runic Wings to discard a card and add a Runic Fountain from deck to hand. This is a magnet for Ash Blossom, but if you pitch an Orcus with your Hugin, your opponent is in a lose-lose situation. They can stop you from refilling your hand every turn with Fountain, or they can stop you from getting a ton of advantage by starting an Orcus combo. They're suddenly no longer a good target for their Ash Blossom, just a less bad target. Besides that, almost any Dark Focus deck or deck that's capable of sending cards from the deck to the graveyard can splash Orcus to generate extra advantage. And that's it in the simplest of turns, the Orcus engine. The deck strikes a unique balance of recursion and explosive plays that not many other archetypes can mimic. While it isn't the most powerful engine in terms of end board, the Orcus engine remains extremely versatile and splashable in a number of decks that makes it hard to ignore, even as more powerful archetypes get printed every set. The danger monsters all seem to originate from the realm of danger, a treacherous island that happens to harbor mythical legends from various different cultures from around the world, from the Scottish Nessie to America's Bigfoot and Mexico's Chupacabra. These monsters all have different typings to reflect the beasts that they are, but one thing that they all have in common is that they love to scare and surprise humanity, which we can see translated into gameplay as these monsters can jump scare your opponent by revealing themselves in your hand to activate their main effect. Although, unlike a lot of the engines we've discussed in this series so far, there isn't really a defined combo or set way you're supposed to use the dangers. Instead, this engine can theoretically be splashed into any strategy, at least theoretically, because the best part about this archetype is that it provides bodies while also acting as a pseudo-consistency boost. You see, like we previously mentioned, every danger has an effect to reveal itself in your hand, and then after discarding a card, you get to summon the danger monster revealed from your hand, and then you get to draw one card, which makes these great as upstart goblin-like cards that also net you monsters on the field for your extra deck plays, all while remaining neutral in terms of card advantage. There's just one big catch that prevents these monsters from seeing play in everything. The card you discard with their effect will always be random, which puts you at risk of discarding a good starter, a power play, or even the danger itself, which would prevent you from summoning and drawing a card. Usually, this level randomization is a death sentence for an engine of extenders. But interestingly, in this case, it's not that big of a deal, because every danger also has a secondary effect that will activate whenever they're discarded, including by their own effect. So, while the risk of pitching an important card is still present, you're in a can't lose scenario where if you discard the danger, you'll get a positive effect, and if you don't, you get a virtually free body and a draw. As a result of being such versatile special summons, many different strategies and archetypes across the years have used them in all kinds of ways, depending on the deck's goal and the ban list you're working with. For example, decks focused on level and rank 3 monsters will usually max out on Danger Tsuchinoko and Danger Jackalope, because no matter which effect you get to use, both of them guarantee a level 3 body on the board. This package can further be expanded to include 1 to 3 copies of Nessie. Generally speaking, Tsuchinoko, Jackalope, and Nessie are usually the most reliable of the dangers as they all have effects on discard that are guaranteed to net you something no matter the situation, which is part of why they'll appear in deck lists more often compared to the others. If you care about the bodies, but also value the discards that the dangers give you as well, then it's worth playing 1 or more copies of Danger Mothman. And if you're willing to play a copy or 2 of Danger Chupacabra, you not only get greater access to rank 4s, but in certain strategies you can take advantage of its fiend typing. But this package can expand even further, including 2 of the archetype's level 8 monsters in Bigfoot and Thunderbird, at 1 to 3 copies depending on your preferences, because while their discard effect isn't amazing when going first, they have incredible effects on the draw that can help push through a board if discarded to get halfway to a rank 8. The only danger monsters that generally don't see too much play are Dogman and Ogopogo, just because they have mediocre discard effects and are just outclassed by their peers. But because they can help swarm the field anyway, these cards are still potential options that are worth considering depending on the deck. In fact, the cool part about dangers as a whole is that none of these ratios are hard rules. You could choose to play a single copy of Tsuchinoko if you didn't want to give up deck space, or just play 3x Danger Bigfoot with nothing else for its going second strength. Likewise, you might want to enable a rank 7 strategy with Nessie and Dogman, or even just Mothman if you always want to be able to discard something. But for being so versatile, the archetype does have one major flaw that prevents it from standing on its own merits. Every one of the spell and trap cards are terrible and should be avoided at all costs, especially if you're using the dangers as an engine. Now that we've got an idea of the realm of danger's local wildlife, let's put our best researcher's hat on to really analyze just how these legendary creatures work. As previously mentioned, every danger monster has two effects. The first is an in-hand effect that will cause you to reveal a danger in your hand, and then your opponent will randomly choose a card for you to discard. And then if the card your opponent happens to choose isn't the danger monster you revealed, you then get to special summon that monster from your hand and draw one card. We've already covered most of the nuances behind this effect earlier. Depending on their level and type, every one of the dangers can net you access to all kinds of different extra deck monsters. So getting to bring them out from your hand for close to free is strong. And while there will always be a discard involved, you regain that card advantage by being able to dig one card deeper into your deck if you don't discard your danger, which in a technical sense is entirely card neutral. This doesn't shake up games too much, but when you start to think about the extra consistency that this effect provides, as well as the potential graveyard effects that could give you access to if you discard them, then it's easy to see how the dangers could potentially let certain strategies get out of hand. Now, it's important to note that when you use this effect and don't discard your danger, while the worst case scenario is that you end up card neutral, you'll have one less card in your hand since your danger will be on the field. So if you keep using danger monsters, then eventually you're going to run out of cards to pitch. This is one of the big reasons why you don't just see dangers everywhere, because unless your deck can natively make up for the hand economy you lose, then you're just throwing random bodies on the board. But if your deck is capable of gaining hand advantage in spite of, or even because of your danger discards, such as decks like Dark World, then this engine suddenly becomes maniacal, as every danger activation will net you more and more, while also drawing you into more dangers to keep the chain rolling. This is especially potent because this particular effect isn't a hard once per turn. So if you're playing a particularly dense package, then the likes of Nessie drawn into a second Nessie isn't a problem at all. If anything, it's a solution. The other big nuance you need to pay attention to is that when a card is sent to the graveyard for this effect, it is specifically discarded for effect. Now in Yu-Gi-Oh, there are sometimes a lot of ways of doing virtually the same thing, with the only distinguishing factors sometimes being the specific wording. A card like Forbidden Droplet looks like it's doing the same thing as a danger discard, but not only does Droplets send for cost, as indicated by the position of the semicolon in its text, but its wording is specifically that it sends the card to the graveyard, which doesn't count as discarding. This means that a card like Droplet would never be able to trigger the effect of a Dark World monster, which usually need to be discarded for effect to activate. But this same quirk is exactly why the dangers are such a strong engine for this deck in particular, since they specifically discard for effect, allowing for a Dark World or Telements monster to trigger. Likewise, the fact that they discard also means that they can trigger the second effect of another danger if they happen to be pitched, which is amazing because some dangers have some excellent secondary effects, although these effects can only be used once per turn. This second effect is the main thing that differentiates the power between each danger, because while some of them are so strong that they've seen time of the Forbidden and Limited lists, others really make you question if they're actually dangerous at all. For example, Danger Dogman has a terrible secondary effect, as when it's discarded, all it does is lower the attack of all of your opponent's face-up monsters by 1000 until the end of the turn. And while this definitely makes your opponent's monsters weaker and easier to beat over, it doesn't have any kind of immediate impact on the game state, and no impact at all if you happen to be going first. As a result, Dogman rarely ever sees any use in competitive decks trying to take advantage of the dangers, and when it does pop up, it's usually for its first effect, which makes a fine enough extender if you need a dark or level 7 monster on your field. But if that were the case, you'd be far better served by Danger Nessie. Nessie has the same first effect as any other danger, having the potential to summon itself from your hand and draw a card if you don't discard it, but marks itself as a cut above Dogma, because if it happens to be discarded, then you'll get to add any danger card from your deck to your hand, other than another copy of Nessie. This is great, as it means that if your Nessie gets sniped by your opponent and you were really hoping to get that draw, a body on field, or discard a certain card, then Nessie tilts the odds in your favor by just giving you another shot. Although what drives this effect over the edge is that, just like the other dangers, this effect triggers whenever it's discarded by any means. So if you happen to use the likes of Dark World Dealings or a purely spell that would otherwise cost you card advantage, by choosing to discard Nessie, you'll regain the advantage you just lost. And in doing so, you'll get the opportunity to add another extender to your hand that's also a good discard. Now, there is one more aspect of Nessie and all the other dangers that's easy to miss, as well as being differentiated by level. The dangers also all have different types, which can lend them to see play in different decks that need more of that type. In the case of Nessie, it being a dark aqua monster was a great bonus in a deck like Danger Tearlaments. You see, if you use Nessie's in-hand effect and discarded a Tearlament card, then you'll have the opportunity to trigger their graveyard effect. But even if you hit Nessie, that's still a positive, because not only will you get another danger, you now have a dark aqua monster in your graveyard, which makes it a perfect piece of fusion material to pair with Tearlament's effect, allowing you to dip into the likes of Gurara, Kaleidoheart, and of course Tearlament Kitkalos. So generally speaking, if you need a level 7 danger monster, Nessie has proven itself more than reliable. But if we get a deck that benefits from level 7 Beast Warriors, then maybe even Dogman might become more common. If you're wondering about the best danger to grab from Nessie's effect, then there are a myriad of different answers that will depend on the situation you're in and the deck you're playing. But you'll rarely ever be disappointed if you choose Danger Jackalope. Because when Jackalope is discarded, you get to special summon a danger from your deck in defense position as long as it's not another copy of itself. This is great if your main goal danger is to use them to swarm a bunch of bodies onto the field. As with Jackalope, as long as you have a second danger in deck, then there's no losing when you trigger its in-hand effect. And like with Nessie, if you pair Jackalope with a card that discards, you get to make them even stronger by turning what would be a loss into an advantage, with material on field that can be used for an extra deck play. And also like Nessie, Jackalope has its own nuanced advantage compared to most of the other dangers because of its stats, but instead of it being due to its type, it's actually because of its level. There are a cavalcade of excellent extra deck cards out there that need level 3 monsters to bring themselves out on the field, while also setting up your graveyard, which has made it the go-to option for the likes of Phantom Knights and dedicated adventure decks for years now. But Jackalope is a danger that's best paired with another. And fortunately for level 3 focus strategies, there's another good danger for them in Danger Tsuchinoko. Tsuchinoko is another danger where, no matter what you hit, you can't really lose, but holds a special place even amongst the best dangers, as when Tsuchinoko is discarded, you get to special summon it out from the graveyard. And so, unlike Nessie and Jackalope, doesn't need another danger monster in the deck to be useful. This allowed for Tsuchinoko to see play even in decks that don't want to dedicate a ton of space to generic extenders, as you can just play it by itself since it's always going to get you somewhere no matter which effect you get. But in decks that have been willing to play a couple more dangers, Jackalope and Tsuchinoko make an incredible pairing, but are great to draw for their own in-hand effects, and by discarding either, you'll get a level 3 monster on your board. Throw in Danger Nessie to the mix, and you'll have the basis for an amazing danger engine already. If your deck discards a lot, then by pitching Nessie to activate a card, you'll get to add Jackalope, then by discarding Jackalope, you'll get to special summon Tsuchinoko. This leaves you card neutral with a free body on field, which might not sound like a big deal, but in the same situation without Nessie, you would have been 2 cards down, which makes the danger engine more than worth it. Now, the rest of the danger monsters don't have discard effects that net you any advantage by themselves, but some of them are so good that they'll still see a lot of use anyways, and nowhere is this better exemplified than in Danger Mothman. Mothman's on discard effect is that you can make it so that both players draw 1 card and then both players discard 1 card. On the surface, this sounds mediocre at best. After all, it's an archetypal Dark World Dealings that leaves you down a card at advantage while your opponent gets a free opportunity to cycle through their deck and set up their graveyard. But if you're playing the dangers in a deck that wants to get their cards into the graveyard in some way, then Mothman suddenly becomes a danger that always has a positive effect, because you'll either get the opportunity to summon a body while discarding a card, or you'll get to use this effect to discard a chosen card from hand instead, which is really valuable in decks like Tearlaments or Dark World that actively want their other cards to go to the graveyard rather than the dangers themselves. And Mothman is currently the only danger monster with an effect that gives you a choice of discard. So for these decks, any other danger would mean that they were always at risk at losing you the gamble, but with Mothman, you either win by discarding another card with a good graveyard effect, or you win by discarding Mothman to then choose what you pitch, which in the short term might be a direct loss of advantage. But depending on what you pick, it'll likely be more than worth it to activate certain effects. This isn't even where Mothman's utility ends though, because it also happens to have one of the best levels in the game, level 4, which makes the mountain of powerful rank 4 monsters easier to get into in decks like Tearlaments, which would often use Mothman to go into Time Thief or Doer as a way to trigger their Tearlament monsters, and Dugar is the Timeless, a favorite of Dark World strategies both for its Graveyard Revival and its draw effect, which lets you discard a card to keep your combo rolling. There's also another level 4 danger monster that's good to keep in mind whenever you're considering the engine. That would be Danger Chupacabra. Although this one sees a lot less play compared to Mothman, as its second effect requires a little bit of extra setup, since if it's ever discarded, you get to target a danger in your graveyard and summon it out to the field. This effect has the potential to be strong, but it's situational. If you have a danger in the grave, then Chupacabra's effect is virtually synonymous with Jackalope and Tsuchinoko's, as it nets you a free body on the field that you can use for whatever you like. But if you don't, then Chupacabra being discarded does nothing except lose you a card. So for this half of Chupacabra to be useful, you need to make sure you can set it up first. And for a lot of decks that are willing to play dangers, this isn't the hardest thing to do, especially if you start out with Nessie and a way to discard it, as that'll set up a danger in grave for you to summon as well as a way to get Chupacabra in your hand. But as a result of needing this setup to be functional, Chupacabra is rarely ever maxed out like the other dangers are. However, it definitely has a lot going for it, which keeps it in the running of being a pretty strong danger. Because alongside its rank 4 capabilities, its fiend typing is excellent for one deck in particular, Danger Dark World, where it being a fiend is relevant in summoning out the likes of a Bow when it uses its on-field material, and useful for being a good discard for the likes of Gates of the Dark World, the Dark World field spell that discards a fiend monster to banish a fiend from grave to draw a card. Which is pretty relevant given that Gates is a soft once per turn and will be used multiple times before you hit the end phase, giving you multiple opportunities to revive a danger that's found its way to the grave. And if you summon out the likes of Mothman with Chupacabra after banishing a Genta, you're on track to summon a rank 4 of your choosing. Now, the final 3 monsters in the archetype all share an extra common trait. They're all level 8 monsters. This of course opens up the rank pool for easier access, especially in decks like Dark World that are natively already playing other level 8s. But this level also has some added utility for dangers, since it opens up the possibility of using a card like Trade-In, a draw 2 that specifically needs you to discard a level 8 monster to activate, which will then let you trigger the effect of whatever you discard. The worst of this bunch, and probably the worst danger monster of all, is Danger Ogopogo, because on discard, all Ogopogo does is give you the chance to send a danger card from deck to the grave, and unfortunately, this doesn't count as discarding. So any danger monster you send is just going to sit in the graveyard. The reason why Ogopogo has this effect is that you can more easily access the graveyard effects of your danger spell and trap cards, as the likes of Response Team and Second Expedition both have fine enough graveyard effects, and so if you are trying to play a pure danger strategy, Ogopogo's second effect has its uses. But no pure danger deck has ever seen competitive success, as danger has always been used as a supplement to other strategies and help their plays get started. As a result, just like we mentioned before, even the most dedicated of danger decks won't play the archetype's back row, as they're all either hard to use, really niche, or just have terrible effects. But more on that later. The final 2 dangers are Danger Bigfoot and Danger Thunderbird, 2 level 8 monsters with somewhat similar effects, as when they're discarded, they both allow you to destroy 1 card on the field. In the case of Bigfoot, it lets you pop a face-up card your opponent controls, while Thunderbird will let you destroy one of your opponent's set cards. Now, from these effects, it's clear to see that both Thunderbird and Bigfoot's on discards are primarily useful if you're going to be going second while attempting to break a board, as if you happen to pitch them with their own effects, with the likes of a trade-in or through any other means, you'll be able to start chewing through your opponent's interaction with a must-negate effect. And even if you gamble on their in-hand effects and don't hit them specifically, they're still quite useful board breakers due to having the highest attack stats out of every danger monster. allowing you to beat over or at least crash with most of the game's strongest threats, or even build up the resources for a potential push to lethal. As a result, going second strategies that use the dangers will often swear by either of these cards. Gren Maju especially saw value in the dual utility of these level 8 monsters provided when going second, to either slap down a rank 8, or get rid of your opponent's most important cards. However, even dedicated going first decks like Dark World would still find utility in something like a Bigfoot, which gives the deck a couple more going second options while also not being too terrible to see when going first. Because while it would definitely suck to hit Bigfoot from a discard if your opponent has nothing to pop, if you summon it from a Jackalope effect, or use it while you have plenty of cards in hand, you mitigate most of that risk and still get to bring out a level 8 body to extend even further. In terms of the actually relevant danger cards, that just about does it for the archetype, as the rest of the deck is composed of spell and trap cards that have mediocre to terrible effects that genuinely fail to bring the deck together to be its own cohesive strategy. But even with the worst cards out there, it's always a good idea to know your options when you're not playing them despite their potential. So we'll briefly run through these one by one. Realm of Danger is a field spell that prevents your danger monsters from being targeted by your opponent during the turn of their special summon. This sounds okay at first glance, but none of the dangers have any kind of on-field effect that would make protecting against target negation important. And while it does stop removal, most decks using danger monsters use them as a bridge to an extra monster, which will be entirely vulnerable to being hit with any removal options your opponent has. Realm of Danger can also allow your danger to attack directly while preventing them from being targeted for an attack. And while this could be relevant in decks attempting to OTK, it's a somewhat niche use and requires that you have the ability to play through your opponent's board, which is going to be harder if you're a card down due to drawing Realm. Danger Feats of Strength is also a tool that can help with OTKs, as you can equip it to a danger monster to increase its attack by 800, and allow it to perform 2 attacks on monsters per battle phase. There's a lot holding feats back. Even if you equip it to your highest attack danger and swing into 2 monsters with 0 attack, your opponent will still have 400 life points away from being lethal, making it a mediocre OTK tool that needs a little bit of help along the way. But that's honestly just not worth it. For feats to always be useful, you need to be playing a going second strategy that has a high density of dangers. And while there are a couple of those out there, these decks are already more than well prepared to do a ton of damage to their opponent with far easier setups. Danger, Excitement, Mystery, and a Perfect World would be a great option for the engine, as it allows you to add a level 4 lower danger from your deck to your hand, but falls short in not only requiring that you have a high level danger to discard to use the effect, but also locks you for the rest of the turn into only being able to special summon danger monsters, which is rough in an engine that seems almost purposefully designed to be able to access generic extra deck options. Although there are a couple of ways to make pure danger strategies function, at least kind of. And that's with a couple of the deck's trap cards, which allow you to discard a danger at quick effect speed. Danger Zone is the best of the bunch, as it's basically a graceful charity, drawing you 3 cards and then forcing you to discard 2, with at least one of them being a danger. Otherwise, you have to shuffle your whole hand back into your deck. This is a cool effect. Not only can Zone draw you into hand traps, but it gives you ways of discarding something like Bigfoot during your opponent's turn, so that you can actually have some archetypal interaction. Although this is seldom played because it's only Bigfoot and Thunderbird specifically that work as something your opponent has to play around, and the rest of the dangers not having any effects that can actually put a stop to an opponent's turn. Notably, Second Expedition to Danger also has a similar issue, but a much worse effect. Like Zone, you get to use it to discard a card at quick effect speed, but only so a single danger monster you control gains 500 attack and defense. It does have a little extra strength at least, since it has a graveyard effect that makes it a target for either Foolish Burial Goods or Ogopogo's effect. And ultimately, this graveyard use of Expedition is fine. You get to discard a danger, put an Expedition to the bottom of the deck, and then draw a card. On paper, this is as great as it gets, as it nets you some advantage and a way to trigger a danger of your choice. It's just a little bit too difficult to set up for the brick that you have to play, especially with Expedition's on-field effect being so abysmal that it becomes a nightmare to draw. There's actually a second card with the same exact graveyard effect, Danger Response Team, giving you a second target for Ogopogo, but it still suffers from the same issues as Expedition in being a rough brick to draw, although one with a slightly better first effect that allows you to target a danger monster you control, and another monster on the field and return both to the hand. This isn't the most difficult thing in the world to set up when going second, which makes it a better card than Expedition for sure, but it's still an awkward to use option that's outclassed by better, more generic tools. It's at least not as bad as a card like You're in Danger, a pretty rough option for the deck. It lets you pick from 3 danger monsters in your deck to randomly summon one to the field, but that monster will be destroyed during the end phase. Having this effect on a trap card is so unfortunate. Like we talked about earlier, no danger has any on-field effect, so summoning them out on your opponent's turn is pointless. Your best bet with You're in Danger is to set it to your field, hope that you make it to turn 3, and then use it for extension into something else. But given how much it needs to go right for this to happen, you're probably just better off playing this card as a funny choice when activating Prohibition. The final card in the archetype is Danger, Disturbance, Disorder, and it's the worst the deck has to offer. Its first effect is one that only triggers whenever your danger monster is destroyed by battle, and allows you to destroy the monster that battled it. A form of removal which natively requires you to lose out on a monster to make work, but is made worse because your opponent can see it coming plain as day. So if there's a monster they want to keep, they're not going to use it to beat over whatever danger monster you have on field. So you'll likely be forced to use your own battle phase to get use out of this effect. It also has a bonus effect which can destroy all cards on the field, and this sounds great because you can use it to clear the path for potential OTK by wiping away your opponent's resources. But just like Excitement Mystery, this effect is held back by having a lock on it, which would prevent you from summoning anything else except danger monsters for the rest of the turn, limiting your options, and by having a condition which needs you to banish 3 danger spell or trap cards from your graveyard so that you can use the effect in the first place. And given that most danger decks aren't willing to play any of the back row due to how bad they are, you're likely not going to be able to get much use out of this effect. Doubly so because most of the semi-playable spell and trap cards have graveyard effects that put them back to the bottom of your deck anyway. But even with the dangers having some of the worst back row in the game, the impact that this engine has had on the game's meta over the course of the history is undeniable. From FTKing in old Danger Dark World decks to being one of the best supplemental engines that helped tier limits dominate the meta prior to the release of the Ishizu cards, the danger monsters, for the most part, are brimming with utility for their powerful extension and great discard effects that can feel downright busted in a strategy that knows how to use them. And with Tsuchinoko and Jackalope both freed from the ban list, now there's no longer any danger cards on the ban list, freeing this engine up to be used creatively in its entirety once again. And while Danger's current strength is mainly found as a pairing for modern Dark World decks, which are far from reaching the heights of meta dominance, it's only a matter of time until we sight these mythical creatures once more, as just as like the legends they're based on, the Dangers are timeless as an engine that's always going to be useful in some capacity. So here's how the Punk engine works. You use Emergency Teleport for Noah Punk Zia Min, search out Noah Punk Foxy Toon with Zia Min, and then use Foxy's effect to discard itself, and send another card from your hand to the graveyard to bring out Noah Punk Dear Note. You then Synchro Summon Chaos Ruler the Chaotic Magical Dragon, and Chain Block its effect with Dear Note's graveyard effect to bring back Zia Min. After resolving these two, you link them off into Crystron Halqifibrax to bring out a level 2 tuner from your deck, which you later synchro off with Chaos Ruler Revive by its own effect to go into Baron de Fleur. Now, the most common ratios for this engine is the maximum number of copies of Emergency Teleport, as well as one each of Foxy Toon, Zia Min, and Dear Note. However, depending on how fine your deck is with needing to spend your normal summon on it, you could run more copies of either Zia Min or Foxy Toon, and even Noah Punk Ogre Dance to search it. For the Halqifibrax target, you're often looking at either Plague Spider Zombie or Shinobi Necro if you want to go for Barone. Now let's go over what all the cards in this engine actually do. Emergency Teleport is a quick play spell card, which special summons a level 3 or lower psychic type monster from your deck, but it gets banished during the end phase. This is the best way to go into the main starter of the engine. Noah Punk Zia Min is a level 3 psychic tuner, which lets you pay 600 life points to add any other punk monster from your deck to your hand. It also has another effect, which rarely comes up, where when it's sent to the graveyard, you can make a punk monster you control gain 600 attack. Noah Punk Foxy Toon is a level 8 light beast monster, which can either tribute a punk monster to special summon itself from the hand, or send itself from the hand to the graveyard to be able to special summon a non-level 8 punk monster from your deck, while also pitching another card from your hand to the graveyard as part of its effect. Also, if it destroys a monster by battle, it lets you gain life points equal to that monster's original attack. Noah Punk Dear Note is a level 5 Earth Warrior monster, which while in the field can reveal itself another punk monster in your hand to special summon either itself or that monster, and then sends the one you didn't summon to the graveyard. When it's sent from the field to the graveyard, it can revive another punk monster from your graveyard except a level 5 one. Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon, is a generic Synchro 8, which on Synchro Summon excavates the top 5 cards of your deck, then you can add a light or dark monster out of those, but the rest are sent to the graveyard. It can also bring itself back from the graveyard by banishing a light and dark monster from your hand or graveyard, but it gets banished when it leaves the field. Crystron Halqifibrax is a Link 2, which can be made with any 2 monsters, including a tuner. It special summons any level 3 or lower tuner monster from your deck when it's brought out, but it cannot activate its effect on the field that turn. Additionally, it can also tag itself into a synchro tuner monster from your extra deck during your opponent's main or battle phase. Baronne de Fleur is a generic level 10 synchro monster, which has a costless Omni Negate once while it's face up on the field. It can also pop a card in the field on a soft once per turn, and it can also tag itself out into a level 9 or lower monster from your graveyard during either player's standby phase. Plague Spider Zombie is a level 2 dark zombie tuner that can special summon itself back from the graveyard by making you put a card from your hand to the top of your deck, but it banishes itself when it leaves the field. Shinobi Necro, the other level 2 tuner option, can special summon itself when it's banished from the graveyard to activate an effect, but it banishes itself when leaving the field. This makes Shinobi Necro work pretty well with Chaos Ruler's revival effect, since it'll come back for free. Now, this engine can be used in most decks that have the space and don't have any meaningful summoning locks. It's usually way better in decks with tons of graveyard effects due to Chaos Ruler though. In the current format, both of the top decks in Tier Elements and Sprite could make use of punks, but it was generally preferred in Tier Elements. This is because Chaos Ruler, Foxy Tune, and even Baronne de Fleur all give you very good ways to send monsters from the deck, hand, and field respectively to the graveyard by a card effect, which triggers the floating effects of the Tier Element monster's diffusion summon. It also helps making the deck a bit more resilient to hand traps like Nibiru the Primal Being, which the deck could struggle with otherwise. The synergy with Sprite comes with most of the main deck Sprite monsters can be fetched with Chaos Ruler due to being darks. Additionally, Halqifibrax bringing out a level 2 tuner from the deck represents full Sprite combo by itself, since you can overlay both of them into Gigantic Sprite due to its unique summoning condition. That deck's locks are either Gigantic or Sprite Starter don't matter if you use the punk cards before resolving those effects. Before either of those were popular though, this engine was really popular in Synchro Adventure and Therion decks, but in a slightly different way, and usually with Jet Synchro as the target for Hulk. Jet Synchron is a level 1 Fire Machine tuner monster with the ability to special summon itself back from the graveyard by discarding 1 card from your hand, but it banishes itself when it leaves the field afterwards. It was a more valid option in adventure decks since they had other ways to go into Baronne de Fleur, such as Rose Dragon Engine, as well as not needing their negate to come down so urgently due to the backing up of Griffin. The discard cost made it way more appealing than Plague Spider for these decks, since they do have way more graveyard effects that could trigger off of Jet. Not only that, but since Jet Synchro's a level 1 monster, that means you can link it off into a Link Karibo after it's been brought out by Hulk, and then revive with its effect to use itself and the Link Karibo into an artifact Dagda. Dagda can set an artifact size straight from the deck, which works really well with Halqifibrax, as it can banish itself to summon TG Wonder Magician during your opponent's turn to pop the Scythe and lock your opponent out of the extra deck for the turn. This Scythe lock, as it was called, was one of the biggest threats of the past few formats, and that's no small part in how easy it was to get into it through combos like this. In Therion decks, you'd often use Deer Note to bring back Foxy Tune instead of Zia Min, so that you could use that in Chaos Ruler to go into a rank 8. The Zombie Vampire was pretty much always the choice, as it can detach a material from itself to mill the top 4 cards of both players' decks, and then it gets to special summon one of the monsters sent to the graveyard in this way. Milling is a very important part for Therion decks, since you need specific monsters in your graveyards to be able to summon your Therions in the first place. However, it's way too risky to go for that play in the current metagame, since milling your opponent's tier elements with Zombie Vampire can easily make you lose the duel on the spot. And even in the previous meta, going for that effect could still be risky due to how prevalent graveyard effects are in the modern metagame. Now, let's go over some variations to the engine. Because you're already running Emergency Teleport, it's not a bad idea for decks running this engine to include a copy of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit as a possible target. Uniquely, Ghost Ogre is one of the only Ghost Girl hand traps that can activate its effect on the field and not just in the hand, which can make Emergency Teleport into a quite decent going second option against something like Appaloosa Above the Goddess, or even an extra layer of interruption, if you set E-Tele when going first. This engine does allow for quite a large degree of customization, since there's really no restriction to the bodies that the punk cards put out. You can technically go into any generic Synchro 8, Link 2, or Rank 3 with these cards depending on your ratios. The only thing stopping this engine from being used from a wide variety of plays is how powerful Chaos Ruler lines are, as that card is easily the best level 8 Synchro monster of the game when it comes to how much advantage it generates you. However, there have been a bunch of tech options which people have ran alongside that card. For decks running Jet Synchron, a hot red dragon Archivine Abyss was a pretty common card to see, since it can be made with Chaos Ruler and Jet to give you a targeted negation during your opponent's turn. Psychic and Punisher is also often seen alongside punks, since the card becomes unaffected by card effects and you can gain a lot of attack as long as your life points are lower than your opponent's, which will always be the case before the first battle phase even happens, due to the cost paid for Zia Min and the like. Additionally, if the time of the round is almost up, you can go for a Scarlet Red Dragon Fiend Archfiend to inflict burn damage to your opponent. In official tournaments, the player with the highest amount of life points will win when the game time is up, so it can be pretty valuable to be able to deal damage or gain life through the extra deck. Before No Punk Deer Note came out, a different kind of punk engine sometimes saw play with Halcyon and adventure decks. The engine was comprised of just 3 emergency teleports, a couple of Xia Mins, and 1 Foxy Tune. Because there wasn't any better target to bring out from your deck, you just bring out 2 Xia Mins through the cards, and then have a couple level 3 tuner bodies on the field. Halcyon decks would then use it to go into Halk to bring out Despot 001 and go about their Auroradon con. Adventure decks would just link them off to go into Cherubini, Ebon Angel the Burning Abyss. Cherubini gets to send any level 3 monster from your deck to the graveyard through its effect, and since sending a monster is considered the cost for what it does, it can't be negated by something like Ash Blossom or Infinite Impermanence. By sending Water Enchantress to the temple, you can use its graveyard effect to get into your adventure engine by searching Right Devourer Messier. In either case, you could also choose to run Jory Punk Madame Spider instead of the Xia Min, because it can search you Jory Punk Dangerous Rabu, a targeted negation as long as you're okay with running an extra deck break. Another main deck punk monster you can run is Ukiyo-e Punk Sharakusai. While drawing into Xia Min gives you full combo by itself, Foxy Tune does not by itself. However, if you run Sharakusai, you can use Foxy to bring out Xia Min and search Sharakusai to then normal summon it and use its effect to fusion summon Ukiyo-e Punk Rising Carp. And that card can then tribute itself to summon 2 non-level 8 punks from your deck. Those usually being Xia Min and Deer Note, which you can then synchro off into Chaos Ruler and continue the combo as usual. However, since this requires at least 2 Xia Mins in the deck as well as another extra deck, it's usually reserved to only decks with heavy punk engines. With the release of the September 2022 Forbidden Limited list, this engine has received 2 major hits. Both Christian Hockey Fibrax and Chaos Ruler have been put on the Forbidden list, heavily limiting the smashability of punks in almost any deck. While there are still some other good enough extract monsters to go into, there's simply no other monsters which does the same thing as these 2 did together currently in the game. You can still use the punk cards to go into Cyframe Lord Omega for a hand rip, or Punk Jam Dragon Drive to search Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, but neither of those are giving you even half the card advantage of a Chaos Ruler into a Hulk play would. As of now, there's probably no deck which would want to play these cards outside of dedicated punk strategies, which is also several times less competitive due to those hits. It's very unlikely for either of these cards to leave the list anytime soon, so unless they release more punk support which makes this worth running soon, this engine will likely not see playing competitive decks in the near future. In Master Duel, this engine's use for making Cherubini has almost always been a bit more valuable since Adventure Engine was already on the list by the time it hit the game. However, it's about to get knocked down a peg due to the banning of Christian Hockey Fibrax in there as well. Because of Master Duel's unique card release schedule, the Punk engine will never be able to be used to its full potential there, since Deer Note was never legal at the same time as Hockey Fibrax.